probeer ek seker. Thank you.
Ons Suid-Afrikaanse rockstar, original rockstars.
He brought peace to this country when everyone expected civil war.
And he stood up for what he believed in.
I want to remember him as the great man that he was.
Wat sy boodskap saam met jou, elke dag.
But his spirit, it still lives within us.
Tatomkhulu Mandela, siyabulela kakhulu ngakho konke othe wasenzela khona.
Words fail to capture the true gravity of the loss of what we are going through.
Nam ndiyawuthi xa ndibalisela izizukulwane ezilandelayo ndibalise ndithi ndithetha ngomntu endakhe ndambona.
From the bottom of my heart, for me, I just want to thank him for the golden heart that he's had and for wearing that smile like it is a total platinum suit.
Ek dink ons almal kan opkyk na hom toe en net wees soos hy was.
Tati Madiba was 'n inspirasie vir ons almal. Hy het ons geleer van deursettingsvermoë en van vergifnis. En bo alles liefde vir jou naaste.
His long walk to freedom has set us all free.
We've lost a father. We've lost a great man.
We own that Madiba memory.
Ons gaan hom mis.
We love you, Tata.
I am blessed to have been around to experience him even as a statesman, as our president, as the first president of our democracy.
He's in the morning air, in the mountains, all around us in this country.
And he carried that throughout his life, and that's one of the lessons that I will always keep with me.
Ons gaan hom mis, maar ons gaan nog steeds sy legacy probeer.
I did a movie with Samuel L. Jackson and Juliette Binoche called In My Country. And I remember it was premiered in Rosebank and Madiba was there. And they said we must come and take a photo with him. I remember he looked at me and he said, Menze, you are good at what you do. Keep up the good work, young man. I'll never forget that day. Madiba, yeah, ma'am. Hamba kahle tata.
Ons Suid-Afrikaanse rockstar, original rockstars.
He brought peace to this country when everyone expected civil war.
And he stood up for what he believed in.
I want to remember him as the great man that he was.
Wat sy boodskap saam met jou, elke dag.
But his spirit, it still lives within us.
He became a voice for the people that did not have voices. He's the reason that we are all here united.
Looking at that space and the transformation and everything that happened,
he became a moral giant.
One man's impact can actually be good and can be great.
I hope that we will have more men like him.
To stand for something powerful.
Ons almal nie net in Suid-Afrika nie, maar reg oor die wêreld gaan vir Nelson Mandela verskriklik mis.
And I think that we will always struggle to make sure that the Rainbow Nation lives on.
This is Mandela's first television interview.
There is room for all the various races in this country. The Africans want the franchise on the basis of one man, one vote. They want political independence.
No one is born hating another person for the color of their skin, religion, or background. Even in the grimmest times, I have seen glimmers of humanity which reassured me that man's goodness is a flame that can never be extinguished.
for Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Amandla in Africa. Hallelujah. And never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another. South Africa. Let freedom reign. God bless Africa.
Air Force One and President Obama at the top of the stairs there. And there he is standing next to George Bush Jr. Being escorted there by the International Relations Minister Maite Mkhwana Mashabane. Air India coming with the Indian head of state, a delegation that's come through as well. And this is just some of the images of some of the dignitaries that have been arriving from around the world. Again, India very well represented, the United States very well represented. We saw the Canadian Prime Minister a short while ago, and also AU Commission Chair Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who came through. And we're starting to see a lot of activity taking place at the stadium there.
We will continue to keep an eye on the proceedings at the FNB Stadium, but let's turn our attention to this for a moment. The Elders, an eminent persons group of global leaders, have paid tribute to Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, they say that he was a visionary leader and they will continue his legacy. Well, a short while ago, they made this brief statement. Let's take a listen to what they had to say.
I am saddened to be standing here before you today as we prepare to say farewell to Nelson Mandela. We send our affection and wishes of comfort to Mandela's wife Graça, our fellow elder, and the entire Mandela family. The world has lost a visionary leader, a courageous voice for justice, and a clear moral compass. Nelson Mandela led a singular life of sacrifice in the name of freedom and human rights. He taught the world that the very path to freedom and human dignity lies in love, wisdom, compassion for one another. He stands as an inspiration to us all, and like few others, he will inspire generations to come. It was here in Johannesburg 3 years ago that the elders all met with Mandela as a group for the last time. We look forward to continuing his legacy. Madiba believed in the continuity of the elders. He launched the group when he was 89 years old, determined as ever to carry forth the idea that was bigger than any one individual. When he founded the group here in Johannesburg in 2007, he said, and I quote, "The elders will support courage where there is fear, foster agreement where there is conflict, and inspire hope where there is despair." Today we reflect on the man who uttered those words, how his courage and compassion helped millions around the world to triumph over despair, conflict, and fear. As we mourn Madiba's, inspired by Nelson Mandela's life and legacy, in the name of peace, justice, and human rights.
All right, that statement from the elders that was delivered a short while ago, led by the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, who's in the country as well, will be part of those celebrations. People continue to arrive. We saw just now the Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe arriving, and I think that's him there. Africa Cup of Nations trophy for the first time after beating Tunisia 2-0. Former President Nelson Mandela was sitting in the crowd cheering the team on, and defender and captain, oh my captain, Neil Tovey, captained the side and joins us now from our Durban studios to tell us more about his interactions with Madiba and his magic. Neil, thank you very much for joining us.
On mourning, but then we must celebrate the legacy that he's left us and the great times that we had with him.
Neil, we're going to have to come back to you in a short while. Just bear with us, because we're starting to see the dignitaries arrive at the FNB Stadium for the celebrations.
And we saw a moment ago, Peter, also former President Thabo Mbeki has also arrived. I think in just a moment the cameras will pan there now as we're still following Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe and his partner there. But we do know Thabo Mbeki just a moment ago shaking hands there with the Deputy President. The former President Thabo Mbeki has made an appearance there at the FNB Stadium.
And these are just some of many dignitaries that you're going to be seeing today during the course of this commemoration, this memorial service for former President Tata Mandela. And I can be certain that every single one of these people here will have a story or a memory or something that has inspired them through their own leaderships that they've taken from Tata Madiba.
He was always considered someone who was a mentor, someone who groomed a lot of leaders that we're seeing today. One such man is this gentleman, and that is Thabo Mbeki, his wife, Zanele, also.
Nelson decided to teach her, never realizing that lesson would bring out all the fire between them, but in a manner which was different from the fire in the bedroom. So there was this conflict. He found her almost unteachable. One thing often recurs when he talks about her to her. He often says, "You are highly undisciplined."
The rules of the love affair were dictated by Mandela's unbreakable contract with his political cause. She would battle to find her place among the dominant figures of the African resistance.
I know that Moses Kotane made a terrible statement when Nelson introduced her. And he said that such beauty does not suit a revolutionary. Nelson had thought that very amusing and turned round and repeated that to Winnie. Winnie had been furious. Winnie always wanted to be understood and accepted beyond her physical appearance. She wanted to be accepted for herself. She was a very strong personality all along.
She would need all that strength. The wedding pictures did not reveal the security policemen who were mingling with the guests. At the reception, Winnie's father warned, "This marriage will be no bed of roses. It is threatened from all sides."
It happened on Monday, March 21st, 1960.
In the township of Sharpeville, a protest against pass laws sparked a ferocious response.
Police mounted on tanks opened fire. 69 natives were killed, 176 wounded. Most of the victims were shot in the back. Some of the dead were children, women.
The government proclaimed a state of emergency and declared the ANC illegal. A new era of repression had begun. Mandela evaded arrest. Leaving Winnie with 2 baby girls, he went underground. He hid in a white suburb in the apartment of a young communist. Outside, the crackdown continued.
A message came through about some Africans who got killed by the police. And he paced up and down, the flat, and I could see he was fuming, And then he blurted out, he said, Wolfie, one day I'm telling you it's going to be an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. And he kept on pacing. About an hour afterwards, he tapped me on the shoulder and he said, Wolfie, I didn't mean that at all. I could never do that. Interesting, isn't it?
Walled inside the apartment, Mandela was straining to stay loyal to the ANC principle of nonviolence. He summoned the media to help him push a reluctant ANC down a new road.
I went to see the 42-year-old African lawyer Nelson Mandela, the most dynamic leader in South Africa today. The police were hunting for him at the time, but African nationalists had arranged for me to meet him at his hideout. He is still underground.
The reporter was taken to Wolfie Kodesh's apartment.
Is there any likelihood of violence?
There are many people who feel that it is useless and futile for us to continue talking peace and non-violence against a government whose reply is only savage attacks on an unarmed and defenseless people. And I think the time has come for us to consider, in the light of our experiences, whether the methods which we have applied so far are adequate.
A stormy debate ensued within the ANC. Mandela was reprimanded, but his arguments prevailed. He was secretly appointed commander-in-chief of the new armed wing, Umkhonto Wisizwe, Spear of the Nation. The lawyer was going to war.
I said, have you read this Clausewitz, which I had? It's like reading Shakespeare for English classics. You have to read Clausewitz for warfare, And I took it out and gave it to him. And he said, can I underline everything in this book? So I said, it's yours. You do what you like. He sat there making notes for days on end.
The next step put theory into practice at a deserted brickyard. Mandela, Kodesh, and a World War II veteran, Jack Hodgson, drove out to test their first bomb.
We went on the fringes of the brickwork and put the canister down into the hole. Nothing happened. So we had to get down into the hole to bring it up again, and then Hodgson sort of adjusted it. It was put down again in the hole. I think it must have been about 10 seconds when there was this terrific blast. But the dust just rose up. We tumbled into the car. He was overjoyed. He was congratulating everyone.
The targets were identified. Installations initially, not people. Mandela and the High Command mapped out a sabotage campaign. The date for the first attacks was December 16th, 1961. Installations initially, not people. Mandela and the High Command mapped out a sabotage campaign. The date for the first attacks was December 6th. Grew. To the police, he was South Africa's most wanted man. The press dubbed him the Black Pimpernel. Mandela escaped the country and flew north to get backing from Africa's freedom movements to build his dream of a guerrilla army.
There was an optimism throughout the whole of Africa about victories being quite soon and quite rapid and also quite painless. In South Africa, a lot of black politicians were misled by that, including Mandela, into thinking it was going to be an easy walk to freedom.
In Algeria, he learned to handle weapons, but his trainers poured cold water on his hope of defeating apartheid by force of arms. In London, he met up with his old partner, Oliver Tambo, now leading the ANC in exile. After 6 months abroad, Mandela stole back into South Africa, summoned to a farmhouse in Rivonia, north of Johannesburg, where Walter Sisulu and other ANC underground leaders had set up their clandestine headquarters.
He took chances. He would have the family visit him over weekends when he would take the children over there.
These snatched embraces would be their last intimacy for a long, long time. Caged in his Rivonia hideout, Mandela was arguing with his comrades again. He was itching to risk a cross-country trip to report on his African mission to the older leaders of the ANC.
My view was that he should not go.
He was already well known. His photographs had appeared, and this beard was very well known. And we had suggested that he should shave off that beard. He refused. He is not without some weaknesses, one of which is vanity.
I can remember Kathrada actually saying that he would take the message down because it was too risky. He said no. It was his duty. He was going to go down.
He drove 300 miles to the city of Durban.
There was this party. We all arrived there, all his friends. We had a lovely, lovely party, and there he was all dressed up in his guerrilla uniform, looking very splendid, very broad-shouldered, not the man you see today. His face also was, rounder. And then he left from that house.
The police were waiting for him. The state lacked evidence to link him to sabotage. The charges were leaving the country illegally and inciting strikes. At the trial, he would respond by turning the law court into a political stage.
I can never forget this. It was amazing. When he came up, and he's this tall, big, athletic man, he had like a kaross, like a skin across here, beads round his neck, beads round his arm. As he came up, there was a complete hush. And even the policemen, they went pale to see this huge man in his national costume. And that magistrate just looked and he couldn't find his voice.
He went with this speech, "I'm a black man in a white man's court." It electrified the nation.
He was sentenced to 5 years.
Madiba is now in prison, but the Walters and all are around. Don't worry. Madiba is not even going to serve his 5 years. We're getting him out of prison. We're taking the country the Castro way. Our songs were 1 stick, 2 sticks, 6 sticks of dynamite. We take the country the Castro way.
It would never happen. Sisulu and the others continued unaware that the police noose was tightening. When the police raided, they caught the core of the underground leadership. They found a treasure of evidence, including maps and papers linking Mandela to plans for a guerrilla war. This time, Mandela and the others faced death by hanging.
They all put on a brave front, but we were very concerned. We discussed whether or not we should immediately give notice of appeal if the death sentence was imposed. They unanimously decided that we should not.
My Lord, I am the first accused.
In his cell, Mandela drafted a speech whose words would ring around the world. Less a defense than a manifesto, he strove to end his performance not with a plea, but with a challenge.
I have cherished the ideal for a free and democratic society. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die.
When we got the first draft, a shiver went down my back, and I said, Nelson, you know that this may be misinterpreted, and they'll say that you are actually seeking martyrdom, and I don't like it.
You can't say to the judge, you can do what you damn well want to do, which was the effect of what Nelson had put in his original draft. And then I introduced my wording, which was softer, if need be. So let it be.
Mbeki and Bezos prevailed. The court delivered its judgment.
I am by no means convinced that the motives of the accused were as altruistic as they wish the court to believe. The sentence in the case of all the accused will be one of life imprisonment.
There was jubilation because we thought that the struggle was still going to be longer than we had thought, but it was still going to be victorious. So they had lived, and we would see them alive.
I shall never lose hope, and my people shall never lose hope. In fact, we expect that the work will go on.
The prisoners set off on a long journey. Their destination, an island in the South Atlantic, off the coast of Cape Town.
On the 13th of June 1964, very early in the morning, we were flown to Robben Island. We arrived there, I think, at about 9:15 in the morning. Extremely cold day. They say it was the coldest day, I think, in 10 years or something. Our morale came down. We realized that we are going to be here for a very, very long time.
Robben Island was the prison where South Africa banished its most dangerous criminals. The new political prisoners were put to hard labor in a quarry. Mandela was 46 years old.
When you think back to it, you almost can't believe that you survived it, They made us fill a wheelbarrow as a unit standard with crushed stone. The pace at which you had to do it, and no intervals, nothing of that kind were allowed.
You're told to produce so much of the lime, and if you don't produce that amount, you're going to be punished.
When they worked in the quarry, we were ordered to note every time they stopped to rest. They could only stop to go to the toilet. If they took a break at any other time, they were charged.
Communication between prisoners was forbidden. They had to work and eat in silence.
My dearest Winnie, I have not had a letter from you. I feel as dry as a desert. Letters from you are like the arrival of summer rains and spring that enliven my life. I become full of love.
Mandela could only send or receive letters once every 6 months. Each one was closely read, copied, and passed on to be read again by the security police. Suspicious phrases were cut out and filed. Letters were held back, sometimes destroyed. Prisoners were not allowed to own watches. The pace of life was dictated by sirens or shouts from the warders.
We couldn't afford to think of a life sentence in real terms, that it meant just what it said, that life. It was, in fact, a condition of our survival in prison to believe that we'd be out of prison during our lifetime. Nelson actually lived that belief.
My darling Winnie, I have been fairly successful in putting on a mask behind which I have pined for the family alone, never rushing for the post when it comes until somebody calls out my name. I am struggling to suppress my emotions as I write this letter.
Mandela's self-control was tested. A telegram arrived saying his firstborn son, Tembi, had died in a car crash.
Walter went into his cell. He told Walter what had happened. And Walter, of course, conveyed this to us. But he doesn't show this emotion. He feels it deep down inside. But he doesn't show it.
Mandela was refused permission to attend the funeral. His son had never forgiven him for sacrificing his family on the battleground of politics.
Suppose your next of kin has passed away. You failed to contain yourself. Your enemy will get a chance and strike. But if you can contain your emotions, he won't be able to do that. To strike at you.
Mandela's enemies did use his family to try and strike at him. A newspaper cutting appeared mysteriously in his cell. Winnie had been cited in a divorce.
Although it had been made to look as if someone had just slipped it there, it had deliberately been put there so that Nelson could see it and so that it would hurt him.
One of the strategies that the system used was to try and torment him, to torture him with stories about her infidelity. And I don't think Nelson could take that. It really upset him very much.
The article alleged that Winnie had been having an affair with a man identified by other prisoners as a police informer.
He made a point of calling us in and talking to us about it because he felt that it was politically essential and that kind of information should not affect our attitude towards the ANC.
Whether he believed it or not, Mandela defended his wife.
It wasn't the reaction of a cuckold. He took the blame immediately. He felt that it was through his neglect that his wife may have been tempted, he didn't say she was, may have been tempted to do what she was alleged to have done.
He stood by his wife, Winnie, and didn't move an inch. I think, in fact, his relationship with his wife became stronger.
Mandela would never forget the warder's attempts to rob him of his dignity. It was something, he wrote in his autobiography, that he would not part with at any price.
I remember when I first went to Robben Island, and I'd been working with him for some months, and he's a big man in every way. And when one of the warders took me to his cell and opened the door, I gasped when I saw it. It wasn't room for a human being, much less Nelson Mandela, this outsized human being. And in a strange way, that cell modeled him. His world became constricted, and in a way that allowed him to become bigger because it gave him self-control.
Prison disciplined his militancy, compelling him to devise new strategies for engaging with the enemy.
It was really a war of nerves between the warders and ourselves. And it was a question of who was going to set the pattern. Mandela made the point, if they say that you must run, insist on walking. If they say you must walk fast, insist on walking slowly.
Mandela quietly emerges in the front row and whispers to all of us, don't succumb to these threats. Just walk at your normal, steady pace. You were not arguing with the warder. You were not standing up in open defiance, but you quietly maintained a path which the warder found themselves helpless to confront.
That changed the situation, because when they could not now get us to move, they were faced with the question what to do. They then decided to recognize the leadership. That moment was of importance.
Mandela's method was to challenge the warders on each and every personal indignity.
I used to drive them to the quarry. I was ordered to give them a rough ride so they wouldn't be too comfortable at the back. One day he knocked on my window and demanded, "What the hell do you think we are, a bag of corn?" I just wound up my window and drove off.
Nelson got so fed up with the warder that he actually got up and said, "Look, you don't dare talk to us like that," and went for him. So I then asked Mandela afterwards, I said, "But you know what happened there? Why did you do that?" And he said to me, and I'll never forget, he said to me, "That was very deliberate, you know." And I must say, I didn't initially believe him. But when I thought about it, he is so deliberate.
Step by measured step, he was imposing his will on his captors.
There were 8 warders with him. Prisoners usually do not set the pace at which they move with their warders. But it was quite obvious that he was. Nelson said hello. He then pulled himself back and said, "George, I'm sorry. I have not introduced you to my guard of honor." And they actually behaved like a guard of honor. They respectfully shook my hand.
One of the things that Robben Island taught him is that if he maintained his dignity, if he insisted on being treated the way a man should be treated, then he could bend the authorities on Robben Island to his will. These are the most unrepentant racists in the world, and if they can treat me with dignity and be taught to treat me with dignity, as he did teach them, then he realized he could do it in the wider world. 12
years had passed since Mandela had been banished to the island. Throughout South Africa, his words, even his image, were banned. To a young generation growing up in Soweto, he was more myth than man.
You are a young man and you end up in Mandela's house. Here are his books, the original law books that he was using, full of dust. Here is his legal gown. Here is his chair. This is Mandela's bed. Here is a doorknob which he used to open every morning as the father of the house.
It was the children of Soweto who were to resurrect the cause. Not far from Mandela's house, high school students gathered to protest their inferior education. It was the start of the rebellion of 1976. Hundreds died. Thousands fled the country. The young leaders were arrested and thrown into prison.
We could not wait to get to Robben Island, largely because we've heard about Nelson Mandela. It was something that we looked forward to, almost like the culmination of one's initiation, as young people.
When we arrived there, a lot of us are young. Our hands are still smelling of gunpowder. We want to cause strikes in prison. We want to take over. We want to run our lives here.
Ours was an aggressive approach. We entered upon hunger strikes. We refused to work. We refused to be locked up. We did all those kinds of things, which was very different from the way in which Nelson Mandela was doing it. This group had become so isolated from the rest of the world. These men were trapped in a time warp. They were still living the era of the 50s. They hadn't actually come to terms and understood what was happening through the 60s and the 70s.
But Mandela's approach had yielded results. Hard labor had gone. Prisoners could now study. For years he had mailed complaints to government and parliament. Eventually, Jimmy Kruger, the Minister of Prisons, responded.
This character, Kruger, came to Robben Island. The warders came into the section and said, "Right, all of you must shine your shoes and put on your jackets and dress up smartly." I said, "To hell with it." Kruger duly came in, and I just lolled on my bed reading a magazine. The moment he passed my door, I got up and I looked, and there was Nelson standing at attention. And I just thought, phew. I certainly didn't come to Robben Island to see all my dreams, my vision of a great revolutionary shattered like this.
Winning over the young rebels was the new test of Mandela's leadership.
There were prisoners who constantly got into an altercation with the prison warders and were punished. Mandela understood and never said that's a wrong reaction. What he did begin to say was, you are not controlling that response.
Mandela's point really was, look, you're going to kill yourselves. These people are going to punish you until you collapse, and then you won't have gained anything from imprisonment, whereas we can actually gain something from this.
Outside, the clampdown continued.
I remember going back to South Africa. Mandela's name was not mentioned at all, even amongst black friends. The effectiveness of that embargo, of that law, of course, which forbade the mention, was amazing. He was in the Gulag in the Russian sense. To all intents and purposes, he had been forgotten.
In 1977, there was an unusual invitation to a group of journalists.
We got a call one day from the Information Ministry saying, you're really going to have to come on this one.
This secret film, taken by a government cameraman, would remain hidden for 2 decades.
I have invited the local and foreign news media to visit Robben Island in order to ascertain for themselves the true treatment circumstances of the prisoners incarcerated there for offences against the security of the state.
And we all trooped in. They led us around. There were some guys saying, well, these are the kitchens. The kitchens look very neat and tidy. And we walked through the various corridors and past the cells. And we said, where's Mr. Mandela's cell? There's Mr. Mandela's cell.
What is 466? 466, that is his prison number.
About his mat on the floor and then the blankets and pictures of Winnie and the tomatoes. I checked all his books that he had there, all the reading material, the legal books and the economics books. We didn't see anybody. We kept saying, where are the prisoners? Oh, they're out on the island doing their daily chores. Where's Mr. Mandela? And he said, well, he's on the island. Yes, he's here. Can we see him? No, you can't, because that's a prisoner's privilege, not to talk to anybody without his permission. So he said, get out of here. You've put him here, you can do anything you like. No, I'm terribly sorry, but the rules say we can't. We said, he's dead. Christ, that really got a jump out of him. He said, no, absolutely not. He's perfectly healthy. He's very good health. Let's have a look at him. No. But we nagged, and finally he said, well, okay, he's over there. And we turned. We were just on the outside of the buildings. We turned, and behind the rocks, or next to the rocks, was Nelson Mandela. Some idiot from the Afrikaans press ran over to him, shouting in Afrikaans, Meneer Mandela, ons wil met u gesels. Well, Nelson just looked at them, saw a whole bunch of propaganda hacks, and wouldn't talk, wouldn't say anything. And that was it. They were handing out photographs that were taken by an information department photographer. And I said, can I have that photograph? Who is this person? I said, that's Nelson Mandela. No, they said, it's not. And they quickly went with a black pen and blacked out his face. And I snatched the picture and took out my handkerchief and tried to clean it. Well, the black pen won out.
Did a movie with Samuel L. Jackson and Juliette Binoche called In My Country. And I remember it was premiered in Rosebank, and Madiba was there. And they said, we must come and take a photo with him. I remember he looked at me and he said, Menzo, you are good at what you do. Keep up the good work, young man. I'll never forget that day. Madiba, yeah, man, Hamba kahle tata.
Tati Madiba was 'n inspirasie vir ons almal. Hy het ons geleer van deursettingsvermoë en van vergifnis. En bo alles, liefde vir jou naaste.
His long walk to freedom has set us all free.
We've lost a father, we've lost a great man, and we own that Madiba memory.
Ons gaan hom mis.
We love you, Tata.
In 1977, Nelson Mandela had been on Robben Island for 13 years. Contact with the outside world was severely restricted. Winnie traveled over 1,000 miles from Soweto for encounters limited to 30 minutes.
Every visit that Winnie made, she made it a special event. She dressed up to please Nelson. The short time that they spent together, even though it was divided by the glass pane, it was a very important event. After each visit, Nelson would write her a letter recounting the visit. He would savor it.
You looked really wonderful, very much like the woman I married. Your beautiful photo still stands above my left shoulder as I write this note. I dust it carefully every morning, for to do so gives me the pleasant feeling that I'm caressing you as in the old days. I even touch your nose with mine to recapture the electric current that used to flush through my blood whenever I did so.
Since Mandela's imprisonment, Winnie, left alone with 2 young children, had been beaten, imprisoned, held in solitary confinement, and put under house arrest. In 1977, she was banished with her younger daughter Zinzi to a remote country town far from her Soweto home.
Winnie was absolutely irresistible copy at that time while she was down in Brantford. For one thing, the security police and the dirty tricks operators kept attacking her, and they burnt her clinic and all sorts of things. It suddenly became a very attractive story. Everybody started flocking down to Brantford. And Winnie then got on TV, foreign TV, and she was a celebrity in no time at all. It was a media event.
Okay, we gotta get some organization here, ladies.
They made presentations to her, and senators were seeing her. She was suddenly famous, and that did as much as anything to reignite the international image of Nelson Mandela.
Winnie Mandela is a source of inspiration for people all over the world. She has demonstrated by her life and her love of her family and love of her husband.
How was the meeting, Senator?
Winnie looked like a queen. She held court. I mean, she was the star. She reawakened dramatically the name of Mandela, and she spoke in his name.
There will be a one man, one vote in this country, and there will be a majority government in this country. But that majority government will accommodate everybody.
Led by
Mandela.
In the 80s, people were on the march again. The spirit of resistance caught fire. The youth heeded a call from the exiled ANC to make the townships ungovernable. Breaking free from Brantford, Winnie emerged as a leader in her own right.
Time for speeches and debates has come to an end. We have no arms. We have stones. We have boxes of matches. We have
The youth took her message as encouragement to burn the black collaborators of the white state.
We are standing here firm as a nation of white people, prepared to cooperate.
President Botha responded with brute force, dismissing any other option.
I am not considering even to discuss the possibility of black majority government in South Africa.
Mr. P.W. Botha was more or less born and bred within the security establishment, and who firmly believed that in some way or another we have to, well, I wouldn't like to put it, to fight it out.
Botha declared a state of emergency. He gave the security forces virtually unlimited powers to crush the revolt. The army, police, and intelligence ran the country through a state security council.
At the time I was head of the National Intelligence Service. There was a lot of difference within the South African bureaucracy, so to speak. We took the view that a political settlement is the only answer to the problems of this country.
A secret document of the Security Council records a meeting where a proposal was discussed to release Mandela, but not before ensuring he would be incapable of resuming his leadership role. Neil Barnard was there.
We have with us strategic advice as to regard the possible release of Mr. Mandela. The circumstances must be in such a way that it is in the favor of the South African government, the first point. Second point, he must be in a relatively physical bad situation, and then a so-called proactive communications action must be launched in that regard.
In the Council's code, that meant poisoning or injuring Mandela. The plan was rejected. Pressure was mounting to free the prisoner who had become the symbol of liberation.
Violence and destruction throughout the country.
Botha offered to release him, but only on the government's terms.
If Mr. Mandela gives a commitment that he will not make himself guilty of planning, instigating or committing acts of violence for the furtherance of political objectives, I will in principle be prepared to consider his release.
My father says, let him renounce violence. Yes. Let him say that he will dismantle apartheid.
Through his daughter Zinzi, Mandela issued his first public statement in 21 years.
My father says, your freedom and mine cannot be separated. I will return. Amanda!
But behind the public sparring, the idea was beginning to form of making a more discreet approach. In the early 80s, Mandela, Sisulu, and 3 others had been moved from the island to a prison on the mainland. Then in 1985, Mandela was admitted to a whites-only hospital in Cape Town for prostate surgery. Winnie flew down to see him. The Minister of Justice just happened to have been on the same plane.
All of a sudden, I became aware of the presence of this very interesting and imposing woman. I recognized her, of course, immediately. And there she was standing, and she didn't speak a word. She just indicated with her head that I was to remove the briefcase. She wanted to sit next to me. I did so, and she sat next to me for the remainder of the flight.
Is there any question at all of his being released completely at this stage, Mandela?
There has been no such suggestion whatsoever.
There's no negotiation to that effect going on?
Not to my knowledge at all.
But encouraged by Winnie, the minister hours later paid a secret visit to Mandela's private ward.
He was sitting in a chair in a corner, hospital attire, But even that he wore with dignity. He was obviously well liked by the hospital personnel, and yet he was respected, even though they knew that he was a prisoner.
They had all along believed that this was a fierce, radical, frightening, revolutionary. On meeting him, they discovered he was a reasonable man, he understood white fears. That was when the idea started to come out. Let's see if we can't lure him into something.
In Pollsmoor prison, Mandela and his comrades had been sharing a large cell. When he returned from the hospital, he was isolated from them.
They didn't bring him back to us. So our instinct was to protest about this, that he's being punished. In retrospect, he already had in mind what he was going to do. Because when we said we wanted to protest, he said, cool it, chaps. Something good may come from here.
And he realized this is an opportunity. I'm by myself. I can do some things now that my colleagues, my trusted and close colleagues, cannot see. Because I'm not sure that they are ready to see this. A man from the ANC talking to the government about some kind of new dispensation. I mean, that was anathema.
Alone, Mandela took a historic decision. He wrote to Coetzee proposing talks. Outside, the violence that Mandela had once encouraged was leading the country to the precipice. For a year he waited. Then one night, he was dressed in a suit and taken to the minister's home.
My first objective was to be on equal footing with him. So, amongst other things, we prepared tea and snacks. We chatted for some time.
What they were saying to him, you have an existence independent of this organization. You come with us, and we will settle the matter, and all would go well.
He wanted me to accept that the ANC was interested in good governance, democracy, and that violence was not really on their agenda.
So there they were, sort of sparring with each other, each trying to draw the other across to their point of view. He hoped that he could engage them into serious negotiations about unbanning the ANC and releasing prisoners and that kind of thing. So it was very much a case of, who was the fish and who was the angler in this.
For the next year, alone, he continued to meet secretly with Coetzee. Mandela the prisoner was persuading the government to recognize his status as a leader. Now he had to tell his own comrades.
So he took this first step without us knowing. They wouldn't allow him to see us together. Said you can see them one by one. That's how he told us what he had done. And we reacted differently, of course. We were in different wavelengths. I had completely opposed this thing.
I couldn't understand why he did not consult the comrades with whom he was at Pollsmoor, except to say, which was his explanation, that he had given an undertaking to the cabinet ministers that he would not disclose the contents to anybody else.
Mbeki smuggled a message out to the ANC in exile. Mandela's old friend Oliver Tambo, now the ANC president, sent a secret note back questioning his judgment.
The ANC is a long tradition of collective leadership. And suddenly you had one of the leaders isolated, being drawn into a situation which was clearly a trap.
Reports were filtered to him that there was a concern that in his isolation he may be manipulated he would chuckle at that and indicate, well, they don't have to worry. If there was any manipulation, it was the other way around.
In July 1988, Mandela turned 70. With the ANC's blessing, concerts and demonstrations were held in celebration around the world. Mandela had become the defining image of the liberation struggle. But the actions of Mandela the man were causing grave disquiet.
Within the ANC, there was tremendous antagonism to him, people who thought he might have sold out, people who thought that he was too inflated with himself. There were so many rivalries, and there were so many people who were conspiring against him. He was very depressed.
He was brought up in an environment of chieftaincy. There he could do things without consultation. This was telling also on his style of work within the ANC.
Now I regard that as one of the most outstanding, courageous moments when a man is alone in the face with that situation, particularly in politics where you got a lot of criticism from everyone. He was confident of what line he was following.
Mandela suddenly fell ill with tuberculosis. The news spread alarm in the government.
Behind it all was this terrible fear on the part of the government that Mandela might die on them in prison. There's no way that the world wouldn't have believed they'd killed him. And they were absolutely terrified of the consequences, the international consequences of that, and of the explosion of the black population in South Africa.
Tati Madiba was 'n inspirasie vir ons almal. Hy het ons geleer van deursettingsvermoë en van vergifnis. En bo alles, liefde vir jou naaste.
This long walk to freedom has set us all free.
We've lost a father, we've lost a great man, and we own that Madiba memory.
Ons gaan hom mis.
We love you, Tata.
A very selfless man who sacrificed most of his time and most of his time away from his family to fight for what is right.
I would love to say thank you so much for your gift, for your selflessness, and for your sacrifice.
And I think the lesson that I'll take from him is the ability for a man to be selfless, and how that act can just have a broader and bigger impact. Thank you.
Became a voice for the people that did not have voices. He's the reason that we are all here united.
Looking at that space and the transformation and everything that happened,
he became a moral giant.
One man's impact can actually be good and can be great.
I hope that we will have more men like him.
To stand for something powerful.
Ons almal nie net in Suid-Afrika nie, maar reg oor die wêreld gaan vir Nelson Mandela verskriklik mis.
And I think that we will always struggle to make sure that the Rainbow Nation lives on.
The government took an extraordinary step. They moved him to a house in the grounds of Victor Verster prison. Guards from Robben Island were assigned to watch over him.
When visitors came,
Ek mag nooit geluister na gesprekke en so ek het nooit eintlik
I was told to only watch what they did.
basis geweet wat hulle sê.
I was instructed not to listen to what they were saying.
Op band.
They were bugging devices that picked up everything that was said.
Hulle geluister na hulle.
Every sound in the house was recorded by 4 government intelligence agencies. Even the trees were bugged.
I was aware of the fact that he was monitored, but he also knew that. He also knew that.
he could receive visitors at his new home, even prisoners from Robben Island.
We're happy to see him so healthy. And we forgot every other thing, embraced him. And we wanted to sing our revolutionary songs, all of us. And he started showing us around. This is where I am. It's a beautiful house. Oh my God, there's a pool here. So our excitement begins to recede and the suspicions come. And I think he has sold out.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. Here is Nelson at the door to receive you, immaculately dressed in a three-piece suit, and you wonder what on earth is going on here.
Winnie was even allowed to stay overnight, but she refused. He could follow news of the outside world on TV, including reports about Winnie's team of bodyguards, whom she called the Mandela United Football Club. Accusations flew of abductions, beatings, and the murder of a young activist, Stompie Sepe.
He was baie upset. He was baie ontsteld oor die.
He was upset about the Stompie story. He ordered her to come. It was the first time he took Winnie and his daughter Zinzi into the room he had prepared for her. He closed the door. I could hear him shouting. Later, when I came out, you could see they'd been crying. He was very upset about the Stompie incident. After that, Winnie didn't come and visit. He would ask me why she didn't come. She would always have excuses. I realized that things were not going well between them anymore.
The state was privy not just to Mandela's personal anguish, but to the political conflicts he was having with his skeptical comrades.
Mandela had said the enemy is not surrendering. All he's left with is his army. Intact, that's what Mandela said. All the enemy can do is to go for a scorched earth policy and ruin the country that we have struggled for so long.
Mandela needed results.
Mr. Mandela became aggressive on not being allowed the opportunity of discussing with Mr. Botha.
Finally, Barnard did fix a meeting. The two men argued in the car. Mandela had been demanding the release of Walter Sisulu as a sign of the government's serious intentions.
I tried to convince him, don't mention Walter Sisulu. Listen to me, I know what is going on. If you mention the release of Walter Sisulu, Mr. Botha will say no.
I'd asked Mandela what was his thinking before his first meeting with P.W. Botha. And he then said to me, the one thing he knew that he was never going to allow was the way P.W. Botha had treated other African leaders, where he had lectured them. He was never going to be allowed to treat me like that.
As they approach each other to say, how are you? How are you? There was almost relief on both sides. I always have a vivid picture of that, of the relief between the two men.
He spoke of P.W. Botha with such veneration, such affection. Why? Because the day that he met P.W. walked halfway across the room with his hand out to shake hands. P.W. had acted like a gentleman and had treated him like a gentleman.
It started off quite well, and then Mr. Mandela raised the issue of Sisulu. Strangely enough, Mr. Botha listened and he said, Barnard, I think we must help him. I think it must be done. You will give some attention to that.
Mandela had been the first to offer peace talks, but it was Bota's government that made the first major concession. Within 3 months of the meeting, Walter Sisulu and the rest of the Rivonia prisoners would be released.
Mandela decided to go and say to the enemy, here's a white flag. I know you are afraid, but raise the flag. He blinked on behalf of the enemy and therefore gave the enemy the chance to retreat.
Botha fell ill and resigned, but his meeting with Mandela had raised new expectations. His successor, F.W. de Klerk, arrived at the presidency, a politician born and bred in the conservative wing of the National Party. He was under irresistible pressure at home and abroad to act quickly.
In exactly the same way as when Gorbachev embarked on his perestroika and glasnost, he certainly didn't have in mind the collapse of the Soviet Union and the whole Soviet Empire. De Klerk came in there with a very, very convoluted concept. Anything they didn't like, anything that was going to change the structures of the status quo, they'd be able to veto. But first of all, let's get the West on our side. Let's do the big deed, make a huge splash.
The government has taken a firm decision to release Mr. Mandela unconditionally. I am serious about bringing this matter to finality without delay.
Any moment now, any moment. There's Mr. Mandela, Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa. That is the man who the world has been waiting to see.
He said he really was amazed. It was multiracial. But so many white people. He really was, well, I mean, he was over the moon, but he was also genuinely quite taken aback.
We had no tears on Robben Island. You could feel them welling, but they didn't come out. There he was. All we could do was to hug one another and shout, say anything. It's done, he's free.
I feared that I may have to make a speech at his funeral whilst he was in jail. That was the phobia that I lived with all the years. To see him free was really the realization of a dream for me.
In Cape Town, a vast crowd waited all day for Mandela's first speech. The government was anxious.
Will it be possible for us to go through the next 24, 48, 72 hours without a major people's uprising, creating momentum? The one wave becomes two, and the two becomes four, and four becomes 8.
Mandela had become such a magical name that the day he was released, everything would be all right. it would all come right. And we knew it wasn't going to get fixed in a day. But the expectations were such that this was going to be like the second coming of Christ.
I stand here before you not as a prophet, but as a humble servant of you, the people.
The next day, Mandela returned to the home in Soweto he had left 3 decades earlier.
They were as one and very happy to be together. Winnie looking like a very shy bride, talking about how she doesn't know whether she should bring his slippers to his bedside, his clothes to him, dutiful wife.
My first impression of him was that he was very quiet. He was listening to everybody very carefully. And then something quite incredible happened. He called her Zami, and she said, yes, Tata, and he asked her something about making tea for the visitors. And I thought that was absolutely quite incredible. He'd walked back into his house and took charge as the head of the house in a home where Winnie was the head of the house for many years. Winnie had grown into a very different person, very independent in her own right, also very adored by ordinary South African people. It was going to be very difficult for them to continue a relationship that hadn't been there for 27 years.
Things fell apart between them because Nelson was now the supreme negotiator. And he also felt that during that period he should observe law and order of the apartheid state. Because things were about to change. That made sense. Winnie still had that rebellious streak in her. And there were a lot of people who were like her, who didn't quite identify with the negotiation process that was going on. So there was a cleavage.
The marriage came under visible strain. Winnie was facing charges in connection with the Stompie Sepe murder.
He believed so in Winnie that she could never have done what the people were saying. All along at that period, he did believe in her. He asked people to go to court to show support for her.
One of the things he would always say to me, what Winnie went through was much worse than what I went through. She's in solitary confinement for a year and a half. Why? I married her. She's separated from her children for, months on end. Why? I married her. So I think he felt a lot of good old-fashioned guilt about that.
The trial went on for 4 months.
He couldn't carry on living with Winnie under the same roof. She never went to bed unless he was asleep. He felt that she never wanted confrontation. She never wanted him to talk to her about anything. She never gave him the chance to.
Winnie was found guilty of assault and kidnapping, but got off with a suspended sentence. Then, one of her lawyers in the trial accompanied her on a trip to America.
She was going abroad, and she was then taking a friend with her, Dali and Mpofu with her, and he specifically asked her not to do that. And she said she wouldn't. He phoned her one night. Dali answered the telephone.
Winnie had written Mpofu a love letter, which Nelson would have to read in the press.
He loved her very deeply. And I don't think it's a hurt that he will have got over easily. You don't want me to talk to you about things that he would have shared really in very, very strict confidence. Things that a man doesn't usually tell another man about things that are happening at home. He loved very, very deeply. Yeah.
It didn't happen all of a sudden. He moved out of the house. She pleaded with him to return. And he didn't. And then you had the break.
Just as he had always done, Mandela consulted with Sisulu and the others to consider the political consequences. They joined him at a press conference.
My love for her remains undiminished. However, we have mutually agreed that a separation would be best for each one of us.
What he hated about that and what he hated about Winnie is that she forced him to show emotion in public in a way that he never wanted to. That's what he hated.
To determine. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you'll appreciate the pain I have gone through. And I now end this interview.
Thank you very much.
I think the period after the separation from Winnie was probably the loneliest of all. And that was the worst of all periods.
Thank you.
After all, it was an extraordinary time, really, to be the most famous man in the world, but when you were also the loneliest one.
A very selfless man who sacrificed most of his time and most of his time away from his family to fight for what is right.
I would love to say thank you so much for your gift, for your selflessness, and for your sacrifice.
And I think the lesson that I'll take from him is the ability for a man to be selfless, and how that act can just have a broader and bigger impact.
Thank you.
Mandela had begun his relationship with de Klerk in a spirit of trust. Their mission was to hammer out a new political order and to carry with them a country brutalized by apartheid, threatened by violence. Mandela described de Klerk as a man of integrity.
I got to know him as a very good listener, as a man with a legal mind, coming forth, generally speaking, with reasonable replies and reactions towards requests, towards suggestions, solution-orientated.
He was perhaps much more trusting of Mr. de Klerk than a lot of the rest of us were. I think some of us saw de Klerk as having accepted the reality of negotiating with the genuine leaders. We didn't see him as a convert to democracy.
There seemed to be a special kind of alchemy operating between them. But once they got onto this whole thing of how to deal with the violence, and they had their differences, there was only one way their relationship was going to go, and it was down.
The violence had escalated dramatically since Mandela's release. The ANC believed the security forces had a hidden agenda to stall the move towards democracy by encouraging Zulu factions to go to war against their supporters. The bodies were piling up. Mandela asked to be taken to the scenes of the carnage.
It was a terrible sight. You know, to see women and young kids lying there, and the president was there as well. It was a difficult sight.
I will never forget his face. He was deeply shocked by the fact that people would do this to each other. I had the view that Madiba hadn't actually ever confronted the cold face of the violence during the 27 years of his incarceration.
He felt his release would be the end of a chapter of suffering. The organized killings were, in his mind, a negation of what he stood for.
Mandela's supporters were questioning a decision he had taken to call off the armed struggle.
I would stay in the crowd and just listen to what people were saying, and I would tell him. And people were singing a song. They were singing, "You're acting like a sheep and the people are dying." And he said, well, I have to show them that I'm not a sheep, and I'm going to act very sternly.
Mandela called for an urgent meeting with de Klerk in the middle of the night to say that you are the president, the violence is unacceptable, you as president can and must stop it.
His suspicion that somehow or another I was not doing enough or I don't have control, he would say to me, but you are the president. You can stop the violence.
He felt that de Klerk was not coming clean, that de Klerk knew of this, was not admitting it, even in their confidential one-on-one meetings. And that is, to Mandela, just unacceptable at a personal level. He snapped with de Klerk. He doesn't like de Klerk, it's quite clear. He'll control it because he's a very controlled individual, and that's part of the prison legacy.
Then in 1993, the white right struck a blow that threatened all-out racial war. They assassinated Chris Hani, a hugely popular ANC leader.
There was his skull shattered. The Chris Hani episode was a near breaking point for everything that we had put together. But Chris died for peace.
I think you'll...
How shall we convince people?
Oh, okay.
How about you?
Okay.
People were in no mood for talk of peace. Mandela was hundreds of miles away at his house in the Transkei.
The phone rang, and I saw him talking on the phone. Yes, and his face went from that pleasant, pleased face to this stony, cold mask. There was no moment of grieving at all. That single moment was all of the political machinery and calculations that were going on in his head. What would this do for the nation? What would this do for the peace? What would this do for the negotiations?
Mandela flew immediately to Johannesburg. He had calculated that there was only one way to stop a bloodbath: to give his people proof that peace would lead them to freedom.
We used that moment very, very cleverly to say to the enemy, de Klerk and them, now or never, you give us a date for elections on the death of Chris. There must be something.
This is a watershed moment for all of us. Our decisions and actions will determine whether we use our pain, our grief, and our outrage to move forward to what is the only lasting solution for our country: an elected government of the people.
The election took place on the one-year anniversary of Hani's death. Mandela arrived for his presidential inauguration after a landslide victory. De Klerk would be his deputy president in a government of national unity.
The moment that has been long delayed.
Here I was watching the ceremony. And there were all these ambiguities in my own mind. The head of the army, the head of the police, the very man that persecuted Winnie in Brantford, General van der Merwe, next to the president, and Winnie nearby.
My heart went out to Winnie on that day. She was at the inauguration, and she was away from the Central Party. You imagine that this person must have waited her whole life for this moment, and it wasn't there for her. We discussed how we could possibly arrange at least that Mrs. Mandela be part of the main party, but he wouldn't have it. It was his decision.
I, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, do hereby swear to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and to devote myself to the well-being of the Republic and all its people.
Will you please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
One great challenge remained. Mandela now led a racially mixed coalition government. But could he create a common nationhood among a people still deeply divided between black and white?
President Mandela was not a hands-on president at any time. Right from the beginning, he did not interfere in the day-to-day discussions and decisions which were taken. He acted more the role of a ceremonial president, a nation builder, trying to be a unifying factor.
Because you are older than I am.
Yes, I know.
One of his first acts was to invite Mrs. P.W. Botha and the widows of the other old apartheid leaders to lunch.
He called me to his house and he said, we must get these women together with some of our women. And I said, what are we going to say to them?
You dodged that day and you wasn't there.
My reaction was also a bit of horror. But I thought, well, it's reconciliation. I mean, you know, this is it.
There's a lady here who was the first to encourage me in my new position. And that is Mrs. Dignitaries.
Ons is so dankbaar om so by mekaar te wees. Ons voel almal een. Dankie vir jou.
Baie dankie. Baie dankie. Baie mooi. Thank you.
It's not theatre. It's not symbolic. It is this view that people have got to see this new South Africa as something in which they have a place. that we don't allow whatever gains we've got to be washed away.
Mandela was deliberately constructing himself as the embodiment of an ideal he wanted all South Africans to follow.
This is the practical way of forgetting the past and of building our country.
It's a nation-building strategy of reconciliation, and so on. And he was prepared to go the whole hog, even when others would have felt awkward and embarrassed even.
Some of the things bamboozle you. You say to yourself, is it really happening? Is this Mrs. P.W. Botha sitting next to my president, talking as if things have always been normal? But he was there, the elegant Tembu gentleman, polite, humble, and down to earth.
Whose husbands have brought honor to our country.
We as Tembus have no grudge against wrongdoers. If we cross each other's road today, tomorrow that's long past and forgotten. That is a good symbol of a good leader. Because if you are a leader, all people are your subjects. You have to listen to them. You have to pay homage to them when the occasion arises.
An occasion. The Rugby World Cup final in Johannesburg. The passion stirred by rugby had always sharpened the divisions between the two nations, black and white.
How was rugby perceived by black people? Maybe a game played by the white oppressors, a game that was used by the governing party and the government of the time as highlighting how good we were as a country. I was walking out the change room, walking into this bright, harsh sunlight, 70,000 South African rugby fans chanting. I don't think I'll ever experience a moment like that again.
Mandela suddenly appeared in the captain's jersey, stunning the white crowd, standing by his team.
Nelson. We stood there and we didn't know what to say. The liberation struggle of our people was not about liberating blacks from bondage, but more so, it was about liberating white people from fear. And there it was. Fear melting away. Nelson.
That's Zinza and Brook.
New Zealand, the favourites, were expected to run away with the game.
On the inside to Brewer. This is Walter Little.
But in the dying minutes, with the game tied, South Africa made their move.
Stransky looks for the drop. Has he got it? Yes, it's over. That is it. The final whistle then. South Africa win this Rugby World Cup final.
The whole country went wild. He said later, it was the happiest day of his life.
That was a defining moment in the life of our country. It's not anything that you can contrive. It's unbelievable that when we won, that people could be dancing in Soweto. It had the effect of just turning round, I think, our country. It said it is actually possible for us to become one nation. the icon of reconciliation and forgiveness, of holding together a country that everybody kept predicting, oh, it didn't happen at the elections, it didn't go up in flames in the elections, give them 6 months, and this country will be down the tubes. It's 4 years later. And I do believe that without him, it would not have been possible to hold together those disparate parts that were flying all over the place. And that is, I think, his greatest legacy.
Mandela had promised he would leave office after one term. Back in the hills of Transkei, he built a retirement home, an exact replica of the house he lived in at Victor Verster prison. And then he found someone to share it with. He met the widow of the late president of Mozambique, Graça Machel, at a party.
You could see that Madiba was absolutely taken by Graça. He said to me that she's got such a beautiful smile. And I thought, wow, well, my boss is in love.
They were married on his 80th birthday.
While he is here, he is no longer regarded as a state president, but as a member of a royal family. It's compulsory that he partakes.
The young man who ran away from the responsibilities of his birth was expected home.
He has a role to play.
Ambagahle kawela maqhawe lihambile iqhawela maqhawe.
This is Mandela's first television interview.
There is room for all the various races in this country. The Africans want the franchise on the basis of one man, one vote. They want political independence. No one is born hating another person for the color of their skin, religion, or background. Even in the grimmest times, I have seen glimmers of humanity which reassured me that man's goodness is a flame that can never be extinguished.
Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Amandla i-Afrika bayibuye. Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another. South Africa. Let freedom reign. God bless Africa.
Ambagase, ambagase, kawela makawe.
Is Air Force One and President Obama at the top of the stairs there. And there he is standing next to George Bush Jr. Being escorted there by the International Relations Minister Maite Mkhwana Mashabane. Air India coming with the Indian head of state, a delegation that's come through as well. And this is just some of the images of some of the dignitaries that have been arriving from around the world. Again, India very well represented, the United States very well represented. We saw the Canadian Prime Minister a short while ago, and also AU Commission Chair Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who came through. And we're starting to see a lot of activity taking place at the stadium there.
We will continue to keep an eye on the proceedings at the FNB Stadium, but let's turn our attention to this for a moment. The Elders, an eminent persons group of global leaders, have paid tribute to Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, they say that he was a visionary leader and they will continue his legacy. Well, a short while ago, they made this brief statement. Let's take a listen to what they had to say.
I am saddened to be standing here before you today as we prepare to say farewell to Nelson Mandela. We send our affection and wishes of comfort to Mandela's wife Graça, our fellow elder, and the entire Mandela family. The world has lost a visionary leader, a courageous voice for justice, and a clear moral compass. Nelson Mandela led a singular life of sacrifice in the name of freedom and human rights. He taught the world that the very path to freedom and human dignity lies in love, wisdom, compassion for one another. He stands as an inspiration to us all, and like few others, he will inspire generations to come. It was here in Johannesburg 3 years ago that the elders all met with Mandela as a group for the last time. We look forward to continuing his legacy. Madiba believed in the continuity of the elders. He launched the group when he was 89 years old, determined as ever to carry forth the idea that was bigger than any one individual. When he founded the group here in Johannesburg in 2007, he said, and I quote, "The elders will support courage where there is fear, foster agreement where there is conflict, and inspire hope where there is despair." Today we reflect on the man who uttered those words, how his courage and compassion helped millions around the world to triumph over despair, conflict, and fear. As we mourn Madiba's departure today, we also celebrate his life and the lessons he taught us. And tomorrow we shall return to our work, inspired by Nelson Mandela's life and legacy, in the name of peace, justice, and human rights.
All right, that statement from the elders that was delivered a short while ago, led by the former UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan, who's in the country as well, will be part of those celebrations. People continue to arrive. We saw just now the Deputy President, Kgalema Motlanthe, arriving, and I think that's him there standing with his partner. But just before we continue with the coverage from the FNB Stadium, no one can forget that glorious moment when Bafana Bafana lifted the Africa Cup of Nations trophy for the first time after beating Tunisia 2-0. Former President Nelson Mandela was sitting in the crowd cheering the team on, and defender and captain, my captain, Neil Tovey, captained the side and joins us now from our Durban studios to tell us more about his interactions with Madiba and his magic. Neil, thank you very much for joining us on the program, especially on a very special day such as today, remembering Tata Madiba.
Yeah, what a wonderful day. You know, everybody seems to, on mourning, but then we must celebrate the legacy that he's left us and the great times that we had with him.
Neil, we're going to have to come back to you in a short while. Just bear with us, because we're starting to see the dignitaries arrive at the FNB Stadium there. And right now is the Deputy President of the Deputy President of South Africa, Kgalema Motlanthe, entering the FNB Stadium for the celebrations.
And we saw a moment ago, Peter, also former President Thabo Mbeki has also arrived. I think in just a moment the cameras will pan there now as we're still following Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe and his partner there. But we do know Thabo Mbeki just a moment ago shaking hands there with the Deputy President. The former President Thabo Mbeki has made an appearance there at the FNB Stadium.
And these are just some of many dignitaries that you're going to be seeing today during the course of this commemoration, this memorial service for former President Tata Mandela. And I can be certain that every single one of these people here will have a story or a memory or something that has inspired them through their own leaderships that they've taken from Tata Madiba.
He was always considered someone who was a mentor, someone who groomed a lot of leaders that we're seeing today. One such man is this gentleman, that is Thabo Mbeki, his wife there, Zanele, also walking towards the elevator there as they go into the building, the FNB Stadium. We know President Thabo Mbeki, their former president, was groomed by Nelson Mandela. He did, of course, take over from him as president.
Yes, indeed. He was the first deputy president of the country when Tata Madiba was president. And that man that you're seeing there is Advocate George Bizos, and he's walking in. I think that's Zelda Lechansi holding his hand. Advocate George Bizos, part of the legal team at the famous Rivonia Trial, and has been a lifelong friend of Tata Madiba, and always willing to shed a tear when he talks about Madiba, especially when he got ill. I think it was just a bit too much for him. And next to him, of course, his long-time personal assistant, Zelda Lekhansi, walking in together.
And the advocate you just mentioned, George Bizos, working side by side. And he's had a lot to say about Madiba, the lawyer, as well, which is something that is not often spoken about. But he spoke about the presence of Dr. Nelson Mandela as he walked into a courtroom. And he says there is very, very little people who could actually resist or deny the presence of this man when he came in, and he had put an argument before the judge, and he had questioned people. And many women in particular is one thing that was mentioned, that white women would be gasped, when they were asked these questions with such confidence, as was the case when Madiba did so. And here's another friend of Dr. Nelson Mandela, Mr. Ahmed Kathrada, who shared some of the stories that they experienced there in a prison there in Robben Island. Mr. Kathrada saying that Madiba had such a love for hair gel. There was a particular brand, I think Pantene it was, that he said he gave the warders quite a tough time when that particular brand was discontinued. Just some of the memories that they shared together. Mr. Ahmed Kathrada, a struggle icon and veteran there, having just come into the FNB Stadium.
And right behind them, I think that was the Premier of the Northwest, Thandi Modise, arriving as well. So the dignitaries slowly coming in one by one as the cars pull up to this VIP entrance. And it really is a who's who of both the continent and the world arriving here to bid farewell to Tata Madiba. And we'll continue to share with you these images as the special broadcast unfolds throughout the course of the day, where the memorial service is taking place out there at FNB Stadium. And as I said, more dignitaries are coming through. And we'll try and identify as many as we can, but we're talking about 91 heads of state that will possibly be in the country between today and Sunday, with the final state funeral in Punu that will be taking place there.
And as we take a look at the various officials and dignitaries and VIPs who are making a grand entrance there at the FNB Stadium, we must also just mention that we have spotted some of the Mandela family members who are indeed there. Some of the daughters we've seen also on the stage, and making sure that everything is in place. They have started to arrive there at the moment. It is exactly 10 o'clock on the dot. 11 o'clock is when we expect the proceedings to begin. The official program being presided over by Cyril Ramaphosa, as well as Umama Balega Mbete. They will be the program directors, which we expect the program, of course, to begin at around 11 o'clock. It was scheduled to wrap up at 3 o'clock, but Peter, I keep on saying this when I mention the time. It's that people are there to share in the spirit of togetherness, in reconciliation, in memory of Dr. Nelson Mandela. I doubt anybody will be looking at the time. I mean, people started singing and dancing from about 5, 6 o'clock this morning. And I remember just sharing with one of our colleagues that, aren't they going to get tired come 11 o'clock? And she said to me, Ayanda, I highly doubt it. Because at this point, the spirit takes over the body. And the spirit is jovial. The spirit is remembering Madiba. Your fatigue will be the last thing on your mind.
No, these are historic times that we're living through, and I think people, perhaps when they look back, they'll realize just how historic these moments have been. And we're very fortunate that Tata Madiba was South African, belonged to South Africa. As much as we've shared him with the world, he was possibly, and you spoke to the brand South Africa CEO, one of our greatest exports as well at the same time was Madiba's image, his persona, his teachings. And so hence, I think, the arrival of so many dignitaries here.
Indeed, and I think the onus is now on us. The onus is on us to make sure that we carry that the baton and run the race and continue to fight that good fight, making sure that the Rainbow Nation ideal is continued.
Okay. All right, so let's go back to Durban now. Just before these dignitaries were arriving, we were talking to Bafana captain Neil Tovey, who captained our side to a victory. Neil, sport and Tata Madiba over the years, synonymous. Recount for us your experience with him, particularly with the African Nations Cup.
Yeah, what a wonderful day. We knew that he knew that sport was going to play a significant role in bringing the country together. That day we did not quite know what we were going to about achieve, but him being there, he was throughout the tournament, he was at our hotel visiting us, and when obviously in his busy schedule, when he couldn't make it, he would give a telephone call to wish the team all the best and very well for the game. So, just to see him there in your shirt like he did with Francois, very, very, very privileged to be in that position and the captain of the country at that time.
What did his presence and his words do for the team? Did it raise your game, do you think?
Well, undoubtedly. We knew what he had done for us. He had brought us into international football. Prior to that, we could only aspire to play for the best club in the country. But he brought us into the international fold and opened the horizons for us in regards to sport, or namely soccer in our regard. But so he opened up a wonderful passage for our footballers in this country. So we knew that there was not a doubt that we could not try to do our best for him.
And did you understand that, look, everyone talks about the power of sport, but did you understand at the time as well that there was a bigger agenda playing out? It wasn't just a football match for 90 minutes.
Yeah, we did, because we'd realised what the Springboks victory in 95 had done in uniting the country immensely. And this was now, obviously, in numbers and pure numbers, it was much, much bigger than the Rugby World Cup in terms of that. So we knew that it was, there was people all over the country, whether you were on a farm at Beaufort West or you were in Durban's beach. Everybody was looking on what Bafana were going to achieve on that Pacific Day and what it would do to open up our life as footballers.
What did he say to you specifically?
No, he just said, Neil, just keep the troops together. We know that your leadership will bring us through. There's going to be times when, and this was the night before, there's going to be times when the game was going to get difficult. But we've got huge confidence in your ability and the team's ability, and we know that you'll bring it home. Don't do anything different to what you've done throughout the tournament. Just go out there and just play your normal game.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Neil, for sharing those thoughts with us. Captain, my captain, Neil Tovey, who was captain when South Africa won the African Cup of Nations. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
All right. Well, you can see images there of former Deputy President F.W. de Klerk and former Head of State of South Africa, the last President of South Africa before the new dispensation.
Indeed, and that's where we say goodbye to you for now. We're going to leave you in the capable hands of our colleagues who are at the FNB Stadium, and then Nompo and Devon will continue to track all the dignitaries who are coming in to the FNB Stadium.
Fine.
All right, a very, very good morning to you as we come to you live from the FNB Stadium. This is the venue for the memorial service for the late President Nelson Mandela. You've been seeing all of the dignitaries arriving on your screens right now. We are seeing the former President F.W. de Klerk, and prior to this we saw the Archbishop Desmond Tutu arriving. We've seen all of the elders, in fact, arriving in one vehicle. So it is absolutely an incredible atmosphere here, and I suppose it's a good morning from the rest of us that are going to be here for the rest of the proceedings.
Kunjalo kanye nami mandizibulisele mawethu silapha kweliqonga lensizi liyana izulu apha FNB Stadium, kodwa noko kunjalo isiqabu sikho siyabonakala nabantu bazidelile beza lisina kunjalo. Namhlanje ke njengoko nisazi inkonzo yesikhumbuzo, inkonzo ebalulekileyo apha kweliphondo laseGauteng, apho sizokuthi ngokusesikweni ngokwaseburhulumenteni ndlelantle kuba uNelson Mandela.
And from me, Vuyo Mvogo, it's a very good morning and a warm welcome to this special broadcast where we'll be bringing you the full memorial service of the late Utata Nelson Mandela, Unyana Ka Nosekeni. We will be here indeed. Many heads of state are already here. We just saw the president who will be giving that keynote address. And we're also going to see something only Madiba could pull off. Where Cuba Cuba and the United States will be sharing the stage for the first time, I don't know in how many years. We'll be bringing you all of that and more here over the next few hours.
It's quite interesting to see, as you're saying, Voya, the amount of people that have actually gathered here, world leaders. I think I've heard it said that there haven't been as many world leaders gathering together outside of the United Nations. And I think that, as you say, is absolutely indicative of what that Madiba power and what Mandela is able to achieve. Well,
the United States alone is bringing 3 former presidents and 1 current president. Brazil is bringing 5.
Amazing.
And it's quite amazing. Only Madiba indeed could pull that one off.
Well, there you have on your screen right now, you can see that Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma has just arrived into the stadium this morning, and you can see all the dignitaries that are arriving downstairs in a VIP section. And she, of course, there being welcomed by our Health Minister, Aaron Motsoaledi, and they're all, as you can imagine, at this point in time awaiting this moment to begin, which, of course, does begin at 11 o'clock.
Masitsho ke mawethu sithi befika nje abafikeli kwibala lase-FNB elithezole abantu babamkela ngengoma oko kusile sifikile apha sifika apha kanye emva kwensimbi yesithandathu abantu bebesemfuthweni becula amagwijo omzabalazo bekhahlela kweli khwahla ubawo uMandela.
Ukhumbule sinoxolo okokuba uninzi kubo kwabo sibafumene ngalentsasa bebefike kwaphezulu kukho abantu abalele apha. By the time I was going off air around 10 o'clock last night, a lot of people had already arrived, making sure that they are going to get key positions here this morning. Unfortunately, the rain has been performing, doing all sorts of tricks, but as you can see already, people are beginning to trickle in. I think many of them in defiance, of course, of the terrible weather conditions that are hell-bent on putting a damper on this, but a lot of people not prepared, Leanne, to really be distracted. They are prepared to make sure that they come here and they are paying this tribute to Nelson Mandela.
Well, if one has a look at the stadium, you can see that all of the covered seating is full at this stage. So I think everybody that is arriving is making their way up to the covered seating. And then, of course, you've got the brave souls with their umbrellas, which, by the way, initially umbrellas were not allowed into the stadium. But I think security decided to change their minds. And when they saw the weather condition, people were allowed to bring their umbrellas in. So those that have taken those seats up in the front, they do have their umbrellas, and they are trying to get as close to the proceedings as they possibly can, which is going to begin in around about 45 minutes from now.
Kodwa ke ndingatsho mna ndithi Vuyo umzontsundu awothuki xa amazulu esenjenje. Ithi imvula xa isina ngemini ezifana nale kwaXhosa kuthiwa ziinyembezi zasemazulwini. So asikhalazi ukwehla kwentsikelelo indlela mhlawumbi amazulu abonakalisa ngayo into yokokuba kubi namhlanje nawo akhala nathi singabeli boMzantsi Afrika.
Well, we're not alone. We do have many of our reporters all over the stadium who will be bringing you conversations with South Africans who have come to pay tribute from various vantage points. And with that, we're going to link to Yolisa Kanjamela on the other side of the stadium. Yolisa, it's over to you.
We're in a very noisy space here at FNB Stadium on the north side, of course. Many people unfazed by the rain and the noise that is going on here. Of course, foreigners in their numbers. There are over 2,000 accredited media personnel in this stadium. Most of them came in as early as 4 o'clock. Interesting times indeed. As we were walking to this side, we saw the British Prime Minister, David Cameron, addressing the media. In fact, more than anything, being ambushed by the media because they want to talk to everybody that is coming in who is deemed as important. And of course, the legendary Mr. Nelson Mandela has the kind of power that you can see here in terms of the power relations. Of course, you would know Zimbabwe and the British don't have such great relations. And now the two presidents are forced to share the stage. Of course, Raul Castro of Cuba and the United States President Barack Obama are also going to be sharing a stage. That is such a power of Nelson Mandela. So we're expecting a lot of interesting things that are happening here, but we'll be bringing them as they come to you from all over the stadium.
What?
All right, Elisa, thank you very, very much. Keeping your eye on the ground there and finding out what's happening in and amongst the crowds. We've also got exclusive access to the field, which we'll be able to be crossing to. I know that Griselda Lewis is manning that position, so it'll be interesting to see the man point from there and what I can imagine she's going to be witnessing from being that close. Now, you're seeing all of the dignitaries arriving. It's almost surreal to see the amount of leaders that are arriving here at the FNB Stadium to bid their farewell and to remember Nelson Mandela, who passed away on Thursday night, last Thursday. And it's a night that I'm sure many decisions were made and taken by the leaders that have decided to come out here and to pay their respects to Madiba. We heard a lot earlier that Winnie Madikizela Mandela, the ex-wife of Mandela, has arrived at the stadium as well. And they're all being ushered, as you can imagine, into the respective hospitality suites where they will be. But then, of course, they will be led onto the field when the ceremony begins at 11 o'clock this morning.
Must have pointed out a very big logistically a very involved and quite complicated operation. I mean, protocols that have to be observed here with so many heads of state. This is bigger from that point of view. This is much, much bigger than even the World Cup, which is the biggest event we've hosted so far. And as the Secretary General of the ANC said earlier, a lot of things are bound to go wrong, but everyone is determined to trudge on and make sure that this event is handled with the dignity that it deserves, and everything goes as close as possible to plan.
Yeah, I must say, Vuya, I think that this particular event, when we talk about social media, the power of social media during this event has been amazing, because I think all of the logistics are being communicated to everybody that is here, that everybody is coming in to just please be calm, please be patient, please understand. And I think there is a sense of understanding amongst the people that have gathered here, the leaders that are arriving, the security personnel that are in place. It is an absolutely massive occasion, and for this occasion, I think that Madiba magic has overtaken us all. We talk about the weather conditions, Nkolo, and this is something that I think tradition has played a big role in.
asinaxhala ile mvula eyenzekayo ngoba siyazi thina into yokokuba zintsikelelo zodwa ezokuthi kodwa ke manje likhankanye lokuba ezinkokheli zikhoyo namhlanje apha zizokuzimasa lenkonzo kabawo uMandela, inkokheli zehlabathi kubandakanywa nazo eziphuma apha eAfrika, eziphume ngobuninzi bazo njengokuba nizibona zingena ngokungena, ziluphawu lwendlela ubawo uMandela ebeyiyo nendlela ebethathwa ngayo kwihlabathi ngokubanzi, into ebeyiyo kubo nento ebebeyiyo nabo kumbutho ebewusebenzela umbutho weANC. Kwezinkokheli zikhoyo apha zikhona inkokheli ezathi ngela xesha iANC yaselubhacweni zayinika igwiba zaba likhaya kwimbacu zalapha ekhaya ngaloo maxesha anzima, amaxesha engcinezelo. Ngoko ke akusothusi Vuyo into yokokubana zibe zilapha namhlanje.
Vuya uyikhanganyile lento ngoba abantu abaninzi bavuka sekunje, kodwa ke balibala ukubana sekunje nje lento yaqala phi, ngoba eneneni ngelixa abantu soyisakala siluluntu lomzantsi Afrika songanyelwe ngabasemagunyeni ngelo xesha, kwanyanzeleka ukuba oTat Mandela baye kumazwe aseAfrika. Waqala eEthiopia, ukuze akwazi ukwenza izinto underground awayengakwazi ukuzenza ngelo lixa. Ukhumbule okokubana iinkampu zemibutho yonke yayisilwa ingcinezelo yaye yasingathwa ngoorhulumente balapha eAfrika, komaZambia, komaZimbabwe njalo njalo. Abanye abantu asithi ngovukenceni kwaphela, kodwa ke ibalekile into yokubana imbali ibe yimbali ngohlobo elulo ngezinto ezenzekayo. In other words, it is important to take note of the fact that Africa played perhaps the most crucial role in our liberation, in that before the world could embrace the liberation movement, Africans themselves had to make lots of sacrifices, and a lot of the so-called frontline states paid a huge price at the time as they sought to make sure that our liberation struggle isn't compromised by the fact that we didn't have access to facilities, our guerrillas could not be accommodated, and that resources, they had to make sure that resources were indeed mobilized. The Organization of African Unity, as poor as it was, had to make sure that they spend the last monies they had to make sure that we get to where we are right now.
All right, having a look at our screen right now and seeing that the wife of the late President Nelson Mandela has now arrived at the FNB Stadium this morning, and you can see that she is surrounded by many people that obviously are close to her, and we've got the Minister Lulu Qingwana who is with her there, and many other ladies that are accompanying her up into this stadium. And you can see as the minutes roll by, there are more and more dignitaries arriving. But one has to really pay a thought to Graça Machel at this time, who many of us have heard that she has spent every moment with Mandela up until the day that he passed on, and has not left his side and has been a great support to him at this time. All articles and things that have been written about the support that Graça Machel has given Mandela over this time has been absolutely incredible and heartwarming to the nation, as one would expect at this time.
Ndiqinisekile nto zakuthi niqaphele into yokokubana umama uMachel namhlanje uvathe ezimnyama zodwa. Kunyanzelekile ke kube kunjalo, kuba kuye kunyembelekile namhlanje ngokwesintu siyamvumela into yokuba umyeni wakhe amzilele ngesidima nangesithozela umbala ke ophuhlisa oko kuthi thina abantu bantsundu ngumbala omnyama fuyo.
Njalo kanye sisinoxolo usezileni yolonto singamboni ethetha yolonto singamboni kakhulu ngoba uhleli ekhukhweni okokoko uba uMandela waye wanduluka uqinisekisa ukubana wonke lo mcimbi usingatha ngesidima nangesithozela njengenkosikazi yakwamadiba.
Well, there you can see that David Cameron, the British Prime Minister, has just arrived, stepped out of his vehicle. It's quite incredible to note that every living British Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, is going to be in this stadium for this memorial service. And that, again, another accolade for what an incredible man Mandela was, and how many people just want to be here in order to celebrate his life and to remember him in the way that the world wants to. Well, a little bit earlier on your screen, you saw the arrival of Trevor Manuel as well. Maria Ramos also arriving with him. We've seen a lot of the African presidents coming in. Jerry Rawlings, also the president of Ghana, also arriving at the stadium, at the FNB Stadium. And just remember, these images you're seeing are live at this point. The grandchildren of Madiba also arriving at the stadium. Now, they're playing a very key and pivotal role in today's official program. Let me read to you the official program that I do have in my hand at this point in time. There's first going to be a tribute by the family friend Andrew Lamlengleni. Then there's also going to be another tribute by a family member, Thandutolo Mandela. The grandchildren are going to then speak. Mbuso Mandela, Andile Mandela, Zozoku Dlamini and Pumla Mandela are going to address the crowds gathered here and the world that's watching on to this memorial service. There's going to be a tribute by a UN representative, the General Secretary Ban Ki-moon, who is in South Africa. We heard from him yesterday when he addressed the media that he is going to attend this memorial service, and he's going to address the crowds as well gathered. Straight after that, we saw her arriving a little bit earlier, the AU Commission, the chair, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. She is then going to speak to us. Then foreign dignitaries are also going to be speaking. Let me talk you through that. We saw the aircraft Air Force One arriving earlier this morning in the country. President Barack Obama, the United States President, is going to be speaking. President Dilma Rousseff, the President of Brazil, is going to address. The Vice President Li Yuanchao from China is going to speak. President Hifikepunye Pohamba from Namibia is also going to be addressing the crowds. Then, of course, President Pranab Mukherjee from India. And then finally, President Raul Castro Ruz from Cuba is also going to be speaking. Vuyo, I know, mentioning in the opening that this is an momentous occasion. The fact that you've got the United States President and the Cuban President both in attendance and sharing a podium at the same time. Then, of course, the keynote address is going to be given by our president, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Jacob Zuma. So then the bishop is Ivan Abrams, is going to give the sermon. And then finally, a vote of thanks will be given by the Premier of Gauteng, Nomvula Mokonyane. So that's the program, the official program that we were given as we arrived here at the FNB Stadium. Charlize Theron has just arrived at the stadium as well. Charlize Theron, a massive Hollywood actress, and when one looks at photographs of the time that she met Mandela, it was a very emotional time for her. If I'm not mistaken, I even remember her crying at that time. There's Bono, the lead singer of U2, also playing a very pivotal role when it comes to those 46664 concerts that were held here in South Africa for the very first time, and then, of course, taken around the world to millions that have watched it, and, of course, tens of thousands that have had the opportunity to attend those concerts. So we'll keep these visuals on your screen as and when the dignitaries, celebrities, politicians arrive here at the FNB Stadium. I'm now joined by Jessie Duarte. Jessie, how are you feeling this morning? How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you very much, Leanne. Good morning to you and good morning to South Africa.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming. There are over 90 heads of state in the country at the moment.
Yeah.
Having joined us to pay their respects to this remarkable son of our soil. And I think what Madiba possibly is saying, wherever he is all of this for me, in his own humble way. Look, I think that it's a remarkable day, and it's been an overwhelming and remarkable week thus far. We've watched people throughout the world celebrating. And we've seen South Africans in their multitudes, wherever they are, joining hands, irrespective of race, color, creed, and just being South Africans, remembering a man that they all loved and that we all love.
Yeah. I mean, the atmosphere out in the stadium is absolutely incredible. I mean,
it's wonderful.
You've got a beautiful vantage point having a look at the dancing, the singing.
I know.
It is such a celebratory feeling out there.
It is. And as we were coming here, the metro rail stations are packed to capacity. People are waiting. They want to get into those trains. Buses are stuck on highways. There's a huge traffic problem outside. But I think it's going to be a wonderful day. We also will continue tomorrow after the viewing at the Department of Foreign Affairs because we couldn't fit everybody in who wanted to speak. And what is happening is that the government tried to make sure that we have a speaker from every region of the world saying something. And I think that's was a very good approach. And I think people by and large, are happy with that. But I think a number of heads of state would have liked to speak here for themselves. So we're hoping that we can invite them to speak at provincial rallies, which will be taking place on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I mean, that was a question I was going to ask you. I just I read the program out to the viewers that are watching, and it's very interesting to see the lineup of speakers. So that was the thought process, to try and get a representative from every corner of the world.
Absolutely, Leanne, and you know, to make sure that we had the UN representative, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon is here this morning. He will speak today. Nkosazana, our very own Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who represents Africa as the chair of the commission, she will be here today. So, and she'll speak as well. Raul Castro, the Cubans mean a great deal to South Africa. It's always been a very close working relationship between our country during the liberation years and after. I mean, we have a number of Cuban doctors who are helping us in this country. So Raul is very special. Brazil is here, and they'll speak on behalf of that part of Latin America. But it's not over. There's still many requests being made for people to speak, and we'll see what we can do. We're encouraging the government to find places and spaces where people can make a contribution.
Yeah. In terms of Namibian president addressing us, why the significance of the African countries Namibia speaking?
Well, SADC, President Pohamba is not only speaking on behalf of SWAPO, but he's also speaking on behalf of our region, which is SADC. The frontline states, as we used to call them, included Namibia, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Tanzania, even Uganda was included. And President Pohamba is here to address us here today on behalf of mainly our own region in the continent.
Yeah. What's the feeling like amongst everybody? Because obviously I can imagine the logistical nightmare. I mean, we're seeing all of the presidents from the respective countries arriving on our screens, everything in the background. And we've been talking about the fact that you've got the amount of heads of states here that is never seen anywhere before, other than perhaps within the walls of the United Nations. What's happening behind the scenes?
Well, Leanne, there's a lot of work going on. I mean, making sure that heads of states are all received on time, comfortable. Some heads of states have come with their spouses, making sure that there's a program where they can feel comfortable with. You know, it's a combination of two things. It's making sure that people are happy, but also recognizing that people are mourning. And that's quite a fine line to thread. But I think thus far it's been going well. One of the problems we might have is in the Eastern Cape, where there just is not enough accommodation for anybody, frankly speaking. But a lot of people are down there trying to sort out that problem. Many heads of state are saying that they'd like to go to the funeral itself, to the burial itself. So that's where we are now. The atmosphere in the back room is one of no sleep. Don't think much about what you personally are going through. Make it happen, and make it happen in a very organized and a way in which South Africa will be proud. So we are doing our best.
Has there been a plea or an urge put out to the world leaders, dignitaries that are wanting to come to South Africa to rather come to this memorial service as opposed to go into Kunu where the funeral will be held?
There was a request made. But some of the heads of state were close friends of Madiba. I mean, President Kikwete is not going to leave immediately. He's back today. He will probably speak at one of the provincial conferences. We're hoping to persuade him to do so. But we did make that plea, and that's why you have over 90 heads of states in this place today. The only other time that this has happened was at Madiba's inauguration, where we had over 150 countries represented.
Yeah. There on your screen, the Cuban president has arrived here at the stadium, and we are going to be hearing from him. He is going to be taking to the podium Raul Castro, is the president of Cuba, and he is here arriving at the stadium. Jessie, thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Enjoy the occasion.
Thank you.
All right, as we say, you can see everything that has been taken place here has taken a lot of organization and a lot of planning, and the logistics behind of this has, one can only imagine, been very, very hard work. Now, my colleague is with us here, Priscilla Lewis. She's actually down on the field right now, and I'm sure you can understand and see through the camera lenses how the rain is pelleting down here in the fields of F&B, and she is standing on the field. So let's cross to her right now and get a sense of what the feeling is like from her vantage point. Priscilla?
Well, welcome back here to the front of the FNB Stadium, just in front of the marquees that have been set up here to accommodate the family as well as the distinguished guests that are expected to pay tribute to the late great former President Nelson Mandela. Towards my left, you're able to see the family in terms of the granddaughters and the daughters of the late Nelson Mandela have already started arriving in with the hats and the grey jackets there. You can see that is Makaziwe Mandela standing a little bit towards her right. You can see that's also Ndileka Mandela. Just some of the daughters and the grandchildren that we've seen arriving here. Also top Defence Force delegates have arrived here as well. They were amongst the first to come in. We've also spotted the Defence Minister, Nosiviwe Mapisa Nqakula, and scheduled to go through with the program this afternoon, from this morning into this afternoon. Already we've seen Baleka Mbete arriving, as well as the Deputy President of the ANC as well, Cyril Ramaphosa. They're going to carry through the program this morning into this afternoon. But those are just some of the guests that we've seen arriving here at the moment. I know you did show a bit earlier some of the family members that were arriving as well. So right here, the family have already taken their seats right in the front, and they're also putting a lot of the delegates who are scheduled to sit next to the others here, as well as the Minister of Public Works, as you can see, Tula Snesi. Those are some of the guests that have arrived at the moment. We'll go back to you.
Right, welcome back to the F&B Stadium, where this live broadcast is taking place at the moment. On your screen, you're seeing all of the dignitaries arriving. We saw just a few moments ago that the president of Cuba arrived. And then I'm just hearing in my ear as well, we're going to get a shot for you very shortly, that Francois Pienaar has just arrived, and the rest of the 1995 World Cup winning Springboks. Now, they apparently have arrived at the stadium. Now, one cannot ever take Madiba out of the context of that match, because I think that match certainly is something that will be remembered for many, many decades to come. And when one talks about the reconciliation process in South Africa, that's the one moment in our history that stands out as one of those incredible turning points in South Africa. Mandela walking onto a field in front of all the rugby supporters in that infamous jersey, which is absolutely incredible. At this point in time, And of course, the Bishop Ivan Abrahams he is going to be giving the sermon during today's memorial service. And let's now cross back to Griselda, who has an incredible point and vantage point here at the F&B Stadium, just in front of this tent that's been erected for the family and for the dignitaries that are going to be sitting right next to the stage there as well. Before we cross to Griselda, let me just also been told that Jimmy Carter, the former president of the United States and also a member of the Elders, has also arrived at the venue. We're hoping to get a shot of him coming through shortly. But we will keep these pictures on your screen the entire time so that you're able to see exactly who is arriving into the stadium as well. Griselda? All right. Well, there's that incredible picture of the Elders arriving here at the stadium. Desmond Tutu, Jimmy Carter, Butros also arriving here at the stadium. And I know that there was a press conference a little bit earlier. I think it was held at the Nelson Mandela, the Center for Memory, where they all were addressing the media, saying that they will continue to do his work to carry on the message of peace and reconciliation throughout the world. And it's so lovely that as soon as these visuals come up on the screen, you hear the crowd that's gathered here just shouting. Kofi Annan also walking next to Desmond Tutu there. And that, of course, the former General Secretary of the United Nations. Patrice Motsepe, he's arriving with his wife, Dr. Precious Malloy, also arriving here. Now, I said to you we're going to be crossing to Griselda Lewis a short while ago. I think she's ready for us now. So let's cross over to Griselda. Griselda, who are you with?
Well, welcome back to the front of the FNB Stadium here on the pitch. Now we're joined by the Defence Minister, Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula. Minister, it's pouring out here at the moment. Yes,
but in our African culture, we believe that rain is blessings. I think that today, the ancestors of the Madiba clan, the ancestors of Madiba, the ancestors of the Dlomos are now saying, welcome back, welcome our son, welcome our grandfather. And the leaders of the ANC, O.O. Atambo, Abo Tata Usisulu, Abo Slovo, Abo Krisani, today, and many others, Abo Kate Mulale, Abo Ruth Mumpati, today they are saying, welcome, son of the soil. And of course, in the process, they are now blessing us.
Minister, what's expected to take place here today? The band is expected to march in the next few minutes.
It's going to be marching. They will usher in, the family will come in. And at some point, we worried now about the rain. We thought we were going to surprise you with a fly past of the helicopters and the fighters, because that's the best tribute that we can give to Madiba as the Defence Force. Remember, he was our first commander-in-chief, but also the first commander-in-chief of an organization that he loved, the African National Congress. This is a befitting tribute to Madiba.
Minister, the magnitude of organizing all of this in your department, it must be absolutely massive. We're also looking to Sunday when you need to organize the official last send-off.
I'm surprised that I'm still up on my feet, because since Madiba passed on, we've been going to sleep at 3. But you know what? I have confidence in the generals of the South African National Defence Force. Actually, they are experts. And also you must remember, the plan, this grand plan that is unfolding there, has been there for some time. So we are simply now rolling it out.
Thank you very very much, Minister, for your time there. The Defence Minister, Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, telling us it's all systems go, that there have been a few sidetracks here and there due to the heavy rain. There was supposed to be a fly past that was supposed to take place, but that's not going to happen any longer. But it seems like it's all systems go as the family and other dignitaries continue to come in.
Well, thanks very much, Criselda. Well, the rain is indeed pouring here, but thousands, scores of people are here, and they continue to trickle in as the morning progresses. If you just joined us, you're watching a live broadcast of this memorial service, a tribute, a befitting one to the former president, Nelson Mandela. We will be with you for a good few hours. We'll bring you the full service. Members of the clergy who will be conducting this morning's memorial service, making their way to where they are supposed to the holding rooms before they can come through. Some of the people who have come to pay their respects to Tata Rolihlahla Mandela, come rain or sunshine. Really in high spirits, making sure that this is a befitting tribute. The dignitaries you're seeing there, members of foreign delegations, also making their way through to the stadium. Well, as many of you will know, Tata Rolihlahla Mandela was the first commander-in-chief of Umkhonto Wesizwe after the ANC decided to take up armed action against a very stubborn regime at the time. And joining me now is Ayanda Dlodlo, a former commander of MK, but also who is now a member of the Military Veterans Association. Sayanda, welcome to you. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
A context that is perhaps crucial. I said in my introduction, Utata was the first commander-in-chief of MK.
And he was also the last commander-in-chief of MK. Remember, he's the one that disbanded MK. So it was born in his hands and also laid to rest, so to speak, in his hands. And to us all, he still remains the commander-in-chief of one of the glorious armies the world has ever had.
If you were to go back to how people like Mandela inspired people like you to leave everything, go out to unknown places, to make sure that you get trained so that you can liberate the people of this country.
The liberation of our people, there could not have been a burden of a few. It had to be a burden of all of us because it was the liberation of us as a nation. And it was not a very difficult choice to make when a lot of us had to leave the country, specifically to take up arms and fight a regime, as you say, an obstinate regime, a regime that was regarded as a crime against humanity. And it just came naturally that we could go there and follow in his footsteps.
Now, in these years of reconciliation and nation building, there seems to be a view out there among certain people that history belongs in the past, and it is not the kind of history we should be bringing back. especially on days like these?
Well, the Constitution reminds us that we should not forget about that. The Constitution, if you read the preamble, it is very specific on how we should regard those that sacrificed for the liberation of South Africa. So we cannot discard certain things of the Constitution when it's comfortable and then at certain instances decide we can't do that. Because this is a history, Vuyo, that we hold on behalf of future generations. It can't be us who decide today that that history is now irrelevant.
But is it an issue at all for people like you that people who perhaps don't share the same background that you have, that they appropriate, or some would say misappropriate Madiba? In other words, they always take him out of the context within which he belongs.
You know,
is it an issue for you?
You can never, and I think this atmosphere has really spoken for itself. That Mandela remained a member of the African National Congress for 71 years of his life. He died a member in good standing of the African National Congress. Trying to extricate him from the organization is not only mischievous, but it is also cruel. Because he regarded his life, you would remember his famous saying that when he gets to heaven, he will look for the first ANC branch. It was not just said in jest, it was what he felt as a member of the ANC, that with him, there is no home but the ANC. So you can't divorce him from the African National Congress.
I'm afraid that's where we're going to leave it. Thank you very much for joining us. I am a former MK soldier, but also a member of the Military Veterans Association. Well, right now we go to the other end of the stadium where Yolisa Njamela is standing by to give us a sense of what is happening from where she is.
Coming to you live from the north side of the stadium. The mood is quite electric here. Many people tell us that it's actually about celebrating the life of Utatu Nelson Mandela, not necessarily mourning him. It's what he dreamt about, of course, when we were thinking about the Rainbow Nation, all kinds of colors you can find here, all political parties of all sorts from all sides, all sporting codes. We're joined now by Jan de Villiers, the captain of the Springboks, who's going to tell us why he's here. The mood is quite electric, isn't it?
It's an unbelievable atmosphere. I've played a lot of test matches and I've been to a lot of sporting events, and I think this just caps everything off. It's an unbelievable atmosphere, and you can just feel the love within the stadium. Every single person that's here wants to be here, and everyone that's here really appreciates what Madiba did for this country and what Madiba did for the world. So it is a celebration. It's a sad day, but it's a celebration as well, and you can just feel how electric it is.
What does the legend himself mean to you as a person?
Well, I think to me and every single South African, we're just so grateful for what he did, for the person that he was, and for the Springbok team and Madiba, there's quite a long history as well. And if it wasn't for Madiba, I probably would not have worn the Springbok on my blazer today. So he's done so much, and he showed that sport can unify a nation, and we've done that. And now our responsibility, not just as players, but as South Africans, are to take it to the next level, to continue that Madiba magic and to continue living by the morals that Madiba lived by.
And just one more thing, how old were you in 1995 when Madiba walked out wearing Francois Pienaar's number, and you were obviously, of course, dreaming of being here?
Yeah, I was 14 years old watching the game, and I was very excited, to watch the game, and I think everyone was. And then Madiba walked out, and I think that just changed everything. New Zealand didn't stand a chance after that, and I always remember that moment, and Madiba waving his cap and dancing, and unbelievable person.
Thank you very much for joining us. Silapha nje kungokuba iqhawe lamaqhawe lisishiyile, and we're broadcasting live throughout the day until the end of the memorial service. And you must remember that this is more like the funeral of the masses, because many of them won't be able to go to Kulu. We take it back to you in the studio.
Yolisa Njamela from the northern side of this stadium. Well, what can you say? The Madiba magic continues here at the FNB Stadium, Madiba, bringing together all people from all backgrounds, from all over the world. As I said right at the beginning, only Madiba could bring together the kinds of people you see here today. You're finding them sharing the stage, something that I think has never happened before and probably will never happen again in a very long time.
Kunjalo kanye vuyo kangangokubana bezokhuseleko xa ujongile into apha kulamabala kukho into engaqhelekanga eyenzekile engaqhelekanga ukwenzeka eyenzekayo namhlanje ukuba abantu bazise iumbrella imvula kuba isina xa kudlalwa ibhola vuyo udla ngokubona into kokubana lingana lithini kodwa iumbrella zingeni.
Yes, considered a dangerous weapon. This is, of course, as the dancers there and the singers are reminding us, this is a celebration. This is a celebration of a life well lived, someone who inspired not only us, but the continent and the world over. So as befitting of a man of such stature as Nelson Mandela, we have to see people celebrating. As much as none of us wouldn't have wanted this day to arrive, the fact of the matter is that it's not something we have control over, and it was indeed bound to happen. Well, now that it has happened and we have no control over it, perhaps the best we can do is to celebrate a life well lived, but also talk about how best we can honor his memory and what it is that we can do as a nation to make sure that we forever strive for the ideals that he lived and died for. Ban Ki-moon, the UN Secretary General, making his way through, he will be making a speech, making a tribute as the head of the United Nations of the world.
Ukanti ke vuyo usekwelo labantu abazabe besenza intetho apha kulo msitho wanamhlanje. Utata uAndrew Mlangeni naye ubotshiwe apha uzawuthetha. Ngokunjalo noGeneral Thandixolo Mandela naye kulindeleke into yokubana makathethe nezinye izithethi zibotshiwe apha eziphuma kumazwe angaphandle. Singatsho kwakhona sithi nomongameli waseMelika ngokunjalo uphakathi kwezithethi ezizakuwisa intetho namhlanje egameni leliqala lomzabalazo wenkululeko. Kwakhona ke vuyo mhlawumbe abantu bangazibuza into yokubana ngani na ukuba lo msitho ubanjelwe apha kulamabala ase-FNB ngaphandle nje kwelimo ukuba ilibala elinomthamo.
Well, the first consideration was the fact that it is the biggest stadium in the country, and for a tribute to Mandela, it would have been the one venue that could take as many people as possible, but also because a lot of things that have molded our nation, that have made us who we are today, post-1994, that is, have happened here. So there is a bit of a historic significance, if you like.
Kanti ke ziye singena ngokungena into zakuthi indwalutho apha kulamabala ase-FNB. Njengoba sesitshovuyo sisithi mhlawumbi siyazibuza into yokokuba ngani kusetyenziswe elibala. Niyawukhumbula into yokokuba uMandela ukhulwa kwakhe intetho yakhe yokuqala wayenza apha eRhawutini kulamabala ase-Rhawutini. Kanti niyawukhumbula kwakhona into yokuba mhlawumbi itshantlisiwe umzabalazo
great-grandchildren.
Ubawo uMandela nguye owayesisithethi sembeko kulamabala mhla kubekwa umfi uPriscilla.
I'm a president. Sorry. Move, my brother. Move.
Watching this live broadcast over SABC channels and radio stations as well. If you are listening by radio, I'm going to try and paint a picture for you here at the F&B Stadium. The stadium, from this vantage point that we're looking at, is looking as full as one can expect it to be for this weather condition. We're also hearing of a lot of people still trying to make their way into the stadium. Buses also still en route. Now, do remember that this is going to be going on until 3 o'clock this afternoon. It officially starts at 11 o'clock, but we're still looking at the dignitaries arriving. We saw the French president arriving, the Cuban president has arrived, the Brazilian president has arrived here in the stadium as well. We've also seen all of the elders coming through. Jimmy Carter, the Archbishop Desmond Tutu. We saw the UN Secretary General arriving a short while ago as well, Ban Ki-moon, as well as the former Secretary General, also Kofi Annan, is in the stadium too. Now, a lot earlier, our president, Jacob Zuma, did arrive. But I think a very surreal moment for the crowd here, and I have to emphasize to you that as soon as any dignitary walks in here, there are loud cheers from the crowd that are seeing these exact pictures that you are looking at right now. And as soon as Graça Machel arrived into the stadium, there was such a massive cheer for her. And this is actually the first time that we have seen her since we've heard of the news of the passing of her husband, Nelson Mandela. So she is here, looked like she was surrounded by some family members and friends as well that certainly are supporting her at this time, where she all along has been supporting her late husband, Nelson Mandela. Well, the family of Mandela being led across the field as they make their way to the marquee that's been set up in this exceptionally wet, rainy, and I have to tell you, cold summer's day here in South Africa. For our international viewers that are watching, this is very strange weather for South Africa at this time of the year. The 10th of December, we're in the middle of our summer holidays, so one can only imagine that it's normally hot, balmy weather conditions, but this is not the case today. But I think a lot of people talking about the fact that perhaps the heavens are weeping, perhaps this is the way of heaven celebrating the arrival of Tata into heaven. Mandela on your screen right now, the grandson of Mandela, his successor as well, and he's played a vital role in the life of Mandela and the lead up to this day as well. And you can see him looking very solemn, surrounded by his family as well on your screen.
Kanye nto zakuthi phezu kwalo mfanekiso wosapho masikhumbuzane into yokuba kaloku sikwinkonzo yesikhumbuzo kabawo uMandela. Noxa bekungamhlawumbi siyaphupha mhla savakala isithonga, kodwa namhlanje liye lizika ngokuzika ilokuba ngenene umdali uzidilizile ezikadalibhunga intente kulomhlaba umagada ahlabayo ngumbono omxesibe njengoko nibona abazili ngaphandle kwamathandabuzo bezokuthi enkosi imdali ngodalibhunga fuyo
ngokunjalo sisinoxolo kaloku ebiyinkosi kweliya labathembu nto ke leyo awacela udalibhunga kokuba inikwe umzukulwana wakhe inkosi uZwelivelile Mandela, whom you saw earlier there. They will be making their way to the Eastern Cape starting tomorrow morning. The family that is are all expected to go to Madiba's ancestral home kwelase Qunu kweliya lapesha kwenciba in the former Transkei. That's where the family will be going tomorrow until he's laid to rest on Sunday. As you can see there, people really in high spirits in what is a befitting tribute to a man, celebrating the life of Nelson Mandela in the best way they can, and that is to sing and dance a life well lived.
Enye into vuyo endivuyisayo kakhulu xa ndijonge le nkqubo yomngcwabo iza kulandelwa namhlanje yindima enkulu enikwe abazukulwana into kokubana mabazophalaza imbilini yabo ngolusuku. Ubotshiwe umbuso apho, ubotshiwe uAndile, ubotshiwe uZozuko, ubotshiwe noPhumla. Inhle kakhulu lo
You're so right, Sisnoxolo, because to get the grandchildren, the 4 grandchildren you've mentioned, paying tribute to their grandfather, I think is very important because the involvement, the central role of Madiba as comrades and family in what he wished to do. I think it's important that Andrew Mlangeni, a comrade of his, someone he spent so many years with in the trenches, is a very important consideration. In other words, you can see that this program is almost split in the middle between making sure that his own comrades, his own family play as much a role as the rest of us, in other words, South Africa and the world.
Still continuing to watch all of the dignitaries that are arriving, from dignitaries to celebrities. Naomi Campbell is on your screen right now. So that, of course, she also having shared some wonderful moments with Madiba through his lifetime. So the international supermodel arriving here at the stadium, and certainly to a loud cheer from the audience and also from a lot of the media that are wanting to get a comment from her as she does enter into here. Other celebrities that we've seen so far, if you've just tuned in, Charlize Theron is here in the country. I do know that Peter Gabriel is also here in South Africa for this particular memorial service. We haven't as yet got a glimpse of him here, but he certainly is. On your screen right now, also...
the head of UN Women,
Phumzile
Mlambo-Ngcuka,
and
newly
former
appointed
deputy president.
Former deputy president, but also one of the people who have been who are eternally grateful to Madiba for having supported them when they were much younger, when a lot of people, let's start building a new cadre, people who are going to take United Nations. Today, as she has said, because Madiba.
Just a little bit, guys.
A couple of days ago, addressing him is by making bar with his entourage there.
The lineup of speakers and this memorial service, but obviously with time constraints, there had to be a selection of just a few, those showing the different corners of the world that many coming, and of course Namibia representing the SADC region, and he will be speaking on behalf of the SADC members.
Well, it's quite interesting because all the regions are represented here. North America, Latin America, Europe, Asia, Africa, to make sure that really befitting as would befit of a global icon, but given the constraints the time constraints, they would at least take, have everyone speaking.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that's what they were saying. Well, there on your screen is the former president. Through your screen, the rain that's coming through there as well, and just dignities of decision makers, of thought makers that are here in so far away and so field that one can only imagine or their president steps out onto this field to
about his life. He was us that should remember me. The world, it's people themselves who should say, here was a man, da, 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 da. Yeah. And I think the world is showing here today that he was indeed an icon. He was indeed an inspiration to everyone across the world.
Ebebonakala vuyo kananjalo nakumpendulo ebezinika indlela aqhubeke ngayo, indlela anobuchopho ngayo, indlela acinga nzulu ngayo. Uthe omnye umuntu xa emchaza uba uMandela njengenkokheli wathi benkokheli enqabileyo, inkokheli ekwaziyo ukudibanisa ulawulo nenceba, inkokheli ekwaziyo ukuhlanganisa ulawulo.
The official ceremony was meant to begin at 11 o'clock. We come to you now at 10 minutes past 11, and no official word as to when we are actually going to get started, but one can only imagine that to try and get all of the leaders into the stadium, that it's posing quite a timely process, and we're hearing of at least 100 buses that are still making their way into the stadium, as well as trains, as well as lots and lots of individuals that are trying to get in here to pay their respects to Mandela as well.
Well, part of the challenge, I guess, is the fact that certain modes of transport are only allowed to move from point A to point B, and then another mode of transport from point B to point C, and then another one, or other people have to walk long distances to come into the stadium. So perhaps explaining a bit of that late start, but also the fact that it has taken a while for the crowds you're seeing right now at the stadium to arrive here, even though they have been in and around the stadium for a good few hours now.
Njengoba libona ke into zakuthi ezindwendwe ezindwalutho ezifikayo zifika zisamkelwa lumazangwa lomculo, imvumi zisina zidedelana phaya eqongeni zisamkela ezindwendwe, kunjalo nje ivuyo ingoma ezisiculayo diba nomfanekiso ngqondweni kaMadiba ndithi xa ngabe besaphila ngebethi shuffle yakhe phaya estage. Indlela ke chanekileyo leyo apha eAfrika yokwamkela abantu thina siphila ngayo ingoma, awusozusichane thina abantu bantsundu, siyacula noba sesikhathazekile, siyacula noba sesonwabile, ingoma yintuthuzelo kuthi. Kanye sathetha ngengoma vuyo, besikhe sathetha nangelafuthe lenkonzo yamawesile ekusingathweni kwale nkqubo. Mhlawumbi apha emakhaya beningazi into yokokuba utata Mandela ebethanda elaculo likatata uDiosoka u116 uliza lizidingalanga altar boy.
Thixo siyanyanisa taqbezelela.
Everybody waiting patiently for the start of the memorial service, but the atmosphere amongst the crowds that have gathered here, they're all dancing, singing along to the gospel group that is on stage and singing praise songs and just creating a wonderful atmosphere here at the FNB Stadium. And I'm sure lots of people still making their way in here, as we have heard from many of the officials here, that there are still buses on their way, there's still trains on their way. So throughout the day, I can imagine people continuing to file into this rainy FNB Stadium for an event and for memories that they never will be able to. There on your screen, PJ Powers, Yvonne Johnson also next to her. PJ Powers the music scene in here in South Africa, a much-loved musician. She was actually performing at a tribute concert for Mandela last night at the Nelson Mandela Center for Memory, and she was bringing us memories of singing that song that she did at the closing ceremony of the 1995 World Cup. So there she is, enduring the cold and here to remember Mandela as she'd like to.
At the same time of celebrating achievements.
Uyasivuyo ikho into endothusileyo asuka kula mazwe ngamazwe ndithi xa ndifika evenkileni izolo ndiyothenga iphepha umnini venkile uyasondela kubo. My president is going to be here as well to say goodbye.
The program, setting the scene as it were. A couple of people we spoke to, these were like ordinary people, hopped on a flight, came to South Africa to be part of this. This guy camping outside, making sure that he's not going to miss a good spot come today. I mean, you would have thought that only presidents, because they have, the means to travel, and other people wouldn't even bother. There are people who are here just to be part of this. Salif.
FNB Stadium, he's reigning, just enduring and absolutely love from the mouths and the hearts here from the audience as the start of the president. Well, there over the whole be here, Chinese delegations and Middle Eastern delegations as well. So it really is, it has been almost surreal, if one could use that word to describe the amount of people that have been arriving.
And Mlangeni, former Rivonia trialist who spent so many years with Mandela in prison. He will, of course, be speaking on behalf of the family. Not only the immediate family, but the larger political family.
Andrew Mlangeni being led under the umbrellas to take his seat as well. A bit earlier during the broadcast, we also saw the arrival of Advocate George Bizos. He was accompanied by Mandela's former assistant, Zelda Lacrange, and it was lovely to see her. And I'm sure many memories and many stories that Zelda has got to tell of her time spent with Madiba. But Andrew Mlangeni making his way up with the aid of his walking stick and, of course, the banister, so that he'll be able to take his position and his seat as the very first speaker of the day. So Andrew is going to be the first speaker today. If you've just tuned in, you're watching this very special and listening to the special SABC broadcast of the memorial service for Nelson Mandela at the FNB Stadium in Johannesburg, South Africa. Dignitaries arriving every minute. We haven't as yet seen the arrival of the US President Barack Obama, as well as Bill Clinton. We haven't seen that former president arriving either, as well as George W. Bush as well, who is also expected to be in attendance. We have, however, seen Jimmy Carter arriving. He is part of the elders delegation, but a former president of the United States as well. The British Prime Ministers have arrived. Quite interesting to note that every living British Prime Minister is here to observe this occasion.
UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon also making his way to the stage. He will, of course, be paying a tribute as well as the head of the United Nations.
Lenkonzo yesikhumbuzo ke ibaluleke kakhulu kwabanye lithuba lokugqibela lomfuziselo ukuthi indlela enhle church ubekho tata ngenxa izinto into ke kuba kaloku ababaninzi abaza kufikelela eqolo yiyo loo nto ndisithi lenkonzo ibalulekile kakhulu lithafa lokugqibela ithafa lokugqibela lokuncamela, ithafa lokubonakalisa imbeko yabo yokugqibela kweligala lenkululeko, isinyanya somzabalazo wenkululeko, ubawo uNelson Mandela esasifudula sisithi xa sithetha ngaye Vuyo sithi sisinyanya esiphilayo kwelagumbi lendaba. Ngoku siza kuthi sisinyanya somzabalazo Mqwaba.
To the stage as well, another speaker for today, and this is our AU Commission Chair, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma. She'll be speaking directly after the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. So you can see that people here in the audience getting ready to, I suppose, get the proceedings underway very, very shortly. Speakers making their way up. There's quite a few speakers that do need to make their way up as well, but we can see the family have already been seated, and speaking on behalf of the family, we have seen Anne Mongeni, but we're also going to be hearing from Madiba's grandchildren, Nelson Mandela, Andile Mandela, Zuzuku Dlamini, and Phumla Mandela. Those are the grandchildren that are going to be speaking. On your screens right now, Patrice Motsepe, Gwede Montashe is also there. We've seen, quite interestingly, I saw a bit earlier, Jay Naidoo had arrived here at the FNB Stadium, but he is not sitting with any of the dignitaries. Now, Jay being a minister in the late president's cabinet as well, he doesn't want to sit with any of the dignitaries. He wants to sit with the people, and I thought that was quite a lovely thing for him to do. As well as Mvavi doing exactly the same thing. I saw the two of them tweeting pictures of themselves, believe it or not. So that's how we got to see them, and they're sitting there in and amongst the people in the stadiums and just lapping up South Africans' emotions on this day. Like a very emotional time for the family, for the Mandela family. You know, as much as one may think that we're talking about a man who has been sick for quite some time, but you can see, I think, just in the look of Mandela on your screen right now, and the family members surrounding him, that this is an incredibly emotional time. As much as there is a celebratory feeling here in and amongst the crowds singing and dancing, but the emotion within the Mandela family is running exceptionally high, and one can see that from them sitting and just waiting, biding their time. And the build-up to this occasion, of course, has been one of a very, very long time, and I imagine a very trying time for the family, watching their father, their grandfather, struggling through this illness. Tony Blair on your screen right now, also waiting, Kofi Annan, sitting side by side with many other dignitaries that have gathered here at this memorial service.
Nomnumzana uDikleki ngokunjalo khona namhlanje Vuyo. Andazi mhlawumbi uqhubeka ntoni engqondweni yakhe namhlanje ayekhumbula into yokuba uMandela noxa bakhe nabo bonke ababesilwela umzabalazo wenkululeko bazidiliza intente ze-apartheid, inhlanzi ze-apartheid ngexesha lokubamba kwakhe intaba.
Ngegalelo lala singali nyathelele phansi igalelo lamadoda mabini siwabonayo phaya Boutros Ghali no-Archbishop Desmond Tutu kwakunye nonkosikazi uRobinson nabanye babantu abanegalelo ethetha ngokungafihlisi liqinisekisa okokubana wonke umuntu uyawuva umyalezo kwilizwe lethu abantu ababecinezela ngelo xesha kwakunye nelizwekazi laseAfrika. Ifike kunye pohamba, the Namibian president making his way to the stage as we speak.
As we mentioned earlier, he's one of the speakers for today at the memorial service. He's going to be representing or speaking on behalf of the SADC leaders, so Namibia taking center stage for that. Also, we'll be hearing from President Barack Obama, so he should be arriving very shortly as well, and also being walked across this field and taken to his chair. President Dilma Rousseff of Brazil, she has arrived. We've seen the arrival of her. The Vice President Li Juanchao of China, he is going to be talking as well. He'll be led through shortly. Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, he's standing up to acknowledge everybody and waving, taking a bow. The crowd here absolutely loving what they are witnessing. They're witnessing history in the making. This is a moment in time that we're going to be speaking about as the people of South Africa for many, many generations, and stories we're going to be sharing for a very, very long time. Well, also on the speakers list for this proceedings is the President Pranab Mukherjee of India, which we have seen the arrival of, and also the arrival of President Raul Castro Ruz, who is here in the stadium as well. Tuesday morning. This is where we are right now, broadcasting live to you. These visuals are coming to you from all of our cameras that are positioned around every single angle that we possibly can get for you at the FNB Stadium here in Soweto, with the rain falling down from the heavens. And this is not deterring the crowd in any way at all. Singing songs, and I just have to tell you from an observation that, as far as I can see, almost every single chair that's in shelter is full at this point. If it's a sheltered section of a stadium, there are no seats available. However, the chairs that are in the open, they're still a little bit empty, so people would need to use their umbrellas if they do need to come down there.
Ngokwendlela ke bekucwangciswe ngayo into zakuthi umsitho wanamhlanje bekulindeleke into yokuba nawo uqale ngentsimbi ye-11, kodwa ke kuba nani apha emakhaya nizibonela ukuba imeko injani kweli cala sikulo, kunyanzelekile okokuba ibe kulibaziseka, kodwa kungekudala ndiqinisekile xa zonke iinkokheli seziseqongeni kuzawuqala umcimbi.
Mr. Ban Ki-moon, President of the Republic of Namibia, President Pohamba. We've now just received on the stage the President of India, President Mukherjee. We now welcome the Vice President of the People's Republic of China, Vice President Li. And now we welcome the President of Cuba, Comrade Raul Castro.
No, your suffering over the years, trying to bring his children. She went through everything you could have imagined. And there she is, coming to pay tribute to her former husband. Well, right behind there, we are seeing the wife of former President Nelson Mandela, Graça Machel, Issa Zileni, also making her way to
Mandela.
The stage.
We welcome Umamu Graça Machel.
to the 80th birthday of Nelson Mandela, an occasion that was celebrated not only for the turning of the age of 80, but also for the time that he married Graça Machel. It was at that occasion that he did. Minister Jeff Radebe was sharing his memories of that occasion, because he was actually the chair of the birthday committee, and he was just telling us some memories of what it was like putting that birthday together, and of course a wedding, all at the same time. And so they're managing to spend 15 years together, and it's quite an incredible time of their lives that they managed to spend together.
Well, it was actually interesting. I mean, yesterday I was having a conversation with one of Madiba's former bodyguards. These were guys who were working like on the ANC underground. These were MK guerrillas, but who were inside the country on all sorts of missions. So when Madiba was released from Victor Verster prison, they were tasked with protecting him. So he was one of his bodyguards until he became president. So good for him. One of the things he was mentioning on a very light-hearted note is how Madiba, as he put it, loves beautiful people.
Yes.
Especially women.
Well, you can see from his wives, and there is Winnie Mandela, probably one of the most beautiful woman in my opinion, and still looking absolutely incredible together with her daughter Zinzi Mandela.
Well, that's exactly what the tweets started saying. Look at his wife.
Absolutely.
He will say no more.
That's it, exactly. And a very sad occasion for this family.
harassed, taken away. I mean, even a school like Ozinzi would be kicked out of school, simply because they went to a so-called colored school, and then they would be told. It was incredible. But also, I mean, one of the things that the stories we're hearing, George Bezos talking about just how clever she was, about how creative, shall we say, she was at times when she wanted to pass on a message, she wanted to get people like Bezos to pass on messages. She would say she would ask for a visit and say the kids are about to go to school, they need to decide on a choice of subjects. So the lawyer must then organize a visit because he is the father after all. So he needs to help the family decide on the choice of subjects. Meanwhile, she had a whole host of things like a to-do list for Bezos. Say this, ask about this, and so on and so on. That was her unique way of passing messages to him while he was in prison. I don't think there's any doubt about that. In fact, I would go further to say, have we actually given her as much credit as we perhaps should have, notwithstanding whatever problems may have ensued in the process, in other words, whatever challenges she may have confronted over the years.
We just saw, I think, one of the most emotional moments of today. A hug and kiss shared by Graça Machel and Winnie Mandela. And it was, I think, one of those moments where photographers taking pictures of a picture that I think exactly what Mandela stood for is bringing people together. That's what he does best, he did best, and he still continues to bring the world together.
But remember, all the birthday pictures, they have always been there. Together. Both of them together. And it was actually fun to watch. But also it just... I couldn't have put it better.
The President still arriving here as most of the speakers have arrived and taken their seats as well. And Still, however, waiting for the arrival of the U.S. President Barack Obama. He is in the country. Air Force One touching down quite a bit earlier this morning. And I know many people had seen the convoy on highways around Johannesburg area. So he is in South Africa. He is making his way here, as well as the other two former presidents that will be accompanying him. That's George W. Bush and his wife Laura, as well as Bill Clinton, former President Bill Clinton. No confirmation yet as if Hillary will be joining him, but certainly the President and First Lady Michelle and Barack Obama will be making their way here to this stadium.
Nigeria.
Yeah, that's Nigerian President arriving here at the F&B Stadium and being shown his way in.
President Goodluck Jonathan, the President of Nigeria, making his way into the stadium as well. So, you know, South Africa and Nigeria, the two powerhouses on the African continent. And I'm saying this pure on their influence in terms of the scale of the two countries' economies. Not for one suggesting that they're better, the two countries are better countries than the rest of the continent.
The fruit of your it is John Leslie John Bazi Okoka Ogena Apabala Benyanisile Tadimandashe le konzo namhlanje ayifukanga kuyabonakala nje ukubana zonke izikhulu zalala mhlala duma zavuka sicula ingoma enye ethi nakanjani siyaya.
At this point, the memorial service was supposed to get underway at 11 o'clock this morning. It's now 20 minutes before 12. And as you can see, the dignitaries are still arriving as the crowds are gathering here. The family is seated, everybody ready. But I think patience has been something that has been urged from everybody attending this memorial service, that in terms of the logistical nightmare of ferrying both those wanting to come from members of the public as well as world leaders, celebrities, everybody making their way here is a very difficult process. But having said that, one can see that I think that there's no form of anger amongst anybody. It's such a celebratory and beautiful atmosphere here within F&B Stadium.
Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta also making his way into the stadium.
Much has been written.
Speaking of time and Leanne, and one of the stories that the Madiba's former bodyguard was talking about yesterday says one of Madiba's early meetings with leaders of the ANC and the rest of the tripartite alliance formations. Says Madiba arrived on time.
Yeah.
Only to find that there was not a single leader present. So he made his way to the stage and sat there alone. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of Nigeria, also making his way into the stadium. So, Leanne, just to pick up on that, he says Madiba sat on the podium all by himself. And then they started calling everyone. Ultimately, everyone arrived. And then Madiba had to make a speech. And they say the first thing he said was he profoundly apologized for arriving early. At which point, all of them wanted to hide or run for cover.
Oh my goodness!
Yes, that was Madiba for you.
That was Madiba for you. I think a sense of humor. Everybody being on the receiving end of Madiba's humor and charismatic personality, and it didn't matter to him whether you were a king, a queen, a president, or who you were. Mandela seemed to carry this air of grace about him, which was absolutely incredible. It's good to see all of the African presidents arriving here. There's Claire Johnson, Mango Groove lead singer. She's on the stage there as well. The African presidents, as we were saying, good luck, Jonathan. He just arrived a little bit earlier on, and we've seen lots of presidents arriving from our African countries. Ian Khama of Botswana also arriving just a little bit earlier as well on our screens. Uhuru Kenyatta also arriving with his presidential guard with him as well. Still falling down here at the F&B Stadium. We keep emphasizing this is not deterring anybody from coming down here. Please make your way down to the F&B Stadium. Although I think once all the buses arrive and the trains arrive, I'm not certain that we actually will have enough space at this time.
President of Brazil also making her way through.
President of Brazil, also one of the speakers for today. She will be directly after the US President Barack Obama. Dilma Rousseff, that's the Brazilian president. BRICS playing a very big part here, and we can see most of the BRICS leaders having arrived here at this memorial service, along with all the other heads of states that have made their way down to South Africa and to the F&B Stadium Square.
Da havde bare sat den på indtil, så fandt jeg ud af, at der rigtig faktisk var et ansigt på.
Mabala ase FNB Mzonsundu Mzansi Afrika uphela
sibona umakaziwe Mandela intombi kabawo Mandela phaya nongumququzeleli ophambili phaya efamilini kumafungwashi
njalo nje kuyabonakala kubo bonke abantwana bakatata uMandela nabazukulwana ngokunjalo vuyo into kokubana akumnandanga kwaphela ndikhe ndabona nomzukulwana uMandla ecela nakule yabantwana ndatsho ngaphakathi ndathi intake enkulu iwile inhlungu yavakala ulwamvila lokufa luhlabe kwavakala hayi nje kuthi kuphela luvakala nangakumbi ekhaya
kaloku noxa lemini ibilindelekile kodwa ithi yawufika kungabi mnandi ngoba kaloku asinto imnandi ukohlukana nomuntu obesenyongweni kuwe uthi nangoku ubucinga kokubana noko ukhululekile ezimbandezelweni kodwa uthi wakufika la mzuzu kungabi mnandi ngoba uyacinga kokubana noba mhlawumbi ebeza ukhawuleza aphile okanye mhlawumbi akhawuleze akhangeleke ngcono kunokuba ebenjalo kuqala uthi kwafika ukufa wazi okokubana alisayi kube lifike nelo ithuba lena kokubana aphinde mhlawumbi abe ngulaa mntu
kunjalo kanye vuyo kuthi nasintombi yakhe naye ekulanda wakuyo ubuvile ubushushu okuthathelwa uyise ingcinezelo.
Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas also making his way into the stadium. Wakhumbula ke uninzi okubana kaloku amaPalestina nekwidabi lengcinezelo anendawo yawo kumzabalazo obukhokhelwe yi-African National Congress. Noxa ke ngoku i-ANC ingumbutho olawulayo onyanzelekileyo kokubana udilishane norhulumente bamazwe ngamazwe ngokufanayo kodwa eneneni amaPalestina anendawo yawo kumzabalazo weli loMzantsi Afrika jikelele ndithi ungaphumela ngaphaya kwe-ANC ujonge nakweminye imibutho yomzabalazo uyofika amaPalestina enendawo yawo xana uwathelekisa namanye amazwe amaninzi.
Kunjalo kanye vuyo siyalivuma elokokuba umzabalazo wethu wenkululeko apha eMzantsi Afrika idabi lethu apha eMzantsi Afrika lenkululeko lifumene inkxaso kwimida yeli nangaphaya kwakhe.
Mongameli welizwe uJacob Zuma noza kunika intetho ephambili nguye ke ngoku esimbona engena naye esiya eqongeni nalapho aza kunika khona ehleli khona intetho yakhe.
Kuyabonakala vuyo into yokuba usapho xa beluqulunqa indlela inkqubo ezawuqhuba ngayo namhlanje lukwenze oko ngokuzikisisa ukucinga xa ujonga uluhlu noludwe lwabantu ababotshwe.
Lo ntswahla uyivayo ngabantu abamkela umongameli uJacob Zuma xa eza kuthatha isihlalo sakhe eqongeni. President Jacob Zuma making his way in the chorus you heard there was of people welcoming him as they saw pictures of him on stage. Lapho ke esanda isithwalandwe
President Jacob
sibona ke ngoku esamkela uBan Ki-moon
President of South Africa, Jacob Zuma, has arrived. He's welcoming all the guests here. Of course, the President is the keynote speaker for today. He will be giving the address right at the end of the proceedings. And he arrived a lot earlier here at the stadium, and he's welcoming everybody and greeting everybody as everybody looks like they're taking their positions to start getting the memorial service underway here at the FNB Stadium.
Bishop Ivan Abrams nonguye ozakunika intshumayelo ngale mini yanamhlanje emveni kokuba zonke izithethile. He has the job of that penultimate item on the program, giving the sermon, Bishop Ivan Abrams, that you saw earlier.
Abanye abantu bangazibuza into okubana uBishop Ivan Abrahams udityaniswa yintoni nani liqala lomzabalazo wenkululeko. Into zakuthi baninzi onyawontle abazinikelayo apha eMzantsi Afrika kumzabalazo wenkululeko. Yena uBishop Abrahams wasebenza kakhulu kwiCape Flats emva kokuba eordayiniwe ngo-1982. Esebenza kakhulu negangsters ezama ukuzikhupha kule ntlondi yobugebenga. Ukanti ngelixa eseBloemfontein uBishop uAbrahams wayesebenza kakhulu encedisa intsapho zabo baselubhacweni. Umnumzana Jacob Zuma esanga utata uDe Klerk. Umsebenzi omkhulu ngelixa uba uMandela engaphilanga. Umsebenzi omkhulu okubana emtyelela ekhaya eyokudlala indima yakhe njengonyawontle ngamanye amaxesha ekwamtyisa nomthendeleko. Indima enkulu ayidlalileyo naleyo ebomini bukaba uMadiba esaphila.
President of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni, also making his way into the stadium. President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, President Kabila, also making his way into the stadium. Sizawukhawuleza ke ngokusiya eqongeni nalapho kulungiselelwa ukuculwa komobe wesizwe. In a short while, there will be the singing of the national anthem to signify the beginning of proceedings here
at the FNB Stadium.
Everybody has seemed to have risen, and the band is now in place, and this is the start of the South African national anthem.
Ambagase, kawela makawe.
A very selfless man who sacrificed most of his time and most of his time away from his family to fight for what is right.
I would love to say thank you so much for your gift, for your selflessness, and for your sacrifice.
And I think the lesson that I'll take from him is the ability for a man to be selfless, and how that act can just have a broader and bigger impact.
Thank you.
Ambagase, ambagase, kawela makawe. Hambile, Ambagase, kawela makawe.
Mandela, long live. Viva Nelson Mandela, viva. Thank you very much, President Jacob Zuma, Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe, former President Thabo Mbeki, President F.W. de Klerk, leaders and excellencies of various countries who have come to South Africa, Mrs. Graça Machel, Mama Winnie Mandela, the Mandela family, the leadership of the ruling party, the African National Congress, and the leadership of various other political parties, religious leaders, and a number of non-governmental organizations, and everyone else who is here. I welcome you in the name of our President Jacob Zuma and the Mandela family. My name is Cyril Ramaphosa. Baleka Mbete and I have been asked by President Jacob Zuma to be your program directors. We both trust that you will work with us to ensure that we have a dignified and fitting memorial service in honor of our father, Nelson Mandela. And we wish to applaud the people of South Africa for the dignified manner in which they have been honoring and remembering the memory of Nelson Mandela since he passed away. We applaud you and thank you for that. On behalf of the President, I welcome all of you who have traveled from all corners of the world. I also extend warm words of welcome to our friends from all over the world, and let us give Nelson Mandela's friends, as well as the friends of South Africa from all over the world, a round of South African warm welcome and say thank you for coming. I also welcome those in South Africa and those around the world who cannot come but who are watching the proceedings on television. We have more than 100 countries represented here today, easily representing billions of people around the world who are bidding farewell to Nelson Mandela. We say thank you for that. And I apologize for the rain. We were not able to stop the rain, but this is how Nelson Mandela would have wanted to be sent off. These are blessings, and in our African tradition, when it rains, when you are buried, it means that your gods are welcoming you and the gates of heaven are most probably open as well. Today we reflect on our collective memories of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, the father of our nation and the founding father of our democracy. This occasion should make all of us to pause today and reflect on the life of Nelson Mandela. Today's memorial service should hopefully give each one of us to gather our memories of Nelson Mandela. And on Sunday, we will bid him farewell in Kunu when we lay him to rest, knowing that our memories of him will endure forever. A number of speakers will pay tribute to our Nelson Mandela, and they will reflect on the life of a man whose inner concept of self encapsulated the best of humanity. We will reflect on a life that transcended the fault lines of our own humanity. It is a life that took under its care millions of South Africans who were oppressed under apartheid. We will reflect on a life of a man who took the pain of millions of South Africans. He took their humiliations and the dignity they were stripped of and made them his very own. And with the weight of burden on his shoulders, he worked to free us all. And in a way, black and white, to embark on a journey to reconcile with each other, to forgive our past transgressions, to bury hatred, embrace human rights, non-racialism, non-sexism, and begin the task and the arduous odyssey to become a nation of diverse cultures, diverse religions, and different races, a nation that speaks in many tongues, but that should finally have one voice that melts into a chorus of unity. He was our teacher and our mentor, and he never gave up on us for our failures, but acknowledged that despite the rage, the resentments, and noise that sometimes engulfed us, we are all frail and vulnerable and can only succeed if we reach out to each other. This is the man that we have come to say farewell to, a man who has built our nation. In many ways, we are here today to tell Madiba that his long walk is over, that he can finally rest, that he can enjoy the view of our beautiful country, of South Africa, a view he discovered when he began walking the hills of his birthplace in Mvezo. His long walk is over, but ours is only beginning. And with that, as we walk down memory lane, I would like us now to do what he would have wanted us to do. That is to open this memorial service with an interfaith opening prayer. I would like to call upon Chief Rabbi Warren Goldstein, Ashwin Trikamji, the Hindu faith, Mulan Bam of the Muslim faith, and Archbishop Thaba Makgoba of the Christian faith to come and give us opening prayers on an interfaith basis. Please go ahead, Chief Rabbi Warren Goldstein.
El Malay Rachamim, God and King, who is full of compassion, God of the spirits of all flesh, in whose hands are the souls of the living and the dead, receive, we beseech you, in your great loving kindness, the soul of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, who has been gathered unto his people. Remember him for the righteousness which he has done. Remember, O Lord, how he exemplified the finest qualities of your servant Joseph, about whose great leadership, generosity of spirit, and powers of forgiveness we read in your Hebrew Bible. Joseph, the son of Jacob, the son of Isaac, the son of Abraham, was thrown into a pit with snakes and scorpions by his brothers, who were filled with hatred and jealousy towards him. And he was then sold into slavery and exiled from his father and from his home for 22 years, many of which, due to a terrible injustice, were spent in jail. Joseph emerged from jail to become a leader and head of government of a mighty nation. And when he was reunited with his brothers, had the opportunity to exact vengeance and justice. And yet, Joseph the righteous transcended his personal pain and need for retribution by forgiving his brothers, so that his family would not be torn apart and destroyed forever. So too, O Lord, your servant Nelson Mandela, like the biblical Joseph, rose up from jail to become president of a mighty nation. He too transcended his personal pain and years of suffering to forgive and to embrace his brothers and sisters who inflicted so much pain on him and so many millions of others, in order that our diverse South African family would not be torn apart by hatred and division. Madiba brought to life the ancient words of Joseph when he said to his brothers in Genesis chapter 50, verse 19, "Fear not, for am I in place of God? Although you intended harm, God redirected for good, in order to accomplish, as is clear this day, that a vast people be kept alive. So now fear not, I will sustain you and your young ones." And so he comforted them and spoke to their heart. Nelson Mandela spoke to our hearts. He brought us comfort, and through his mighty power of forgiveness, he sustained us and liberated our country from the pit of prejudice and injustice, unleashing the awesome generosity of spirit of millions of South Africans. Let his reward be with him and his recompense before him. Shelter his soul in the shadow of your wings. Make known to him the path of life. In your presence is fullness of joy, at your right hand bliss forevermore. Bestow upon him the abounding happiness that is treasured up for the righteous. O God, who heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds, grant your consolation to the mourners. Strengthen and support them in the day of their grief and sorrow, and remember them and their families for a long and good life. Wipe away the tears of all South Africans and indeed the world. Bless the people of this country, a nation of heroes who came together to transcend the pain of the past in order to build a great nation on earth, and inspire our hearts to continue to walk in the path of Nelson Mandela, to live up to his majestic legacy. As the Bible says in the book of Isaiah, Keish asher imo
Prashisham yasya deva yasya chaya amritam yasya mratyo kasme deva havisha videma. O Lord, you are the giver of physical vigor and spiritual force. Your order is carried out by all objects and enlightened persons. Your grace is immortality. Your disfavor is death. To you, all blissful divinity, we offer our humble worship. For certain is the death of the born, and certain is the birth of the dead. Then let's not grieve for what is inevitable. The end and the beginnings are unknown. We see only the intervening formations. That is why there is no need to grieve. O Supreme Lord, lead us from untruth to truth, like our father Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Lead us from darkness to light, like our father Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. And lead us from death to immortality, like our father Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. May he rest in peace. Amen.
I begin with the opening chapters of the Holy Quran. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. All praise is due to the Almighty, Lord of the worlds, who is unequal and unmatched in every one of his attributes. Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, the beneficent, the merciful. Maliki Yawmiddin, the master of the day of judgment. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. O Almighty Lord, you alone do we worship, you alone do we seek assistance from. We extend our condolence to the Mandela family and to the nation during this time of sadness of the passing away of Madiba, a global icon of freedom in recent times. We place on record our indebtedness to Madiba for his selfless efforts in salvaging the nation and leading it to the path of peace, reconciliation, and harmony, and laying the foundation of a free and prosperous South Africa. O Almighty Allah, O our Lord, our Supreme Lord, we beseech you that future leaders of this great country and leaders of the entire world and people of this country and people of the world would stand up for the ideals and vision our Madiba strove for. As Madiba never lost an opportunity to reconcile people, we pray to you, O Almighty Lord, let us strive towards peace, harmony, reconciliation on the basis of human dignity. As he made everyone feel important whenever he met them, we ask of you, O Almighty Lord, let us acknowledge each other in our places of work and our places of residence. As he stood up to injustice and illegal wars, let us do likewise, even if it is waged by the powerful. As he stood up for the oppressed people of the world, we pray to you, O Almighty Allah, to help us sustain that resolve and realize we preserve our freedom by helping others towards freedom. As he was kind and merciful, and as the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, Irhamu man fil ard, yarhamukum man fis sama. Have mercy and kindness to people in this world. The Almighty will show kindness towards you. We ask of you, O Almighty, to plant in the hearts of every human being the seed of kindness. And as Madiba lived an example showing us the spirit of self-sacrifice, we ask of you, O Almighty Lord, grant us the grace of resisting corruption and temptation. And finally, on this prayer we ask, O Almighty Allah, let us dedicate ourselves to the good ideals he strove to in his life. Amen.
Masithandaze ari rapeleng ladonsbert, Creator God, Lord of life and love, you hold the whole universe in your hands, and yet you also number the hairs on all our heads. You know the fates of the nations and the hopes and fears of each individual. On this day of Madiba's memorial service, we pray for peace of the world, for peace without, for peace within. Jesus Christ, Prince of Peace, may your shalom touch every place of conflict, division, brokenness, or fear. May it fill our communities, families, and lives. From the horrors, turmoil of nations in conflict, to the fractured relationships and violence of too many homes, bring your reconciling love. Lord, we pray for South Africa in particular. On this Memorial Day, help us to draw on the best lessons of our past and to build on the firm foundation that by your grace Madiba laid for us. Give us courage to hold fast to his values, to follow the example of his praxis, and to share them with the world. We lift our hearts with gratitude for your loving care that you have now called Madiba home to his eternal rest, where pain and suffering are no more. We commend his soul to your merciful keeping, and we commend his family to your loving embrace. And we say to Madiba, go forth, revolutionary and loving soul, on your journey out of this world, in the name of God who created you, suffered with you, and liberated you. Go home, Madiba. You have selflessly done all that is good, noble, and honorable for God's people. We will continue where you have left off, the Lord being our helper. We now turn to you, Lord, in this hour of darkness, sadness, pain, and death, in tears and mourning. We wail, yet we believe that you will console us, that you will give us the strength to hold in our hearts and minds, and the courage to enact in our lives the values Madiba fought and stood for. We turn to you, Lord, and entrust Madiba's soul to your eternal rest and loving arms as he rejoins the Madiba clan, his comrades and all the faithful departed. We pray particularly for his closest and dearest, for Magrasa Machel, for his children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren and all his relatives. May you surround them with your loving arms, your fatherly embrace and comfort. At this dark time of mourning, at this perfect time when you have called him to rest and a perfect end, accept his soul and number him with the company of the redeemed in heaven. Console and comfort his family. Console and comfort South Africa, Africa, and the world. May his long walk to freedom be enjoyed and realized in our time by all. May he rest in peace and rise in glory. Amen.
Nelson Mandela
from the veterans of the African National Congress. Comrade Andrew Mlangeni spent many years in jail together with our late President, Tata Madiba. Tata Mlangeni is out.
Honorable President of the Republic of South Africa, Comrade Zuma, the President of the United Nations, after some United Nations, the President of the United States of America, Honorable Obama, all the presidents who are here today to bid farewell to Comrade Mandela, and all protocol observed. We are gathered here today to celebrate the life of the founding father of South Africa's young democracy, Nelson Mandela. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege and honor to say something about Madiba and how he touched my heart, my soul, my life, and those of the millions of South Africans, and continue to touch many lives throughout the world even after his death 6 days ago. I'm overjoyed by the outpouring of love and admiration demonstrated by all of you here today. Madiba is looking down on us now, and there is no doubt, smiling as he watches his beloved countrymen and women unite to celebrate his life and legacy. Seldom does one individual have so significant and lasting an impact on a nation that the world at large grieves at news of his passing with love and passion that Madiba has received. He was an incomparable force of leadership, acceptance and kindness that illuminated the way forward during our nation's darkest hour. He inspired us all by entering the den of enemy and ultimately, together with the people of South Africa and the world, defeating oppression and subjugation, not by force, but with understanding and love. Although Mandela fought for the eradication of racial prejudice in South Africa under the leadership of the African National Congress, he did so with a goal to unite all colors and creeds beneath a banner of mutual respect and kindness. The realization of this ideal required Madiba and many fellow ANC comrades to sacrifice precious years to imprisonment in setting that undermine their health and well-being. Despite this, who appeared as a role model, worked toll upon his release in 1990, describing his oppressors as men of integrity who had committed themselves to ushering in a new era for South Africa. Nelson Mandela was an inspiration to billions by epitomizing the values of sacrifice, wisdom, and patience. He created hope when there was none. He forced optimism and confidence out of distrust and sorrow. It is not possible to compare an individual of his stature to commonly applied models of leadership and sagacity. As a young man caught in the midst of apartheid, most fearsome and violent, yes, the ideals that he stood for were guiding light during uncertain times. Throughout the struggles that we experienced, I consistently revisited the sacrifice he was making and principles he represented. My path with Madiba first crossed in the early 50s at the London Railway Police Station. A friend of mine, Simon Malaza, who knew him better, introduced me to him as a Mr. Mandela, quote, a very wise man or a future lawyer, unquote. At that stage, I did not know that our lives were intertwined and bound together by destiny. When I became active in the politics of the African National Congress in the early 50s, I got to know Madiba better. Madiba's greatness as a leader stems from his humility and an ingrained belief in the persuasion and respect for collective leadership. He believed in sharing insights and listening to and learning from others. When the doors to peaceful demonstrations were barred to the African National Congress and other political organizations, Madiba persuaded the NEC of the African National Congress to take up arms in defense of the rights of our people. That's Umkhonto wesizwe, the Rumolas Chama, the spear of the nation, MK, was formed. Because of the previous exploit we carried out while Madiba was operating underground, I became one of his first recruits into the MK. I, together with 5 others, was the first 6th MK recruits from 1961 to the end of 1962 to be sent out to the People's Republic of China for military training. I was together with Raymond Mhlaba, Wilton Boy, Abel Mtembu, who later became a state witness against us, Steve Naidu, and Joe Gavi. Upon my return from China, I became a member of the National High Command, an organization that was a structure of the agency that was carrying on and supervising the activities of Umkhonto weSizwe here in the country. After the 11th of June 1963 Rivonia Trial arrest, together with Madiba, we were charged during the treason trial by the National Party government for attempting to overthrow the apartheid government through violent means. We were eventually found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment on Robben Island. As a prisoner 467, 64, I occupied a cell next to that of Madiba, who was prisoner 466-64. In prison, Madiba exuded leadership, but based on collective thinking. This had a significant impact on my own development as a man, a South African citizen, and an ANC member. Without Madiba's ongoing guidance, acceptance, and leadership, I would not have become the individual that I am today. For that, I cannot thank him enough. I'm certain not the individual that has been fortunate enough to benefit from the lofty example that Nelson Mandela set. Millions of youthful South Africans and indeed members of the international community have strived to emulate the great man stood for. I'm told my time is up, but it should be our collective wisdom, conviction, and resolve as the community of nations to uphold the values of Nelson Mandela. God bless Mandela. God bless your soul. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tatumlangeni, our veteran. All those who love Tata are here to mourn him in dignity. Right now, we would like to call General Tandukolo Mandela to come and pay tribute on behalf of the family.
President of the Republic of South Africa, the first citizen of our country, President Zuma. Presidents, Royal Highnesses, Excellencies of the Diplomatic Corps, eminent persons, ladies and gentlemen, on occasions such as this, charged with raw emotions, grief, sorrow, and anguish, allow me to respectfully echo the briefest of the foregoing greetings, official salutations, and protocols as have been already expressed on this solemn occasion. We gather here in person at this stadium, at dedicated venues, in communities around South Africa, and via television radio, and the World Wide Web to the furthest reaches of the earth to mourn the great man, but also to celebrate a glorious life well lived. Today, more than any other feeling my family holds, is thankfulness for that wonderful life. On behalf of the family, we take this opportunity to extend our sincere gratitude to the religious communities and various other communities around the globe for their thoughts, prayers, and messages of sympathy and solidarity which they have generously extended to our family. Indeed, our burden of pain and sorrow is daily being lessened by the outpouring national and international grief for our father and elder. We have always been mindful that we share Madiba with the rest of South Africa, Africa, and the rest of the world. Indeed, Madiba was a great man, but was humble in all things. He saw his greatness not as a means to dominate or express a sense of superiority over the others, but as a means to make all men and women equal, so that their lives could be lived to their fullest human potential. To him, life was all about service to others and setting those in bondage free. This is what Mandela's life was about. That is his vision for South Africa and Africa. And this legacy lives us on to carry on. In his lifetime, Madiba mingled with kings, queens, and presidents, and prime ministers, captains of industries, and ordinary workers. At the core of his being was a man of the people, a simple man, and what would not knew that no matter how enormous the accolades he attained in life, exactly what he was in his essential life and where he belonged. Dada, a son of Africa, a child of the Tembu, a descendant of great King Mubengoga, Dalibunga, you will always be remembered. And what is so glorious in that, as Mandela would have wished it, among the throngs here in this morning are the powerful and the weak, the rich and the poor, the mighty and the ordinary, all here sharing a unified purpose to mourn this special sign of the African soil. I am sure Madiba is smiling from above as he looks down on the multitude of diverse faces gathered here, for this what he strove for, the equality of man, the brotherhood of humanity, and the unity of progressive purpose until his last days. That we were blessed to be associated with this amazing icon and to have the role of perpetuating his legacy is the most precious birthright which has been bestowed on us all. As we lift our eyes to the dawn of the new era, without a Madiba on our side, we hope you will join us with all passion, prayer, support which would have already demonstrated in every street corner of this beautiful land and in far-flung region of the world. This universal show of unity is a true reflection of all that Madiba stood for: peace, justice, unity of all mankind. Let us pledge to keep Madiba's dream alive in the way in which we honor the humanity in each other, in the way in which we reach out to the humanity in each other, and in the way in which we raise up the impoverished, the forgotten, and the disfavored. In this regard, we, the Mandela family, enter into a solemn covenant with you, the people of our country, Africa, citizens of the world, that we will recommit ourselves to the values and the ideas Madiba stood for. In the spirit of Ubuntu, we hope that you will continue to stand by us, encourage us, guide us, because because of you. As a family, we have no option except to be bound by the principles of Nelson Mandela, for he would accept no less. Let the word come from the place and far beyond our borders, that we dare not fail to uphold his legacy. We entreat you to do the same. The torch is henceforth passed from Madiba's generation to the next generation of leaders, who must seek to make our world a better place. Our generation needs new breeds of leaders in the caliber of Madiba. O.R. Tambo, Walter Sisulu, Steve Biko, and many other leading lights. And so, friends, at low last, death has made the final call on a glorious life. Dada is gone from before our eyes, but never from our hearts and minds. As we mourn today, let us not forget it in many tomorrows, that the greatest witness to his life is for us all, to be living testaments to his magnificent legacy. Although he no longer walks amongst us, his legacy of reconciliation, the universality of humanity is a journey we must continue. With this vital flame now passed on us, to all nations, great and small, to all peoples far and wide, let us dedicate ourselves to continuing the sacred journey in which we travel together to a world where peace, harmony prevails. Sitilala kahle ngoxolo tata wesizwe, wena sizukulwana sikaNceko, sikantande, sikazondwa, uzondwa zintshaba ezingena kumenza nto, sikayemiyemi, sikasophisi, sikaMadiba owadiba indonga. Siyabulela Dalibong. Thank you.
Siyabulela General Mandela. We have a number of guests from all over the world. We have well over 91 countries that have sent delegations, and we would like to thank them for being here. We have countries such as Afghanistan, Angola, Algeria, Argentina, Australia, Austria, Azerbaijan, the Bahamas, Bangladesh, Botswana, Barbados, United Arab Emirates, Belgium, and many others. Will continue acknowledging all of them as we move on. With a view of catching up on lost time, we are now going to call upon Madiba's grandchildren. Madiba had 18 grandchildren and 12 great-grandchildren. We're going to call Mbuso Mandela, Andile Mandela, Zozuko Dlamini, and Pumla Mandela, who are going to come and pay tribute to their grandfather and great-grandfather. I call them to come to the stage to come and express their tribute to their grandfather.
On behalf of the family, I would like to thank all the heads of states that are here. Thank you. Madiba Gaala, the last walk, struck by lightning bolts in the dead of night, dazed and disorientated, grappling with the cauldron of emotions, struggling sinew and nerve to bid farewell to an immortal, caught in the whirlwind. What do? I bleed a poem. When sadness and celebrations commingle, the body shudders, shakes, and implodes. Ancestral winds blow memories. The land heaves dreams of a future without you, Madiba. You are lodged in our memories. You tower over the world like a comet, leaving streaks of light for us to follow. We salute you. Madiba, Kala, Kadlomo, Kangleko, Kantande, Kamguti, Katetume, Kamvelase, Kantembi.
Umkiwana, the giant 12 fig. Umkono, the baobab tree, has fallen. A colossus, Prometheus, who stole the fire from the gods, the light to light our path to freedom, who lit our stoves to cook a meal of peace and reconciliation. The giant tree has fallen, scattering 1 billion bright leaves, each replicating 1 million messages of peace, of love, and reconciliation. Shall we walk in his footsteps?
Madiba, they say, you are a brilliant man. You retort, Governor Mbeki was brilliant too. They say, you are a wise man. You remind them that Walter Sisulu was a wise man too. They say, you ooze warmth and charm. You ask, wasn't Motsoaledi and Ruth first warm and charming too? They say you are resilient. Was Oliver Tambo not more resilient? You are a mirror that reflects the glory and splendor of mind and heart. You retort, my people reflect the splendors of our dreams. You have taught us that a group of trees break their angry wind, but the tree that towers above the rest is broken by the wind. Child of the wind, of the land, child of dreams of a future where black and white, rich and poor, men, women, and children must live side by side, dreaming the same dream, realizing at the crucible of time in our land. We salute you.
Thank you very much, Siabulela. Can I ask that we should show discipline, the same level of discipline that Madiba exuded? When we applaud, let us applaud as someone has spoken. And behind me here, I know that behind me there are people who are enthusiastic. Can I ask for discipline, please? There are people behind me who are very enthusiastic, who love Madiba dearly. Can we all be disciplined, please? I now ask the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, to come and pay a tribute on behalf of the United Nations.
Your Excellency, President Jacob Zuma of South Africa, dear loving family of Nelson Mandela, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, distinguished heads of state and government, dear citizens of South Africa, ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honored to participate in this state memorial service for the late former President Nelson Mandela. We join together in sorrow for a mighty loss and in celebration of a mighty life. What a wondrous display of this rainbow nation. In nature, rainbow emerges from rain and the sun. It is that blending of the symbol of grief and gratitude that I feel today. I hope we'll be able to see the rainbow soon. Through the rain of sadness and the sun of celebration, a rainbow fills our hearts. On behalf of the United Nations, I offer my deepest condolences to Gracia Machel and the Mandela family, to Winnie Mandikizela Mandela, and the Mandela's larger family, the people of South Africa, this great continent, and in this world. Ladies and gentlemen, this stadium holds tens of thousands of people, but even an arena as big as African continent could not contain our pain today. South Africa has lost a hero. We have lost a father. The world has lost a beloved friend and mentor. Nelson Mandela was more than one of the greatest leaders of our time. He was one of our greatest teachers. He taught by example. He sacrificed so much and was willing to give up everything he had for freedom and equality, for democracy and justice. His compassion stands out most. He was angry at injustice, not on individuals. He hated hatred, not the people caught in the grip. He showed the awesome power of forgiveness and of connecting people with each other and with the true meaning of peace. That was his unique gift, and that was the lesson he shared with all humankind. He has done it again. Look around this stadium and this stage. We see leaders representing many points of view and people from all walks of life. All are here. All are united today. This grandest of all baobab trees left deep roots that reach across the planet. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, South Africa's democratic transformation was a victory by and for South Africans. But it was also a triumph for the ideals of the United Nations and for anyone, for everywhere, who has ever faced the poison of prejudice. The United Nations stood side by side with Nelson Mandela and the people of South Africa in the fight against apartheid. We used every tool we had. Sanctions on arms embargo, a sports boycott, diplomatic isolation. We spoke up loud and clear across the world. Apartheid was vanquished, but as he would be the first to say, our struggle still continues against inequality and intolerance and for prosperity and peace. Nelson Mandela showed us the way with a heart larger than this stadium and an infectious smile that could easily power its light. In fact, it lit up the world. Nelson Mandela is at rest, his long walk complete. Let us now be guided and inspired by the spirit he awakened in all of us, the flame of human rights, the beacon of hope. This boxer, Nelson Mandela, fought throughout his life for each and every one of us. It is a duty of all of us who loved him to keep his memory alive in our hearts and to embody his example in our lives. May he rest in peace and eternity. Lala Kokolo. Tutuini. Dia Pulela. Thank you very much.
Siabulela. As we continue to welcome our dignitaries from all over the world, we would like to acknowledge His Excellency Mr. Mohamed Abdelaziz from the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, His Excellency President Mr. Obiang Basogo from Equatorial Guinea, His Excellency President Mr. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni from the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency President Mr. Robert Gabriel Mugabe, Republic of Zimbabwe, President al-Bashir from Sudan, His Royal Highness King Philip of Belgium, His Excellency President Mr. Denis Sassou Nguesso from the Republic of Congo, His Excellency President Mr. Ismail Omar Guelleh from Djibouti. We welcome Queen Rania Al-Abdullah and His Excellency Prime Minister Dr. Abdallah Ensur and delegation from Jordan, His Royal Highness Grand Duke Henry of Luxembourg, the Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Kamla Persad Bissessar of Trinidad and Tobago, His Excellency President Mr. James Axel Michel from the Seychelles, Dr. Jose Barroso, President of the European Union, His Excellency President Mr. Hamid Karzai of Afghanistan, His Excellency President Mahmoud Abbas from Palestine, His Excellency President of Mozambique, Honorable Armando Emilio Guebuza, His Excellency President Hifikepunye Pohamba of Namibia, Prime Minister Navin Chandra Ramgoolam from Mauritius, President Pierre Nkurunziza from Burundi, His Excellency President Mahinda Rajapaksa from Sri Lanka, His Excellency President Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete from Tanzania, Karibu ndugu yetu President Mrs. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf from Liberia, His Excellency President Boni Yayi from Benin. We will continue going through this list of our international guests. At this point, I would like to call upon one of our best and internationally renowned artists to lead a rendition of a plea for Africa. After which we will call upon our own Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma to pay a tribute from the AU Commission. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma on behalf of the AU Commission.
Program Director, the Mandela family, His Excellency President Jacob President of the Republic.
Long live Nelson Mandela, long live. Long live Nelson Mandela, long live. Can we appeal for those behind the stage to please tone down their singing? Those behind the stage, please tone down your singing as Dr. Nkosazana Zuma is now on the stage. Let's hope it helps.
I thank you, Program Director, His Excellency President Jacob Zuma, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Ministers, Leaders of Delegation, international and national dignitaries, members of the National Executive Committee of the ANC and its leagues, members of the South African government at all levels, fellow mourners. From north to south, from east, central and west, Africa is in mourning, together with the rest of the world, for the loss of its greatest. At the same time, they are celebrating the life of a gallant fighter, an ANC leader of the South African people as a whole, leader of the African people, and the rest of the world. We stand proud of you, Madiba, who represents the best Pan-African values of freedom, solidarity, service to the people, equality, sacrifice, and defense of the human dignity. Throughout his life, he lived these values in struggle, always willing to serve, prepared to listen and respect all views, including those that differed from his. His humanity, compassion, commitment, courage, and openness meant that working and engaging with him, or listening to him, talking to him, was always a lesson. At the same time, he could be resolutely firm and stand his ground, especially when it came to the defense of the oppressed and the poor. Madiba is part of the ranks of the eminent Pan-Africanist heroes and heroines whose commitment to the liberation and renaissance of Africa and to the equality and justice remained steadfast throughout their lives. As one of the young militants of the ANC Youth League in 1944, he said he understood that South Africa's struggles were closely linked to struggles of the oppressed people across Africa and indeed the world. And he said to the young youth leaguers in 1951 at their Congress, history is on the side of the oppressed. The growing Pan-African movement, the increasing number of independent African countries, and the unflinching support and solidarity of the struggles of those still under the yoke of oppression was a source of inspiration to him and his peers. It was this solidarity that Madiba counted on when he was sent by the ANC in 1962 to mobilize support for South Africa's turn to armed struggle. His campaign to mobilize support took him across the continent. to Ethiopia, Egypt, Algeria, Tunisia, Guinea, Morocco, Mali, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Senegal, and many others. Wherever he went on our continent, doors were opened. He got military training and he got support for the struggle. When the apartheid regime banned our organization, arrested our leaders, our continent became home to freedom fighters from across Southern Africa. And of course, a number of those countries became targets from the regime: Botswana, Lesotho, Mozambique, Swaziland, Angola, Zimbabwe, and many others. Thus, when Madiba took his seat as the first democratic and non-racial president of South Africa at the OAU Summit of Heads of State and Government in 1994, he paid tribute to our common Pan-African struggles when he said, I quote, "We are here today not to thank dear brothers and sisters, because such thanks would be misplaced amongst fellow combatants. We are here to salute and congratulate you for the most magnificent and historical victory over an inhuman system whose very name was tyranny and injustice. When the history of our struggle is written, it will tell a glorious tale of African solidarity, of African adherence to principle. It will tell among story of sacrifice from the peoples of our continent, made to ensure that the intolerant insult of human dignity, the apartheid crime against humanity, became a thing of the past. Africa shed her blood and surrendered the lives of her children so that all her children could be free. She gave of her limited wealth and resources so that all of Africa should be liberated. During his presidency, Tata Mandela championed peace and security on the continent and passionately campaigned for Africa's development and renaissance. Through a life of service and struggle, his relationship with all humanity, he shaped the history not only of South Africa and Africa, but also of the world. Today, as we bid farewell to this great Pan-Africanist hero, Africa recalls Madiba's words during his inauguration. The time for the healing of the wounds has come. The moment to bridge the chasm that divide us has come. The time to build is upon us. On behalf of the African Union Commission, and indeed the people of Africa, we express our sincere condolences to Mark Russia, Mamu Winnie, the children, grandchildren, and the entire Madiba family, and to all South Africans. And we'd like to thank the Madiba family sincerely for surrendering him to the service of humanity. Tata, now that the tapestry of your beautiful but not easy life is complete, it is a mosaic of patriotism, Pan-Africanism, sacrifice, simplicity, compassion, reconciliation, discipline, and humility. It tells of a story of a person who hated oppression of one by another. A brilliant leader of the African National Congress, the father of modern South Africa, a fine son of Africa, and an icon of the world. Tata, we thank you for your countless sacrifices for us and for the rest of humanity. The lessons you've taught us, including that looking after your health is as important as your revolutionary duty. And also for graciously preparing us and assisting us to internalize your mortality. You have lived a beautiful life. You bequeathed us with a better world than the one you were born in. Tata, Africa shall be prosperous. Africa shall be integrated. Africa shall be at peace with itself. And Africa shall play a dynamic force in the world. Africa shall invest in its children, the youth and the women in particular. We thank you for having mentored us. You have taught us a lot. We are here today because of you. Hamba kahle tata, kawe lama kawe. Of course we shall miss you, Tata, but you will know that you'll be watching over us and guiding us from God's celestial shores. You may now have your well-deserved rest. Let freedom reign. God bless Africa and the world. Hamba kahle tata, hamba kahle Matiba.
Afraid. Joy comes in the morning. Troubles they don't last away. For there is a friend in Jesus, who will wipe your tears away. If your heart is broken, just lift your hands. Just lift your hands and say, I know. Sing that with us. You don't have to worry. You don't have to worry. Let me hear you. And don't you be triumphs.
They seem to get you down.
They seem to get you down. Come on.
All your friends and loved ones
are nowhere to be found.
Are nowhere to be found.
Remember,
there's a friend in Jesus.
Can I get a witness over here?
Who will wipe your tears away.
Can I get a witness over there?
And if your heart is
Can I get a witness back up there?
Just lift your hands and say, oh, because it keeps on over.
Come on.
It's over.
Come on. Come on. With Jesus. Let me hear you say. No matter what may come away. My life is in your hands. Come on.
I know that I can make it. I know that I can stand.
No matter
what may come away. My life is in your hands.
with Jesus. Can I get a witness up in here? No matter
what may come away. My life is in your hands.
Sing it with us again. My life is in your hands. Johannesburg, my life is in your hands. Durban, my life is in your hands. Mbila,
Thank you very much. That was a collaboration between Joyous Celebration and Kirk Franklin from the United States. We would now like to welcome to the stage and to the podium and ask him to address us, and that is our very son of the African soil, President Barack Obama.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. To Graça Machel and the Mandela family, to President Zuma and members of the government, to heads of state and government, past and present, distinguished guests, it is a singular honor to be with you today, to celebrate a life like no other. To the people of South Africa, people of every race and every walk of life, the world thanks you for sharing Nelson Mandela with us. His struggle was your struggle. His triumph was your triumph. Your dignity and your hope found expression in his life, and your freedom, your democracy,
is his cherished legacy. It is hard to eulogize any man, to capture in words not just the facts and the dates that make a life, but the essential truth of a person, their private joys and sorrows, the quiet moments and unique qualities that illuminate someone's soul. How much harder to do so for a giant of history who moved a nation toward justice and in the process moved billions around the world. Born during World War I, far from the corridors of power, a boy raised herding cattle and tutored by the elders of his Rivonia tribe, Madiba would emerge as the last great liberator of the 20th century. Like Gandhi, he would lead a resistance movement, a movement that at its start had little prospect for success. Like Dr. King, he would give potent voice to the claims of the oppressed and the moral necessity of racial justice. He would endure a brutal imprisonment that began in the time of Kennedy and Khrushchev and reached the final days of the Cold War. Emerging from prison without the force of arms, he would, like Abraham Lincoln, hold his country together when it threatened to break apart. And like America's founding fathers, he would erect a constitutional order to preserve freedom for future generations, a commitment to democracy and rule of law, ratified not only by his election, but by his willingness to step down from power after only one term. Given the sweep of his life, the scope of his accomplishments, the adoration that he so rightly earned, it's tempting, I think, to remember Nelson Mandela as an icon, smiling and serene, detached from the tawdry affairs of lesser men. But Madiba himself strongly resisted such a lifeless portrait. Instead, Madiba insisted on sharing with us his doubts and his fears, his miscalculations, along with his victories. I am not a saint, he said, unless you think of a saint as a sinner who keeps on trying. And it was precisely because he could admit to imperfection, because he could be so full of good humor, even mischief, despite the heavy burdens that he carried, that we loved him so. He was not a bust made of marble. He was a man of flesh and blood, a son and a husband, a father and a friend. And that's why we learn so much from him, and that's why we can learn from him still. For nothing he achieved was inevitable. In the arc of his life, we see a man who earned his place in history through struggle and shrewdness and persistence and faith. He tells us what is possible, not just in the pages of history books, but in our own lives as well. Mandela showed us the power of action, of taking risks on behalf of our ideals. Perhaps Mandela was right that he inherited a proud rebelliousness, a stubborn sense of fairness from his father. And we know he shared with millions of black and colored South Africans the anger born of 1,000 slights, 1,000 indignities, 1,000 unremembered moments, a desire to fight the system that imprisoned my people, he said. But like other early giants of the ANC, the Sisulus and the Tambos, Madiba disciplined his anger and channeled his desire to fight into organization and platforms and strategies for action so men and women could stand up for their God-given dignity. Moreover, he accepted the consequences of his actions, knowing that standing up to powerful interests and injustice carries a price. I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I've cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve, but if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die. Mandela taught us the power of action, but he also taught us the power of ideas, the importance of reason and arguments, the need to study not only those who you agree with, but also those who you don't agree with. He understood that ideas cannot be contained by prison walls or extinguished by a sniper's bullet. He turned his trial into an indictment of apartheid because of his eloquence and his passion, but also because of his training as an advocate. He used decades of prison to sharpen his arguments, but also to spread his thirst for knowledge to others in the movement. And he learned the language and the customs of his oppressors so that one day he might better convey to them how their own freedom depend upon his. Mandela demonstrated that action and ideas are not enough. No matter how right, they must also be chiseled into law and institutions. He was practical, testing his beliefs against the hard surface of circumstance and history. On core principles, he was unyielding, which is why he could rebuff offers of unconditional release, reminding the apartheid regime that prisoners cannot enter into contracts. But as he showed in painstaking negotiations to transfer power and draft new laws, he was not afraid to compromise for the sake of a larger goal. And because he was not only a leader of a movement, but a skillful politician, the Constitution that emerged was worthy of this multiracial democracy, true to his vision of laws that protect minority as well as majority rights and the precious freedoms of every South African. And finally, Mandela understood the ties that bind the human spirit. There's a word in South Africa, Ubuntu. A word that captures Mandela's greatest gift. His recognition that we are all bound together in ways that are invisible to the eye. That there's a oneness to humanity. That we achieve ourselves by sharing ourselves with others and caring for those around us. We can never know how much of this sense was innate in him or how much was shaped in a dark and solitary cell. But we remember the gestures, large and small, introducing his jailers as honored guests at his inauguration, taking a pitch in a Springbok uniform, turning his family's heartbreak into a call to confront HIV/AIDS that revealed the depths of his empathy and his understanding. He not only embodied Ubuntu, He taught millions to find that truth within themselves. It took a man like Madiba to free not just the prisoner, but the jailer as well. To show that you must trust others so that they may trust you. To teach that reconciliation is not a matter of ignoring a cruel past, but a means of confronting it with inclusion and generosity and truth. He changed laws, but he also changed hearts. For the people of South Africa, for those he inspired around the globe, Madiba's passing is rightly a time of mourning and a time to celebrate a heroic life. But I believe it should also prompt in each of us a time for self-reflection. With honesty, regardless of our station or our circumstance, we must ask, how well have I applied his lessons in my own life? It's a question I ask myself as a man and as a president. We know that, like South Africa, the United States had to overcome centuries of racial subjugation. As was true here, it took sacrifice, the sacrifices of countless people, known and unknown, to see the dawn of a new day. Michelle and I are beneficiaries of that struggle. But in America and in South Africa and in countries all around the globe, we cannot allow our progress to cloud the fact that our work is not yet done. The struggles that follow the victory of formal equality or universal franchise may not be as filled with drama and moral clarity as those that came before, but they are no less important. For around the world today, we still see children suffering from hunger and disease. We still see rundown schools. We still see young people without prospects for the future. Around the world today, men and women are still imprisoned for their political beliefs and are still persecuted for what they look like and how they worship and who they love. That is happening today. And so we too must act on behalf of justice. We too must act on behalf of peace. There are too many people who happily embrace Madiba's legacy of racial reconciliation, but passionately resist even modest reforms that would challenge chronic poverty and growing inequality. There are too many leaders who claim solidarity with Madiba's struggle for freedom, but do not tolerate dissent from their own people. And there are too many of us on the sidelines, comfortable in complacency or cynicism, when our voices must be heard. The questions we face today, how to promote equality and justice, how to uphold freedom and human rights, how to end conflict and sectarian war, these things do not have easy answers. But there were no easy answers in front of that child born in World War I. Nelson Mandela reminds us that it always seems impossible until it is done. South Africa shows that is true. South Africa shows we can change, that we can choose a world defined not by our differences, but by our common hopes. We can choose a world defined not by conflict, but by peace and justice and opportunity. We will never see the likes of Nelson Mandela again. But let me say to the young people of Africa and the young people around the world, you too can make his life work your own. Over 30 years ago, while still a student, I learned of Nelson Mandela and the struggles taking place in this beautiful land. And it stirred something in me. It woke me up to my responsibilities, to others and to myself. And it set me on an improbable journey that finds me here today. And while I will always fall short of Madiba's example, he makes me want to be a better man. He speaks to what's best inside us. After this great liberator is laid to rest, and when we've returned to our cities and villages and rejoined our daily routines, let us search for his strength. Let us search for his largeness of spirit somewhere inside of ourselves. And when the night grows dark, when injustice weighs heavy on our hearts, when our best laid plans seem beyond our reach, let us think of Madiba and the words that brought him comfort within the four walls of his cell. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged the punishment, the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. What a magnificent soul it was. We will miss him deeply. May God bless the memory of Nelson Mandela. May God bless the people of South Africa.
I just did one page, so you do that.
We'd like to thank President Barack Obama for his comforting words. We now move on with our program and acknowledge the presence of a number of other world leaders who have graced our land to come and pay tribute to Nelson Mandela. His Excellency President Silva of Portugal is here. His Excellency Mr. Frederick Reinfeldt and Crown Princess Victoria of Sweden is here. His Excellency the President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, President Joseph Kabila, is here. His Excellency Sheikh Professor Al-Hajj Abdulaziz of the Gambia is here. The Prime Minister, the Honorable Perry Christie of the Bahamas is here. The President of Israel, President Shimon Peres, and head of the delegation, the Prime Minister, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel is here. The Prime Minister of the Timor-Leste, Prime Minister K. Rala Shanana Gasmo is here. His Excellency, the President of Botswana, Lieutenant General Seretse Khama, Ian Khama is here. The Right Honorable Prime Minister Sibusiso Barnabas Dlamini, the Prime Minister of Swaziland. The Right Honorable Prime Minister John Key of the New Zealand is also here. The Prime Minister of Canada, Stephen Harper is here. Of course, His Excellency the President of the United States, Mr. Barack Obama, is here. The President, His Excellency Prime Minister of Denmark and the Crown Prince Frederick is here. His Excellency the President of Mauritania, Mr. Mohammed Abdel Aziz, is also here. His Excellency Ali Bongo Ondima, the President of Gabon. His Excellency the President, Mr. Herman Van Rompuy of the European Council, is here. The President Josipovic of Croatia. His Excellency the President of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, is here. The Honorable Prime Minister David Cameron of the United Kingdom of Great Britain is also here. His Excellency Desiree Delano Bortese of Suriname is here. President Ouattara of Cote d'Ivoire is here. His Excellency the President of Guinea, Alpha Conde, is here. And of course, the President of Brazil, President Dilma Rousseff, is here. And it is at this point that I'd like to call upon President Dilma Rousseff of Brazil, all the way from Latin America, to come and address us. President Dilma Rousseff. Translation? Where's the microphone? Ready? Oh, you're there. Oh, he's there. Thank you.
Senhora Graça Machel, senhores e senhoras familiares de Nelson Mandela, Presidente Zuma, povo sul-africano, expresso minhas condolências pela perda inestimável de Nelson Mandela.
Family members of Nelson Mandela, President Jacob Zuma, and the people of South Africa, to whom I would like to convey my condolences for the invaluable loss of Nelson Mandela.
Senhoras e senhores, chefe de Estado e de governo.
Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and of government.
Amigos e amigas.
Dear friends.
Trago aqui o sentimento de profundo pesar do governo e do povo brasileiros, e tenho certeza de toda a América do Sul, pela morte desse grande líder, Nelson Mandela.
I bring you here today the feelings of deep sorrow of the Brazilian government and the people of Brazil, and I am sure of all South America, for the passing away of this great leader, Nelson Mandela.
Personalidade maior do século XX, Nelson Mandela conduziu com paixão e inteligência um dos mais importantes processos de emancipação do ser humano da história contemporânea, o fim do apartheid na África do Sul.
The most outstanding personality of the 20th century, Nelson Mandela led with passion and intelligence one of the most important processes of human emancipation in modern history, the end of apartheid in South Africa.
O combate de Mandela e o do povo sul-africano transformou-se em um paradigma não só para este continente, mas para todos os povos que lutam pela justiça, pela liberdade e pela igualdade.
Mandela's fight and that of the South African people as a whole became a paradigm, a model not only for this continent but also for all those who fight for justice, freedom and equality.
O apartheid que Mandela e o povo sul-africano derrotaram foi a forma mais elaborada e cruel da desigualdade social e política que se tem notícia nos tempos modernos.
Apartheid, defeated by Mandela and the South African people, was the most elaborate and cruel form of social and political inequality of modern times.
Esse grande líder, Nelson Mandela, teve seus olhos postos no futuro de seu país, de seu povo e de toda a África.
This great leader had his eyes focused on the future of his country, of his people, and of all Africa.
Inspirou a luta no Brasil e na América do Sul.
He also was a source of inspiration for similar struggles in Brazil and throughout South America.
Madiba, como carinhosamente vocês o chamaram, constitui exemplo e referência para todos nós.
Madiba, as you affectionately called him, stands as an example and a key reference for all of us.
Pela estoica paciência com que suportou o cárcere e o sofrimento.
For the stoic, firm, patient and enduring prison and suffering.
Pela lúcida firmeza e determinação que revelou em seu combate vitorioso.
For the enlightened strength and determination that he showed in his fight.
Pelo profundo compromisso com a justiça e com a paz.
For his deep commitment to justice and peace.
Sobretudo por sua superioridade moral e ética.
Above all, for his moral and ethical superiority.
Ele soube fazer da busca da verdade e do perdão os pilares da reconciliação nacional e da construção da nova África do Sul.
He was able to turn the quest for truth and forgiveness into the pillars of national reconciliation and the building of a new South Africa.
Devemos reverenciar esta manifestação suprema de grandeza e de humanismo representada por Nelson Mandela.
We must pay homage to this unmatched expression of greatness and humanism, as was the case of Nelson Mandela.
Sua luta transcendeu suas fronteiras nacionais e inspirou homens e mulheres, jovens e adultos, a lutarem por sua independência e pela justiça social.
His fight way beyond his national border and inspired men and women, young people and adults to fight for independence and social justice.
Deixou lições, não só para seu querido continente africano, mas para todos aqueles que buscam a liberdade, a justiça e a paz no mundo.
He left many lessons not only for his beloved African continent, but also for all who seek freedom, social justice and world peace.
Da mesma forma que os sul-africanos choram com seus cantos, Madiba, Nelson Mandela, nós, nação brasileira, que trazemos com orgulho o sangue africano em nossas veias, choramos e celebramos o exemplo desse grande líder que faz parte do panteão da humanidade.
Like the South Africans who mourn Madiba, Nelson Mandela with their chants, we, the Brazilian nation, proudly carry African blood in our veins, and we too mourn and celebrate the example of this great leader who belongs to the pantheon of humankind.
O governo e o povo brasileiros se inclinam diante da memória de Nelson Mandela.
The Brazilian government and people bow down before the memory of Nelson Mandela.
Transmito à senhora Graça Machel, aos seus familiares, ao presidente Zuma e a todos os sul-americanos, sul-africanos, nosso profundo sentimento de dor e de pesar.
I would like to convey to Ms. Graça Machel and family members, to President Zuma and to all South Africans, our deepest feelings of pain and sorrow.
Viva Mandela para sempre.
Long live Mandela forever.
Thank you very much, President Dilma Rousseff from Brazil, the land that will welcome all of us to the World Cup. We now call upon our next speaker, who is the Vice President Li Yuanchao of China. Vice President Li Yuanchao of China.
尊敬的曼德拉的家人，尊敬的祖马总统，尊敬的各位领导人，女士们、先生们、朋友们。
Dear members of the Mandela family, Your Excellency President Jacob Zuma, Your Excellencies leaders from around the world, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends.
今天我们从世界各地聚集到这里，沉痛地悼念新南非的首任总统纳尔逊·曼德拉。在此，我谨代表中华人民共和国习近平主席，以中国政府和中国人民的名义，向这位诞生在非洲大地的伟人，向给我们留下灿烂笑容的非洲之子，表示我们深切的哀悼和崇高的敬意。
We have traveled from different parts of the world to gather here today to mourn the passing of Nelson Mandela, the founding president of the new South Africa. Here, on behalf of President Xi Jinping of the People's Republic of China, and in the name of the Chinese government and people, I wish to express deep condolences and pay high tribute to this towering figure born on the African continent, the son of Africa, whose bright smile we remember fondly.
曼德拉先生是新南非杰出的缔造者，在漫长的岁月里，他领导南非人民经过艰苦卓绝的努力，取得了反种族隔离斗争的胜利，为彩虹之国的诞生做出了历史性的贡献，为国家的长远发展打下了坚实的基础。
Mr. Mandela was the extraordinary founding father of the new South Africa. With decades of strenuous efforts, he had led the people of South Africa to victory in the fight against apartheid, making historic contribution to the birth of the Rainbow Nation and laying a solid foundation for the long-term growth of his country.
曼德拉先生是非洲人民的骄傲，他一生追求非洲的民族解放，捍卫非洲人民的尊严，促进非洲各国的团结，推动非洲与世界的合作，为非洲的发展与进步贡献了毕生的精力。
Mr. Mandela was the pride of the African people. For all his life, he had strived for the liberation of African nations, championed the dignity of the African people, and endeavored to advance the unity of all African countries and move forward Africa's cooperation with the world. He had dedicated his entire life to the development and progress of Africa.
曼德拉先生是中国人民的老朋友，他的名字在中国家喻户晓。作为中南关系的奠基人，他以极大的热情，积极地推动中南友好和中非合作， 中国人民永远不会忘记他对中南友好、中非关系做出的重要贡献。
Mr. Mandela was an old friend of the Chinese people and a household name in China. As one of the founding fathers of China-South Africa relations, Mr. Mandela had committed himself to China-South Africa friendship and China-Africa cooperation with great passion. The Chinese people will always cherish the memory of his important contribution to China-South Africa friendship and China-Africa relations.
我们为失去这样一位伟大的朋友而深感悲痛，同时我们欣慰地看到曼德拉开创的事业后继有人，南非人民在国家发展建设事业中不断取得重要的成就，成为新兴发展中的大国。南非正在国际舞台上发挥着建设性的作用，积极维护广大发展中国家的正当权益。
We are deeply saddened by the loss of such a great friend. At the same time, we are heartened to see that the course Mr. Mandela had started will be carried forward. The South African people have made great achievements in building their nation. As a major emerging country, South Africa is playing a constructive role on the international stage and actively upholding the legitimate rights and interests of developing countries.
逝者已矣，生者如斯。对曼德拉先生最好的追思与纪念，就是弘扬他的精神，继承他的事业。我们相信南非人民必将在祖马总统和南非政府的领导下，继续在国家振兴发展的道路上阔步前进。中方愿意同南方一道，深化中南全面战略合作伙伴关系，造福两国和两国人民，共同为世界和平与发展的崇高事业做出积极的贡献。
May the deceased rest in peace while the living must move on with their life. The best way to remember and commemorate Mr. Mandela is to advocate his spirit and carry forward his legacy. We believe that under the leadership of President Zuma and the government of South Africa, the South African people will continue to make big strides forward along the path of national rejuvenation and development. China stands ready to work with South Africa to deepen China-South Africa comprehensive strategic partnership, bring benefits to the two countries and two peoples, and make positive contribution to the noble cause of world peace and development.
Finally, I'd like to say, although the great man has left, but Mandela's thought and his spirit would live forever. Thank you all.
Later, please. Umandela uthai hlome. Umadimu uthai hlome hlasel. Siyaya komkhonto wesizwe limsak. Wena uthai umadimu uthai hlome. Umadimu uthai hlome hlasel. ukwamkela izivakashi zethu, we welcome His Excellency President Isufu Mahamadou from Niger, His Excellency Prime Minister Najib Mikati from Lebanon, His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit from South Sudan, Prime Minister Dr. Pierre Damin and Secretary General of the ruling party, RPF, Mr. Francois Ngarambe from Rwanda, His Excellency President Idris Deby Itno from Chad, His Excellency President Michael Sata from Zambia, His Excellency President Michael D. Higgins from Ireland, His Excellency President Mohamed Monkef Mazouki from Tunisia, His Excellency President Donald Ramota from Guyana, His Excellency President Michel Joseph Martelly from Haiti, His Excellency Prime Minister Mariano Rajoy, and His Royal Highness the Prince of Asturias, Felipe de Bourbon in Spain, Honorable Prime Minister Portia Simpson from Jamaica, His Excellency President Saudi Vainamo Niinisto from Finland, His Excellency President Macky Sall from Senegal, Her Excellency President Mrs. Joyce Hilda Banda from Malawi, His Excellency Francois Hollande from France, His Excellency Prime Minister Mr. Thomas Motshwai Tlhabane from Lesotho, His Excellency President Mr. John Mahama from Ghana, His Excellency President Pranab Mukherjee, who's with us here on the stage, His Excellency President Joachim Gauck from Germany, His Excellency President Tomislav Nikolic from Serbia, Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn from Ethiopia, His Excellency President Enrique Peria Nieto from Mexico, His Excellency Chairperson of the AU, Her Excellency, of course we know she has addressed us, His Excellency President Dr. Martin Schulz from the European Parliament, His Excellency President His Excellency President Mr. Borut Pahor from the Republic of Slovenia, President Ulrich Maurer from Switzerland, His Excellency Prime Minister Hong Won-chung from the Republic of Korea. At this point, we would like to call upon our neighbor, our comrade, President Hifikepunye Pohamba from Namibia, from SWAPO.
Your Excellency, Comrade Jacob Zuma, President of the Republic of South Africa, the Mandela family, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, brothers and sisters, the people of the Republic of South Africa. Today, we are gathered here as one human family united by a son of the African soil, an icon of anti-apartheid, and a towering giant who gave his life to save humanity. Because he was selfless, he sacrificed his life for the dignity of others. Because he believed in the worth of every human being, he personified humility. And because he believed in one united South Africa, he chose forgiveness over retribution, reconciliation, and peace. Yes, Madiba was South African, but to us in Namibia, he was a reliable comrade in arms, a senior brother. To those Namibian compatriots who served with him at the notorious Robben Island prison, some of whom are here with us today. Andimba Toivoya Toivo, he is here. He was an inspiration to the people of Namibia in our struggle for freedom and independence. Madiba was a symbol of fundamental human rights, freedom, peace, and justice, not only for the people of South Africa, but for humanity as a whole. The most fitting tribute to Comrade Mandela is to celebrate his life and work for the fulfillment of the ideals he sacrificed for. To our brothers and sisters of South Africa, with whom we shared the trench and the common struggle against apartheid colonialism, we say, let us continue to stand together in the second phase of the struggle for economic and social progress for our people, guided by the principles of democracy, equality, and justice. To the bereaved family, we wish you strength, and we thank you for sharing this extraordinary human person, being with us. Director of Ceremonies, Madiba, was a unique and a special gift to the world, whose legacy will never be forgotten and will live forever. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Thank you, President Pohamba. We continue with our program, and now it's my honor and my pleasure, before we call the President of India, can I just remind the people sitting up there that we will wait until you finish. Can we keep silent, please? Right up there. ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. 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 Okay, seyihlezi. 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 Amandla. Long live the spirit of Nelson Mandela. Long live. Long live Nelson Mandela. Long live.
Ambakahle kawela maqhawe.
Tati Madiba was 'n inspirasie vir ons almal. Hy het ons geleer van deursettingsvermoë en van vergifnis. En bo alles liefde vir jou naaste.
His long walk to freedom has set us all free.
We've lost a father. We've lost a great man. We own that Madiba memory.
Ons gaan hom mis.
We love you, Tata.
Call upon the President of India, Mr. President Pranab Mukherjee. Thank you very much.
His Excellency, President Jacob Zuma, Madam Giroja Muchal, distinguished leaders of African National Congress, eminent heads of state and governments, and representatives of the world community gathered here today. It is with the deepest reverence that I, on behalf of the government and the people of India, join the South African nation in paying homage.
I need to stop the band. I need to stop the band. There's a band up there. That band, I know that you are very enthusiastic. I want you to play your music a little later when I call upon you to play. Please put your instruments down now. Zbegeni phansi. Lawo ma brass band wenu begani phansi. You will play your wonderful music in a little while. And I know you play good music. Please be patient with us. We only have 3 more speakers. And I know that we are all in celebratory mood. We want to celebrate Madiba's life. So put the music down. Let the President of India continue, please. Thank you.
It is with the deepest reverence that I, on behalf of the government of India and people of India, join the South African nation in paying homage to their beloved Madiba, former President Dr. Nelson Mandela. For India, the passing of Nelson Mandela represents the departure of a venerated elder, a great soul. We pray for his eternal peace. Madiba lived a life of sacrifice and privation as he pursued a seemingly impossible goal for his people, and the world is richer for his legacy. We in India have long admired him and all that he stood for, and we will always cherish his friendship and love for our people. To us, Nelson Mandela was a visionary. He epitomized an uncommon humanness that inspired all of mankind. He was an icon of irreversible social and economic changes, the kind of transformation and emancipation that his people had only dreamt of. A towering personality of great compassion and wisdom, he guided his nation, bruised by decades of apartheid and violence, to embrace his simple message of tolerance and harmonious coexistence. Indeed, his life and struggles, which represented hope for the downtrodden, not only in South Africa, but all over the world, remind us of the principles that the father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi, stood for. In the face of the severest persecution, punishment, and relentless oppression, Nelson Mandela continued his non-violent struggle with dignity and pride, refusing to be intimidated. He never diminished his commitment to his kind of satyagraha against injustice and inequality. His stoic determination, patience, and magnanimity reminded us in India of the revolutionary methods of Mahatma Gandhi. It was therefore an honor for Indians to confer upon Mandela our highest civilian award, the Bharat Ratna, which means Jewel of India, when he visited India in 1990. Madiba received an unprecedented public welcome and was felicitated in Delhi and Calcutta. In 1995, when he visited India as the first president of post-apartheid Africa, Mandela visited Gandhiji's Sabarmati ashram and said that it was for him a homecoming, a pilgrimage. We on our part associate South Africa with the first chapter of Mahatma Gandhi's freedom struggle. Gandhiji had staked his career as a budding lawyer in South Africa to resist segregation and inequality before he embarked in India and took up in India the same cause. The 6 principles that Madiba identified as the fundamentals of the foreign policy of the new South Africa: equal human rights, democracy, respect for international law, world peace achieved through non-violent means, effective arms control regime, and economic cooperation in an independent world are the same principles that the founding fathers of free India had enshrined in our own policy of Panchsheel. Madiba often acknowledged the influence of Mahatma Gandhi and the first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, on his own thought process. It is no wonder then that we in India attach great sentiment to our unique friendship with the people of this great country, South Africa. We stand by you in your hour of bereavement and we share your sense of loss today. We have no doubt that the world will honor this historic legacy of Madiba, one of the most influential personalities of our century, who taught the world the true meaning of forgiveness and reconciliation and steered South Africans onto the path of building a truly rainbow nation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind.
We'll now receive a speech from Comrade Raul Castro, who is now coming to talk to us.
Presidente Jacob Zuma, familiares de Nelson Mandela, altos dignatarios, hermano pueblo de Sudáfrica,
President Jacob Zuma, relatives of Nelson Mandela, distinguished dignitaries, fraternal people of South Africa.
Rendimos emocionado tributo a Nelson Mandela, a quien se reconoce como símbolo supremo de dignidad y de consagración inclaudicable a la lucha revolucionaria por la libertad y la justicia, como un profeta de la unidad, la reconciliación y la paz.
Let us pay emotional tribute to Nelson Mandela, the ultimate symbol of dignity and unwavering dedication to the revolutionary struggle for freedom and justice, a prophet of unity, peace and reconciliation.
Junto a sus compañeros de lucha, dirigió a su pueblo en la batalla contra la apartheid para abrir el camino hacia una nueva Sudáfrica no racial y unida en la búsqueda de la felicidad, la igualdad y el bienestar de todos sus hijos, para superar las secuelas del colonialismo, la esclavitud y la segregación racial.
I can hold it, okay. Sorry. Alongside his comrades in the struggle, Mandela has led his people in the battle against apartheid to open the way to a new South Africa, a non-racial and a united South Africa in its quest for happiness, equality, and the well-being of all of its children. A nation bent on overcoming the consequences of colonialism, slavery, and racial segregation.
Ejemplo de integridad y perseverancia, encabezó luego el esfuerzo dirigido a la eliminación de la pobreza, la reducción de la desigualdad y la creación de oportunidades para todos.
Setting an example of integrity and perseverance, Mandela later headed the efforts to eradicate poverty, reduce inequality, and create opportunities for all.
Mandela es un ejemplo insuperable para América Latina y el Caribe, que avanzan hacia la unidad e integración en beneficio de sus pueblos, respetuosos de su diversidad, con la convicción de que el diálogo y la cooperación son el camino para la solución de las diferencias y la convivencia civilizada de quienes piensan distinto.
Mandela has set out an insurmountable example to Latin America and the Caribbean, which are currently moving towards unity and integration for the benefit of their peoples, on the basis of respect for diversity, and convinced that it is only through dialogue and cooperation that discrepancies can be resolved in a civilized relationship established between those who think differently.
La humanidad no podrá responder a los colosales desafíos que amenazan su propia existencia si no lo hace mediante una nueva concertación de esfuerzos entre todas las naciones, como la vida de Mandela preconiza.
As Mandela's life teaches us, only the concerted efforts of all nations will empower humanity to respond to the enormous challenges that today threaten its very existence.
Cuba, que lleva en sus venas sangre africana, surgió en la lucha por la independencia y por la abolición de la esclavitud, y posteriormente ha tenido el privilegio de combatir y construir junto a las naciones africanas.
Cuba, a country born in the struggle for independence and for the abolition of slavery, and whose children have African blood in their veins, has had the privilege of fighting and building alongside the African nations.
Jamás olvidaremos el emocionado homenaje de Mandela a nuestra lucha común cuando nos visitó el 26 de julio de 1991 y dijo: el pueblo cubano ocupa un lugar especial en el corazón de los pueblos de África.
We shall never forget Mandela's moving homage to our common struggle when, on the occasion of his visit to our country on July 26, 1991, he said, and I quote, "The Cuban people have a special place in the hearts of the peoples of Africa."
Recuerdo su entrañable amistad con Fidel Castro, símbolo de la hermandad entre africanos y cubanos, quien expresó: Nelson Mandela no pasará a la historia por los 27 años consecutivos que vivió allí encarcelado, sin ceder jamás en sus ideas. Pasará porque fue capaz de arrancar de su alma todo el veneno que pudo crear tan injusto castigo. Por la generosidad y la sabiduría con que en la hora de la victoria ya incontenible supo dirigir tan brillantemente su abnegado y heroico pueblo, conociendo que la nueva Sudáfrica no podría jamás construirse sobre cimientos de odio y de venganza.
I remember at this moment his bond of affection with Fidel Castro, a symbol of the fraternal relations between Africans and Cubans. Fidel has said, and I quote, "Nelson Mandela will not go down in history for the 27 consecutive years he spent incarcerated without ever renouncing his ideas. He will go down in history because he was capable of cleaning up his soul from the poison that such an unfair punishment could have planted there, and for his generosity and wisdom, which at the time of victory allowed him to lead with great talent his selfless and heroic people, knowing that the new South Africa could not be built on hatred and vengeance.
Honor y gloria eternas a Nelson Mandela y al heroico pueblo de Sudáfrica.
Honor and glory forever to the great comrade Nelson Mandela and to the heroic people of South Africa.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Friends and visitors, it now gives me pleasure to request the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Jacob Zuma, to come forward and address us in paying tribute to our departed leader, Nelson Mandela.
Yasuka yashala wapakamu mshalazi makabane wapakamu Jacob Zuma matota esa ukashanu madiba esa uti halala Mandela halala Zatakomi zizo zatabati Zitatili zizo zitatili ngakeni Zimkadla no Mandela kakuna mtlanje Ziziti is the stem of our society The filament of freedom The killings of consciousness The corral of people's cause The answer of amicable solutions The pulling of prosperity The pistol of peace, yapagama kumshalazi, ikunza mtwaitwaka lukatu, umshalazongone, umyabalala, itunda la kangala, la senkanja, esonzo bilo, kumtukwa swasas lalini, esauti, halala khulsatla. Tatinyawo yakho kamongameli ubekho umkhombandlela usinika umkhombandlela usinika umhlahlandlela ubekho induku amandla kuba kaloku uMadiba lithemba lihle inkunzi yasebathenjini kwadlomo kwangqondi lomsila kwamthorharha umthemba phusuphusu usihambisile zizweni wasinika iziyaya neziyambane wasinika izigagoti nesitukuthete thatha indawo yakho mongameli neham yo
Mandela, Cuba, Mandela, Bake, Wati, so Sangana, Freedom Day. Wasu Mandela, Cuba, Mandela, Bake, Wati, so Sangana, Freedom Day.
See
Mama Graça Machel, Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and the entire Mandela family, and Nabateb Bapele, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, Your Excellencies, former heads of state and government, deputy presidents and representatives of governments, heads of international organizations in all regions of the world, Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, traditional leaders, religious leaders, the leadership of the ANC and the alliance partners, leaders of fraternal political organizations in Africa and abroad, representatives of political parties, activists of the former anti-apartheid movement, the diplomatic corps, eminent persons, friends of South Africa from all over the world, fellow South Africans, Sanbonani, good day. Molweni, Tumelang, Lekai. South Africans sing a popular freedom song about former President Nelson Mandela. We sing that he is one of a kind, that there is no one quite like him. Nelson Mandela, akakho ofana naye. The song is one of the most accurate descriptions of this global icon, who is the founding president of a free and democratic South Africa, and also one of the former president of the oldest liberation movement in the continent, the ANC. His passing has marked an unprecedented outpouring of grief across the world. Yet, it is grief tinged with admiration, and celebration. Everyone has had a Mandela moment when this world icon has touched their lives. Let us begin by thanking all heads of states and government, international delegations present here today. We also extend our deepest gratitude for the messages of condolences that we continue to receive. The Mandela family, the South African people, and the African continent as a whole feel stronger today because we are being comforted by millions throughout the world. Dear South Africans, that we are Madiba's compatriots and have lived during his time is a cause for a great celebration and enormous pride. Never before has our country celebrated a life as we are doing with that of Madiba today.
We do not call Madiba the father of our rainbow nation merely for political correctness or relevance. We do so because he laid a firm foundation for the South Africa of our dreams, one that is united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous. We do because Madiba was a courageous leader. Courageous leaders are able to abandon their narrow concerns for bigger and all-embracing dreams, even if those dreams come at a huge cost. Madiba embodied this trait. He was a fearless freedom fighter who refused to allow the brutality of the apartheid state to stand in the way of the struggle for the liberation of his people. Being a lawyer, he understood the possible consequences of his actions, but he also knew that no unjust system could last forever. He said at the ANC Youth League conference in 1951, and I quote, "True, the struggle will be a bitter one. Leaders will be deported, imprisoned, and even shot. The government will terrorize the people and their leaders in an effort to hold the forward march. Ordinary forms of organization will be rendered impossible, but the spirit of the people cannot be crushed until full victory is won." Unquote. The struggle became Madiba's life. He was at the forefront of the radical change in the ANC in the 1940s, advancing the long walk to freedom. He became a volunteer-in-chief during the Defiance campaign in the early 1950s and became the first commander-in-chief of the ANC's armed wing, Umkhonto weSizwe, in the early 1960s. He paid dearly for his beliefs and actions through imprisonment. He stated in 1962, and I quote, "I was made by the law a criminal, not because of what I had done, but because of what I stood for, because of what I thought, because of my conscience." Unquote. Arrested and sentenced to life imprisonment during the Rivonia Trial later in 1964, he never lost his fighting spirit. For 27 years, the South African people spoke about him in harsh tones out of fear. In fact, if the apartheid government had its way, they would have been burned even from thinking about Madiba. But the powerful name of Nelson Mandela lived on. He continued to inspire our people every single day from inside prison walls. He demonstrated unique leadership in spite and starting negotiations with the enemy whilst in prison. He also negotiated for the release of his fellow political prisoners first before his own release. His release from Victor Verster prison on the 11th of February 1990 was one of the most remarkable and moving moments in the world history. The world came to a standstill, watching this tall, imposing figure walking out into a world he had left behind 27 years before. The enormous emotions and feelings we felt on that day are difficult to express in human language. A downtrodden people who had been dehumanized and made to feel like pariahs in the land of their birth suddenly saw signs that freedom would be attained in their lifetime. South Africa needed a leader like Mandela to help us through a difficult transition from apartheid to a free democratic society. In the bumpy road to our historic first free and fair elections, there are many times that he brought our nation back from the brink of catastrophe. The massacre at Boipatong in 1992 and the killing of the popular leader of our people, Chris Hani, in 1993 are some of the occasions when our country faltered in its long walk to freedom, when we stared into the heart of darkness. It is at this time that Mandela restored a sense of calm and the purpose and brought us back on the road to freedom. South Africa's first democratic elections were largely peaceful because of his leadership that he displayed. Indeed, there is no one like Mandela. He was one of a kind. Today, on International Human Rights Day, we celebrate Mandela, the man of peace. Today is the 20th anniversary of his being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize on the 10th of December 1993. This freedom fighter had always stated that the ANC had resorted to arms because the intransigence of the apartheid regime, which responded with violence, bannings, and detentions to simple demands for equal citizenship, human rights, and justice. To him, for South Africa to attain peace, the armed struggle was inevitable, but it was a means to an end, but not an end in itself. Mandela's love for peace was also evident in the work he did in the continent. People of Burundi enjoy peace and democracy today because of the seeds of peace planted by Mandela. Following the historic national elections on the 27th April 1994, an unprecedented number of heads of state and government and eminent persons from around the world descended upon our shores for Mandela's inauguration as the first president of a free and democratic South Africa. Today, the whole world is standing still again to pay tribute to this greatest son of South Africa and Africa. Fellow mourners, there is no one like Madiba. He was one of a kind. The world speaks fondly of Madiba's promotion of unity, reconciliation, and non-racialism during his presidency. He had declared as follows during the trial in 1964, and I quote, "The ANC has spent half a century fighting against racism. When it triumphs, it will not change that policy," unquote. Thus, his promotion of non-racialism and reconciliation during his tenure as President of the Republic was not surprising. Compatriots and friends, speaking at the adoption of a new constitution of the Republic adopted in 1996, Madiba outlined the vision of the new society. He said, and I quote, "Let us give practical recognition to the injustices of the past by building a future based on equality and social justice. Let us nurture our national unity by recognizing with respect and joy the languages, cultures, and religions of South Africa in all their diversity. Let tolerance for one another's view create the peaceful conditions which give space for the best in all of us to find expression and to flourish. Above all, let us work together in striving to banish homelessness, illiteracy, hunger, and disease," unquote. With the magnitude of challenges facing the young South Africa in mind, Madiba set about uniting the nation. He carefully managed the anger and frustration of both the oppressors and the oppressed, and reminded us of our common humanity that transcended racial boundaries. He also managed both the fears of the minority and the high expectations and impatience of the majority. He told us that the promises of democracy would not be met overnight, and that the fears of the few would not be allowed to derail the new one freedom. We all agreed with him, as Madiba never hesitated to speak his mind when it was necessary to do so, regardless of how uncomfortable the words may be to recipients. Many leaders, some of whom are present here, have experienced his sharp tongue. Realizing the power of sport to conquer prejudice, former President Mandela embraced South Africa's 1995 Rugby World Cup ambitions, donning the Springbok jersey at a time when it was much marginalized by the majority of the population. This would be a hallmark of his presidency. Our sports teams yearned for the Madiba magic that his visit would bring each time they faced formidable opponents. Beyond promoting reconciliation, Madiba also laid a firm foundation for transformation as well as reconciliation and development. He knew that reconciliation without transformation and reconstruction would be meaningless. Under his leadership, the new democratically elected government focused on addressing historical injustices and created new institutions to facilitate the building of a democratic society based on the principles of non-racialism and non-sexism. Close to 800 racist apartheid laws were removed from the statute books in the first 10 years of democracy. The dismantling of the legal framework of apartheid and transformation of many state institutions led to the visible improvement of the socio-economic conditions of millions of people. Thus, Madiba laid a foundation for a better life for all, which was the rallying cry of his presidency. Madiba also laid the foundation for our country's now successful fight against one of the greatest scourges of our time, that of HIV and AIDS, while still in office and during his retirement. The Global 46664 campaign gave birth to Mandela Day, a global call to action, mobilizing people to spend at least 67 minutes helping those in need. In November 2009, the United Nations General Assembly declared the 18th of July as Nelson Mandela International Day. Each year of the 18th of July, the world comes together to celebrate Mandela Day, recognizing Madiba's selfless sacrifice in betterment of others. Indeed, Madiba was one of a kind. Bantu basemzansi Afrika silahlekela kakhulu ngobaba wesizwe utata uMadiba. Siyazi futhi besimthanda kakhulu, namanje samthanda kakhulu futhi. Leli qhawe libekile induku ebandla. Sikhumbula namhlanjena leli volunteer elikhulu lika Khongolose. Sikhumbula umkhuzi uqala wamabutho omkhonto wesizwe. Sikhumbula iqhawe elazinikezela ladela ukufa emba ukuze likhulu labantu bakubo. Sikhumbula iqhawe lakithi iqhawe laseningizimu Afrika elalo labantu bakithi ukuthi baphile kangcono babe ngabantu abakhululekileyo. Sikhumbula iqhawe lakithi elabayidela kufa ladela ukufa lifela thina abantu abamnyama. Compatriots and friends, while saying Madiba was one of a kind, we also remember that he believed in collective leadership and that he never wanted to be viewed as a messiah or a saint. He emphasized that all his achievements were derived from working with the ANC collective, from whom, in his own words, were men and women who were more capable than he was. Thus, the South Africa that you see today is a reflection of a Madiba and many others like him who sacrificed their lives for a free nation. We thus remain truly grateful to his peers, Walter Sisulu, Oliver Reginald Tambo, Govan Mbeki, Raymond Mhlaba, Dorothy Nyembe, Florence Muposho, and countless others who left indelible marks in the history of our struggle. Compatriots and friends, today Madiba is no more. He leaves behind a nation that loves him dearly. He leaves a continent that is truly proud to call him an African. He leaves the people of the world who embraced him as their own beloved icon. Most importantly, he leaves behind a deeply entrenched legacy of freedom, human rights, and democracy in our country. In his honor, we commit ourselves to continue building a nation based on the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. United in our diversity, we will continue working to build a nation free of poverty, hunger, homelessness, and inequality. As the African continent, led by the African Union, we will continue working to fulfill his desire for a better Africa and a more just, peaceful, and equitable world. Tomorrow, our people will accompany Madiba on his last journey to the seat of government, the Union Buildings in Pretoria, where his body will lie in state for 3 days. I have the honor today to announce that the Union Buildings Amphitheater, where Madiba was inaugurated as president in 1994, and where his body will lie in state, will, with effect from today, be called the Nelson Mandela Amphitheater. This is a fitting tribute to a man who transformed the Union Buildings from a symbol of racism and repression to one of peace, unity, democracy, and progress. Compatriots, comrades, and friends, we extend yet again our deepest condolences to Mama Graça Machel, Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, the children, the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, and the entire extended family. Nakubathembu bonke odlomo oMadiba. Our father Madiba has run a good race. He declared in his own words in 1994, he said, and I quote, "Death is something inevitable. When a man has done what he considers to be his duty to his people and his country, he can rest in peace. I believe I've made that effort. And that is, therefore, why I will sleep for eternity." Unquote. Lala ngoxolo Madiba, qhawe lamaqhawe. Robala ka khotso, sinatla sa tinatla, sikwankwetla sa Africa eburwa. Rest in peace, our father and our hero. Thank you very much.
Siyabulela Baba. As I call upon the Bishop Ivan Abrams to deliver a short sermon, I wish to also recognize and acknowledge and welcome our elder statesman, Ubaba wethu KK, Kenneth Kaunda, who's also with us today. I wish to acknowledge those people who helped our president in his last days, in particular his doctors and medical staff, his household staff, and his security guards. We say thank you to them for looking after our father. And we know that he will always remain in their hearts and in their memories. Sicela Bishop Ivan Abrahams asondele.
We read from the 2 Kings, chapter 2, starting from verse 1 to verse 15, and thereafter I will call upon the General Secretary of the World Methodist Council, who is based in the United States of America, our former presiding bishop, Bishop Ivan Abrams, to come and deliver the message. Elisha knows that he will be taken from him. And it came to pass when the Lord would take up Elijah into heaven by a whirlwind, that Elijah went to Elisha from Gilgal. And Elijah said unto Elisha, "Tarry here, I pray thee, for the Lord hath sent me to Bethel." And Elisha said unto him, "As the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, I will not leave thee." So they went down to Bethel. And the sons of the prophets that were at Bethel came forth to Elisha and said unto him, "Knowest thou that the Lord will take away thy master from thy head today?" And he said, "Yea, I know it. Hold ye your peace." And Elijah said unto him, "Elisha, tarry here I pray thee, for the Lord hath sent me to Jericho. And he said, as the Lord liveth, and as the soul liveth, I will not leave thee. So they came to Jericho. And the sons of the prophets that were at Jericho came to Elisha and said to him, knowest thou that the Lord will take away thy master from thy head today? And he answered, yea, I know it. Hold ye your peace. And Elijah said unto him, tarry, I pray thee here, for the Lord hath sent me to Jordan. And he said, as the Lord liveth, and as the soul liveth, I will not leave thee. And they two went on. And 50 men of the sons of prophets went and stood to view afar off, and they too stood by Jordan. And Elijah took his mantle and wrapped it together and smote it in the waters, and they were divided hither and thither. So they too went over the ground. And it came to pass that they still went on and talked. Behold, there appeared a chariot of fire and horses of fire, and parted them both asunder. And Elijah went up a whirlwind unto heaven. And Elisha saw it, and he cried, my father, the chariot of Israel, and the horsemen thereof. And he saw him no more. And he took hold of his own clothes and rent them in 2 pieces. He took up also the mantle of Elijah that fell from him, and went back and stood by the bank of Jordan. And he took the mantle of Elijah and fell from it, and smote the waters, and said, where is the Lord of Elijah? And when he also had smitten the waters, they parted hither and thither, and Elisha went over. And when the sons of the prophets which were to view Jericho saw him, they said, the spirit of Elijah doth rest on Elisha. And they came to meet him and bowed themselves on the ground before him. This is the word of God.
Lisale setingala akote tongo seyenyane eso sonkinka gasonke se iswe maseso use usende eso bona
Luther
President of the Republic of South Africa, Jacob Zuma, Your Excellencies, Heads of State past and present, Your Majesties and Royal Highnesses, Mama Gracia Michel, Mama Winnie Mandela and the Mandela family, fellow South Africans, distinguished guests, compatriots and friends, grace and peace to you from God our Creator and Sustainer. More than conveying our heartfelt condolences to the Mandela family, we owe you all a sincere debt of gratitude for sharing your husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather with us and with the world. Thank you, danke, inkosi, obrigado. The writer of the book of Ecclesiastes, in melodic eloquence, claims, there's a time for everything and a season for every activity under the sun. A time to be born and a time to die. A time to plant and a time to uproot. A time to weep and a time to laugh. A time to mourn and a time to dance. A time to tear down and a time to mend. A time to be silent and a time to speak. Like Job, we bow our heads and call out, God, you have given, and God, you have taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. At some time or another, each and every one of us have experienced grief or journeyed through the valley of the shadow of death. Death and sorrow are no strangers to us. From the moment we are born, when we open our eyes and grasp our first breath, to the time we close our eyes and exhale our last breath, death is with us. We gather today in grateful thanksgiving to God with millions of South Africans and people from around the world to pay tribute and honor a true patriot and one of the greatest statesmen of the century, one who transformed our nation and changed the world. He was a man inspired and a man who inspires. We affirm with Job, God, you have given. You have given us a modern prophet who spoke with courage and with great conviction. You gave us one purified through suffering to bring healing to a brutalized and battered humanity. You gave us a charismatic, transformational leader, a comrade in the march to freedom. You gave us a father of the South African nation, a colossus amongst world leaders, a friend to all and an enemy to none. You gave us one who boldly proclaimed that a different world is possible. You gave us Nelson Mandela, who stood as a collective conscience of a people and achieved what many in their entire lifetime thought impossible. He will stand out in history as a beacon of light, a lodestar inspiring many generations yet to come. And what brings us here today is not so much grief but love. It is love for Madiba and the Mandela family that has made us come from all corners of South Africa and from around the globe. The encouraging words the sympathy cards, the many messages of condolences and tributes, the floral bouquets, the prayers, and your presence here today are all expressions of that love. Madiba's sunset days were as extraordinary as his life itself. He lived life to the fullest. And as we reflect on his passing, and as we try to make sense of it, we are reminded that people like Madiba do not die. Rather, they continue to live in the hearts and in the minds of people, ever inspiring them to espouse the noble virtues and rare devotion that he embodied. And for this reason, I want us to reflect very briefly on one of the most remarkable stories recorded in all the sacred texts of the Abrahamic tradition. The Jewish, Christian, and Muslim scriptures all relate the story of Elijah, the wise prophet, who passed on the mantle from his generation to the next generation. And he does not just pass on the mantle, he passes it on so that the new generation can do greater things. And therefore, I want us to look briefly at this theme. The mantle is passed on, and it is in your hands. From the narrative that we read from Scripture, we hear the story of the last days of the great prophet Elijah, who was about to leave this world behind and go into glory in a spectacular way, with a whirlwind and with chariots of fire. And he becomes the icon, the example, the one who sets the bar for all those in the prophetic tradition after him. Our reading takes place in Gilgal. Gilgal was the place where the children of Israel came after they crossed the river Jordan. It was where Joshua erected 12 stones to commemorate what God had done in delivering Israel from slavery after 40 years of desert wandering. Gilgal was the place where the manna ceased and where the new road of nationhood began. We too have our Gilgal, and it is right here in the First National Bank Stadium, because here, this Gilgal, where Tata Mandela addressed more than 80,000 people who gathered in 1990 to hear him speak after 27 years in prison. Here we met at Gilgal to pay our last respects to one of our most charismatic leaders, Chris Hani, when he was assassinated. It was here, in this stadium, that we said our last farewells to Father Oliver Tambo. We gather here when our young democracy was birthed through the moral leadership, through the power of Mandela's ideals and the elegance of his humanity. Since childhood, I was deeply inspired and fascinated by the British author and literature Nobel laureate, Rudyard Kipling, and his poem If, which is dedicated to his son, which has some of the characteristics of Nelson Mandela's life. And if I can quote the last stanza of that poem: if you can talk to crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foe nor loving friend can hurt you, if all men count with you but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiven minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that is in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. If I may take the liberty of amending that last verse and say, and which is more, you'll be more like Nelson Mandela, my daughter, my son. Mandela was prepared to listen to the dreams and to the hopes and to the aspirations of those on the margins of society. As the founding father of democracy in South Africa, he saved us from the horrors of apartheid and fashioned a nation from the ruins of white minority rule. In scripture and in many cultural traditions, a river symbolizes a crossing, a time of transition, a time of ritual cleansing, a time of purification, a time when one moves from one phase of life to the next, a time when something dramatic happens. Friends, this can become such a time when we as a people rise to the challenge of allowing Tata Mandela's memory to be woven into every facet of our lives, our nation, and our world. At the Jordan, the seasoned prophet took off his mantle which was a symbol of prophetic authority. He wrapped it round his arm and he smote the waters of the Jordan, and we are told that it divided. This is reminiscent of Moses, who reached out for his staff, a symbol of authority which divided the Red Sea, through which the former slaves passed, while their pursuers, the Egyptians, and their war horses were engulfed in the waters which closed behind them. Moses had the Red Sea. Joshua had to cross the Jordan. We too have our Jordan to cross today, to begin an era after Mandela. The weary laborer has been taken home to join God Almighty, Modimo, Nkulunkulu, and the ancestors. And he is no longer with us, but he belongs to the ages. Once on the other side of the River Jordan, Elijah asked Elisha if there is anything that he could do before his departure. And Elisha, like Solomon, did not ask for fame or wealth or position or long life, but he requested a double portion of the prophet's blessing. And this was not a strange request, and was one well understood amongst the Hebrew people. The heir, the eldest son, could have a double portion of his blessing. When Elisha is taken up, we are told that his mantle fell. Mandela's mantle has fallen, and it is in reach of all of us. It is in reach of everyone in this generation and the generation to come. After all, is it not this generation who have traveled with this great prophet, with the statesman, with this gentle spirit? Have we not breathed the same air that he breathed? While others will only read about him in years to come, we are his heirs. We are his sons and daughters. We are his progeny. We are the harbingers of hope for the future. We have been endowed with the rare privilege to take his legacy further. His mantle has fallen, and it is in our hands. In conclusion, two things are important to note. That his mantle is not passed on. It dropped. And Elisha makes a conscious decision to pick it up as a symbol of responsibility, service, and sacrifice. He did not sit down in despair, in inconsolable or disconsolate grief, but he picked it up. And he says, where is the God of Elisha? The God that demonstrated the mighty deeds of liberation in the history of Israel. Where is the God of Elisha that guided and inspired Elisha and the prophets? Where is the God of Elisha that destroyed the mighty prophets of Baal? Today, some of us may cry, where is the God of Mandela? The God that guided and kept his moral compass in sync. The God that gave him the indomitable spirit to work for reconciliation and justice. The God that made him earn the personal trust of South African and global leaders alike. The God that helped him usher in the Rainbow Nation. It is not enough just to have the mantle in your hands. It is not enough to bear the name Mandela. It is not enough just to be a member of the ruling party. It is not enough to be an official in government to continue the legacy of this man. No, the mantle can be picked up by all of us, and we can and we must participate in his legacy of selfless sacrifice and service. We must seek this God again, who led and inspired Elisha, the prophets, the saints throughout the ages, the God who inspired Tata Mandela. Let us remember that God is as near to us as our next breath. Pick up the mantle. Be prepared to strike the water. South Africa and our leaders, be expectant to get a double portion of God's blessing. Elisha was accredited with performing 16 miracles, but Elisha performed double. Let us reap the fruits that were sown by Mandela. Scripture says, do not get weary of doing good, for in the proper time we will reap the harvest. Let us go on doing good. Today, God urges us to pick up the mantle and to move forward in faith. Great God, guide, protect, lead Mandela on his way to the kingdom.
Ambagase, kawela makawe.